मनमोहन जी आज क्या कुछ कोर्ट में आया, उसको किस नजर से आप देख रहे हैं? अभी क्यों खारिज कर दिया गया है कोर्ट की तरफ से?
माननीय न्यायाधीश महोदय का इसका अध्ययन करने के बाद विमर्श करेंगे आपस में हम सारे वरिष्ठ अधिवक्तागण साथीगण, तो फिर उसके बाद न्यायालय के समक्ष उच्च न्यायालयों का भी मार्ग हमारे लिए खुला हुआ है, वहाँ पे भी जा सकते हैं। क्या हुआ? आज माननीय न्यायाधीश महोदय ने स्पष्ट कर दिया कि किसी प्रकार का जो वहाँ पे छेड़छाड़ अथवा कोई भी सर्वेक्षण परीक्षण नहीं कराया जा सकता, न राडार पेनिट्रेटिंग इत्यादि नहीं कराया जा सकता है, और इस प्रकार का कोई आदेश माननीय न्यायालय ने नहीं दिया है। और कॉपी मिलने के बाद उसका विस्तृत अध्ययन करने के बाद हम इस पे माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष अपनी बात और उच्च न्यायालयों में भी रखेंगे, उसका विमर्श करेंगे। उसके बाद निसंदेह ये तो चलता रहता है, लेकिन अभी तक तो सब कुछ हमारे पक्ष में था, ऐसा कोई आसमान नहीं गिर गया है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे शिवलिंग प्रकट हुए हैं और शिवलिंग प्रकट होने का ही सबसे बड़ा साक्ष्य है।
इसे मुस्लिम पक्ष के तौर पर भी देख रहे हैं?
अगर वो इसको विजय के रूप में देखते हैं तो देखें, परंतु ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है, बस एक व्यवस्था की बात थी। और जिस
इररिलेवेंट है और ये फीजिबल हो नहीं सकता है, ये क्या
उनके कहने से ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है, और इसके केस लॉ है। ढेर सारे दुनिया में ऐसे मामले आते हैं जहाँ के ऐतिहासिक विषयों पर सर्वेक्षण परीक्षण होता है, और आस्था विश्वास किसी समाज का उसको पुष्ट करे विज्ञान, ये विज्ञान की ड्यूटी है।
क्या आपको लगता है कि मामला लंबा खींच जाएगा इस सर्वे न होने के चलते?
जी,
न होने के चलते क्या मामला लंबा खींच सकता है?
इस विषय पर माननीय न्यायाधीश महोदय ने
एक चीज सवाल ये है कि जो आप लोगों का ये रिजेक्ट हुआ है
जी,
पर क्यों?
माननीय न्यायाधीश महोदय ने कहा कि ये आस्था के विषय पर आप 16 मई को प्रकट शिवलिंग हुए हैं और उनके साथ किसी प्रकार का छेड़छाड़ न हो और ये विरोधाभास न हो, तो इस नाते माननीय न्यायाधीश महोदय ने किसी तरह का सर्वेक्षण परीक्षण करने से मना।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो निर्देश दिया था वजू खाने को सील करने के लिए, वो उसके खिलाफ
नहीं, वो उस सीमा का किसी प्रकार से उल्लंघन नहीं हुआ है। माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश की पूरी तरह परिपालना हुई है।
तो यहाँ से आगे क्या होगा? अब
आगे क्या होगा?
आज कॉपी हम लोग प्राप्त करेंगे, उसके बाद अध्ययन करने के बाद विस्तार पूर्वक आपस में विमर्श करेंगे। अगली हमारी रीति नीति रणनीति क्या होगी उस पर हम अगली विचार करेंगे। निसंदेह उच्च न्यायालयों का मार्ग हमारे लिए खुला हुआ है।
One of the lawyers of the Hindu side confirming there to the media that they're discussing all possible options. They may just approach a higher court.
Ultimately, जो सत्य और सही है वो सरवाइव करेगा, इसलिए ना भड़कने की जरूरत है, ना भड़काने की जरूरत है, ना उत्तेजित होने की जरूरत है, ना उदासीन होने की जरूरत है। प्रतीक्षा करना और अपने प्रयत्नों को जारी रखना। मुझे पूरा विश्वास था, है और रहेगा कि जो सत्य और सही है अंततोगत्वा वह प्रतिष्ठित जरूर होगा। कहा गया है सत्य के रास्ते में बाधाएं और परेशानी आ सकती हैं, पर वो कभी पराजित नहीं होता है।
Okay, so that's the first reaction coming in from the RSS as well. But let's get you quickly the takeaways from what the court has ruled. There will be no carbon dating that takes place in the Wazukhana. The area will remain sealed as per what the Supreme Court had said, that the structure must remain protected. That was what the Supreme Court had observed back in May. It is citing that the Varanasi court judge has said we cannot allow carbon dating, we cannot allow any scientific survey. But from what we've heard from the Hindu side, they're still keeping their options open. Yes, they're disappointed by this verdict from the Varanasi court, but they're saying that we are keeping our options open. We could actually appeal to a higher court against this decision that's been taken by the Varanasi court. The Hindu side are also saying that, look, the video survey essentially...
Shri Ajay Bhadu, DG IT Srimati Neeta Verma, Special Officer IT Shri HR Srinivas and Special Officer Sweep Shri Ranbir Singh, and I am DG Media Shifali Sharan. I would request Chief Election Commissioner Shri Rajiv Kumar to kindly give his opening statement, after which the floor would be open for your questions. I would request you to ask your questions subsequently, one by one, after introducing your name and the name of your media organization that you represent. Kindly ensure your mobile phones are on silent mode throughout the conference and there's no disturbance to camera persons in between. Sir, please.
Thank you, Shefali ji. My esteemed colleague, Honorable Election Commissioner Shri Anup Chand Pandey ji, senior officials from the Election Commission on the dais, and friends from media who have gathered here today, and also those who are connected with us virtually. We meet today for a press conference that most of you have been awaiting and have also been guessing since morning also. October is a month with many festivals, and we are adding one more festival, that is the Festival of Democracy, to this month of October. अक्टूबर के इस त्योहार के माहौल में लोकतंत्र के त्योहार को भी हम लोग जोड़ रहे हैं इलेक्शन कमीशन की तरफ से, जिसमें 18 साल से लेके 100 वर्ष तक के बुजुर्ग मतदाताओं का एक बहुत ही बहुरंगी इंद्रधनुष है. It's a fantastic rainbow of the voters ranging from 18 years to 100 plus, and we'll focus a bit on this rainbow. I would explain in the detail about this, but in the meantime, to move forward, the elections, when we conduct, we have three broad objectives. First is the elections have to be free, fair, inclusive, accessible, and inducement free. And the second major vertical is the voter, that the voting experience should be very, very comfortable. And thirdly, the maximum voter participation, especially of the young voters, urban voters, PWDs, and senior citizens. These four categories we intend to focus more, which I'll explain. भारत निर्वाचन आयोग स्वतंत्र और निष्पक्ष, प्रलोभन मुक्त, इंड्यूसमेंट फ्री तरीके से विधानसभा का आगामी निर्वाचन चुनाव कराने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है, और हमारा प्रयास है कि वरिष्ठ नागरिकों, दिव्यांगजनों, महिलाओं, नए मतदाताओं सबकी भागीदारी बहुत ही सशक्त तरीके से आने वाले चुनावों में हो. Through the vast reach of the media, I would request first that interaction will start with the wish that our appeal is being heard by most of the voters, and they will come out to participate wholeheartedly in this forthcoming Festival of Democracy. Before going into the mode of the elections, we have an extensive process of consultation. And the magnitude and scale of our elections is really awe-inspiring, as you all know. For the last few months, our entire team, which you are seeing here, has been working on organizing these elections, ranging from the electoral rolls to the management of logistics to various things which we will explain. Periodic reviews were done by them. The commission also went to the states where the elections are due, and we had detailed meetings with the DOs, with the SPs, and with all the enforcement agencies, chief secretaries, DGs, and everyone who is involved in either conduct of elections or in the enforcement side of this. We also simultaneously discussed the COVID situation, as it has been bothering in the last 2 rounds of elections. We had a detailed discussion with the Health Secretary, Union Health Secretary, and also with the Chief Secretaries and DGs of the concerned states, Health Secretaries. It doesn't seem to be that much of a concern now, but still, the states have been advised that they will continue to follow the 5-fold strategy of test, track, treat, vaccinate, and follow the appropriate behavior. We have revised our guidelines, which are in this form, essentially saying that they have to follow the norms set by the Health Ministry and also the respective SDMAs in the states if there is any situation that warrants the tightening or the graded response to the COVID situation. Friends, the first and foremost thing in conducting an election is the electoral roll. A healthy, error-free electoral roll is the primary step that is the base on which the entire elections are held. And the special summary revision has just happened. The electoral rolls have been published in the concerned states. And during this exercise, the Commission has laid a special emphasis on registration of new age voters, women, transgenders, and persons with disabilities. In order to ensure a clean electoral roll, the photographically similar entries, PSCs, and demographically similar entries have been found through the use of software and field verification. They were circulated to all the DOs and also to the respective BLOs to do a field verification of those who are found to be in the demographically similar entries or the photo similar entries. The special proactive steps were taken for the registration of PWDs, old age, and also the third gender. In this, we took help of the welfare departments, respective departments. For example, the welfare department, whenever the question of the registration of PWDs came. So whomsoever they were giving scholarship, we just cross-checked that they are our voters. To address the issue of urban apathy, we found that there is generally an urban apathy. If I can give you an example, in the 2019 elections, general elections, and if we list all the, say, 7-8 districts where the voting has been least, 4 of them happen to be the metropolitan cities. It's all in our statistics book, which we have published. I am not naming them here, but we are focusing on the urban apathy very, very seriously. In this, our CEOs are signing the MOUs with the departments and with the industry and with the organizations who have more than 500 persons. And we have reached out to the colleges and the educational institutions. What is expected is that after the voting, if the nodal officers are appointed in these organizations with 500 plus voters, and we will try and persuade those voters after the elections, the leave-taking and non-voting voters, we will try and reach to them and say, please join next time. So that's a kind of a awareness which we will start. The Election Commission of India, in pursuance of the legal amendments, had made 4 dates, as you are all aware. And this, by virtue of this, there is a now every quarter, first of the every quarter, one can apply for the registration. And the new, now onwards, the electoral rolls will be updated every quarter. और निर्वाचन आयोग की इस पहल पर कानून में जो बदलाव किए गए, जिसके कारण 4 डेट्स में संभव है. और अब पोल गोइंग स्टेट्स में नामांकन के दिन तक भी अभी मतदाता में सूची में नाम जुड़वाया जा सकता है. तो इसमें ये भी आपके माध्यम से अनुरोध है कि अगर इतनी मेहनत करके नए वोटर्स को जोड़ने के लिए कमीशन ने और फील्ड स्टाफ ने मेहनत की है, तो उनको भी आगे बढ़ के वोट देने आना चाहिए. Friends, I'll also tell you how many specifically benefited by this amendment. I'll come to it and tell you. In an election, voters are our primary stakeholders, and therefore, even those who do not have a voter epic, by and large, we have now ensured that the voting epic card reaches everyone. It's being delivered even now, but by chance, if you don't have, there are these many, almost a dozen other documents through which one can vote. So one need not be worried. What is important is to come to the booth with any one of these, even if one doesn't have an epic. Now the next important thing is the polling station. And that's the next point at which we interact with the voter. The effort is to make the voting experience, it's quite protocol based, but we are still trying that the experience becomes far more enjoyable in the true spirit of the festival of the democracy. Our CEOs and DOs have been asked to identify the lowest polling percentage booth in each constituency. This is what we are doing to increase our awareness and persuade the voters to come and vote. And they are going personally to the polling stations which are having the least percentage of voting below the average in their each respective constituencies. So they'll try and find out what is the issue, why there is an lesser percentage of voting in those particular booths. They'll try and bring them up to the level of the general voting in that particular constituency. Friends, कमीशन का एक दूसरा फोकस है जो हमेशा रहा है, उसमें आगे हर बार नई चीज जुड़ती है, वो ये है कि हर पोलिंग स्टेशन पर कुछ बेसिक सुविधाएं निश्चित रूप से उपलब्ध रहनी चाहिए। तो ये जितनी बेसिक सुविधाएं हम आपको स्लाइड के माध्यम से भी दिखा रहे हैं, एवरी पोलिंग स्टेशन वुड हैव ए रैंप which is accessible for the PWDs, drinking water, electricity, shade, and volunteers for the PWDs for the old age. So every polling station would be on a ground floor so that it is not problematic for anybody to climb. तो जितना भी कंफर्ट पोलिंग स्टेशन पे दे सकते हैं वो देने का प्रयास हम लोग कर रहे हैं, और इन इलेक्शंस में 100% सर्टिफिकेट डीओ से लिया जा रहा है कि सब पोलिंग स्टेशंस पर ये सुविधाएं उपलब्ध हैं। फ्रेंड्स, कुछ पोलिंग स्टेशन ऐसे होंगे जिसमें जो सिर्फ महिलाओं के द्वारा ही मैनेज्ड होंगे, ऑल पोलिंग पर्सनल एंड ऑल्सो इवन द सिक्योरिटी स्टाफ 100% women oriented. So this is our, every assembly would have at least one and more in certain pockets. So महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण को दर्शाने का चुनावों के इस माध्यम से भी हम लोग एक बहुत सशक्त माध्यम बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ताकि एक्सपीरियंस भी एक बहुत अच्छा हो और साथ साथ एक सशक्तिकरण को भी वो प्रदर्शित कर सके। फ्रेंड्स, सिमिलरली some polling stations will be managed entirely by our PWD staff, or they will be ready to welcome the voters. And आपके माध्यम से ये भी हम लोग कहना चाहते हैं, और कमीशन में बहुत ही इसके बारे में सेंसिटिविटी है, कि जो PWDs हैं वो एक्चुअली बहुत मायने में हमसे बहुत ज़्यादा एबल्ड हैं। उनका चिंतन, उनका भाव, उनके इमोशंस, उनकी सहनशीलता, बहुत चीज़ हम लोगों से ज़्यादा है। So what they require is essentially the equity and equal opportunities, not mere sympathy. And therefore, we are very, very conscious that we will cover all the PWDs, mark them. I'll give you a figure as to how much we have marked all India, and you would be happy to know that. I'll come to that slowly. Now, maybe at the cost of repeating, I would reiterate, if we as the Election Commission team put in such concerted efforts to ensure a polling station within 2-kilometer reach for voters, replete with all kinds of facilities, I would appeal to the voters to value their hard-earned right to franchise and come out to vote in maximum numbers, so that Matdata Rupi Indradhanush har booth par dikhai de. Now I come to, friends, the postal ballot facility for the absentee voters, because it would be happening first time in these elections. Commission has decided and introduced this in the last round of elections, that 80 plus age voters, PWDs and COVID infected voters, we would provide a form 12D, and if they are willing, if they want to come to the polling station, every effort would be made to make it very, very comfortable there, and we encourage it. But in case somebody is ill and is not able to come, the commission would go to their house and get the vote conducted. And जैसे पिछली बार एक दो जगह में ये सूचना मिली थी कि कुछ शिकायत मिलने की उम्मीद थी कि आपने वोटर्स का उनका कोई इन्फ्लुएंस हो सकता है घर पर, उसको खत्म करने के लिए भी एवरी एंटायर प्रोसेस वुड बी वीडियोग्राफ्ड। साथ में कैंडिडेट्स के एजेंट्स को पहले से ही सूचित किया जाएगा कि किस दिन वोट लेने जाएंगे, वो साथ में जाएंगे, जा सकते हैं, एंड एवरीथिंग वुड बी वीडियोग्राफ्ड। सो without compromising the secrecy of vote, the facility of voting would be extended right from the comfort of their home. And you would be happy to know, in the entire country, there are 1.82 crores voters who are 80 plus. And you would further be happy to know there are 100 plus voters, centenarians, who are crossing 2.5 lakhs. Imagine that they're all part of our voter list. And we are so happy, so privileged to serve them better. Actually, किसी भी सोसाइटी में अगर हम एल्डर्स की देखभाल नहीं करते, उनको सम्मान नहीं दे सकते, तो it's not a right way of our human behavior. तो हम लोग इसके बारे में बहुत सजग हैं और वोट की सीक्रेसी को पूर्णतः अक्षुण्ण रखते हुए उनके घर से वोट भी लेंगे अगर उन्हें इस बात की जरूरत होगी. Similarly, for PWDs, all the facilities starting from a volunteer to the wheelchair, if they require, would all be available at the booths. And again, to give you another interesting figure, there are 82 lakhs PWDs also who are marked in our voter list. And our entire effort is to make it inclusive and accessible. The Commission puts a whole lot of emphasis on making the elections truly participative, accessible for all our PWD brothers and sisters. Friends, I would just briefly touch the technological interventions. There is a whole lot of technology which will go into the elections, starting from for the ease of the voters and also for managing the inducement-free elections. Firstly, the voter helpline, you can see all kinds of informations in that, including your booth location, including the candidates, the informations about them and results. The another interesting and very important application is the C-Vigil application. What it does, any voter can make any complaint, and the moment he loads, either he can take a picture from his mobile, he can write on a paper and take a photo, or he can type. And the moment he sends a message to C-Vigil, his longitude and latitude is automatically fed. Means his location, geolocation is known. And our team will reach within 60 minutes flat and would answer in 90 minutes. So what we are saying, what we are appealing through you to our voters, कि अगर कहीं भी कोई भी दुरुपयोग मनी पावर का, नार्कोटिक्स का, ड्रग्स का, किसी भी तरीके का उनको नजर आता है, किसी भी पोलिंग पार्टी का कोई चीज गलत नजर आती है, तो कृपया उसको C-Vigil पे डालें. कुछ स्टेट्स ने बहुत इफेक्टिवली सशक्त तरीके से इसको यूज किया, एंड दिस इज बिकमिंग एन इंटरेस्टिंग टूल इन आवर हैंड्स टू कंट्रोल द menace of any kind of money or the power or misuse by anybody. So please, again I would request that agar nagrik vigilant hai, so vigilant nagrik, C is the citizen become vigilant, and it is your election. If you would help us, we will guarantee that in 100 minutes you get a written response on the same mobile number from which you make a complaint. Similarly, PWD app also gives the opportunity to the PWD voters to go there and even register for facilities or facilitation at the booth. उनको कुर्सी चाहिए, उनको कोई मदद चाहिए, वो वॉलंटियर तो मिलेगा ही, वो सब इस पर पहले से बुक कर सकते हैं. Another interesting and very, very critical application is KYC, Know Your Candidate. तो कैंडिडेट का पूरा एफिडेविट, which will give all his assets and liabilities and all the criminal background, if any, would be made available to the voters. Through this app of Know Your Candidate, अगर किसी भी कैंडिडेट की कोई भी राजनीतिक कोई भी आपराधिक पृष्ठभूमि है, तो वो इस पर स्पष्ट रूप से दिखाई देगी क्या अपराध है उनके ऊपर में, किस तरीके की एफआईआर है, उसकी क्या डिटेल्स हैं, केस की क्या स्टेटस है. एंड इन एडिशन, एज यू ऑल नो, 3 times they will have to publish in the newspapers. तो कमीशन का काम है कि अगर की क्रिमिनलिटी in the elections, in the politics gets eliminated, reduced, if not eliminated. उसके लिए हम ऐसी व्यवस्था करें कि कम से कम उसकी पृष्ठभूमि वोटर के सामने स्पष्ट दिखाई दे, then it is voter's choice. We enable the voter to take an informed choice. It's part of the disclosure. And all the assets, liabilities would also be known in this. So your constituency, your candidate, his background, financial, criminal, if any, would all be known through the Know Your Candidate. So please use this. Not for voters, for the candidates also, there is an application called Suvidha. जितनी भी entitlements उनके हैं, वो सब online apply कर सकते हैं. And we have directed, Commission has directed that it will be served to the candidates on first in, first out basis, so that there is no bias. Whosoever locks in first, whosoever applies for a ground or for any facility first, and if that is a limited space, he or she will be given the candidate first. Friends, we also had a detailed interaction with the enforcement agencies, and to just tell you that no cash would move in the poll-going states between after 5 o'clock till 10 o'clock in the morning. Banks have been directed कि कोई भी कैश का मूवमेंट अपनी वैन के थ्रू नहीं करेंगे. ऐसा देखा गया है कि उसी वैन को यूज करके कुछ ना कुछ लोग कोशिश कर सकते हैं कि उसमें कैश मूव हो इलीगल, उसको मना किया गया. Airports would be under watch. The GST would keep a track on all the e-bills to find out that no consumer goods, there is no spurt in supply of consumer goods in that particular state for distribution as a freebie or as an inducement. All the borders would be sealed in these states. There would be there would be strict watch on any kinds of money or cash or drugs or that kind of thing. Friends, during this phase in the communication age, there are a whole lot of misinformation and fake news and narratives which get generated. So through you again, we request the voters to be vigilant, to at least see that पिछले कितने इलेक्शन में सेम न्यूज़ उसी प्रकार से चल चुकी है. उसको कम से कम आगे बढ़ाने से पहले अपनी थोड़ी सी विजडम लगा के सोच लें कि ये सच हो सकती है कि नहीं. फेक नैरेटिव्स में आगे बढ़ाने में मदद ना करें. अगर लगता है ठीक है तो जरूर आगे बढ़ाएं, उनका हक है. But we have established social media teams in the CO office and all the district magistrates and SSP's offices to keep a strict watch. And if anybody tries to create rumors or create fake news or news which are objectionable, the appropriate action the teams would take as mandated under the law. So, having given you an overview of the efforts which have gone into the entire preparation, now I would come to the main thing for which you are waiting. And to tell you first, the term of the Legislative Assembly of Himachal Pradesh is expiring on 8th of January 2023. And there are 68 ACs across 12 districts, and with the specific seats reserved for SCs and STs. So out of 68, 17 seats are reserved for SCs and 3 seats are reserved for STs. As you see the data on this slide, the forthcoming legislative election, our teams would be ready to serve more than 55 lakh electors, of whom about 67,000 are service voters and 56,000 in the state of Himachal would be PWDs. And you would be happy to know that there are 1,184 voters who are 100 plus. And we have reached everybody's house as a mark of respect towards them. And you will be happy to know, and it's a motivational thing for our young voters. There are voters who have voted in all elections since 1950, all, including the local body elections. and there are 1,184, and they come to, many of them come to the booth. They say we do not need the Form 12D, we'll come to the booth. So they are really the source of inspiration for all of us, and हमने उनको सबके घर में एक चिट्ठी भेज के अपने BLO साहब के थ्रू या अफसर्स के थ्रू सबको सम्मानित भी किया और आभार भी प्रकट किया कि आप ही की प्रेरणा से बाकी लोग भी आगे बढ़ के वोट दे सकें. Friends, there are 1.2 lakh voters who would be 80 plus in Himachal, and 1.86 lakh voters would be first time voters between 18 years and 19 years. And these are the ones with whom we are very, very focused way we are connecting with all of them by organizing large number of events in their colleges and institutions. As you know, the amendment in section 14 enabled us to register voters in the 4 qualifying dates. तो आप इसको अगर मैं ऐसे समझाऊं कि जो लोग 1 जनवरी अगर ये अमेंडमेंट ना होता तो 1 जनवरी 22 को जो भी लोग 18 इयर्स के हो गए वही वोटर बन पाते. उसके बाद में 1 जनवरी 23 की क्वालिफाइंग डेट से वोटर बनते. बट बिकॉज ऑफ दिस चेंज in Himachal alone, those who were born after 1st January 22 but before October 22, 43,173 additional voters have been enrolled and they would be able to participate in this festival. This is only because of the amendment which happened, and you can extrapolate it and see because of these 4 changes. And now what we have done and what will happen in the SSR now, even if somebody is 17 and is going to be 18 next year till October 2023, in the new SSR which is coming in the entire country, they can apply in advance. And we take the responsibility of keeping that application with us and making him or her the voter the date on his or her birthday. And our officers will send them a kit, a welcome kit for the new voters, which will contain the epic card, which will contain how to vote, which will contain about how the EVMs function, which will contain the digital, the website links to where they can educate themselves about the election process. We, through you, call upon all voters in Himachal to come out and vote. Their participation should take inspiration from the elders who are there in that state, and our fervent appeal that all stakeholders maintain COVID appropriate behavior. Friends, आयोग ने हमेशा मीडिया को चुनावी प्रक्रिया में अपना सबसे बड़ा ally माना है. It's a kind of a natural ally. That is why first time we come here and announce. There is nobody who comes to know of this. मैं दोहराना चाहूँगा कि आपके माध्यम से सभी वोटर्स को एक बार पुनः अपील करेंगे. And the exact schedule for the state would be as it's being shown on your slides. वो दे दो notification की dates दे दो. If it is visible, the date for the Gazette notification would be 17th October. The election would be in one phase. Last date for nomination would be 25th October, that is Tuesday. Date for scrutiny would be 27th. Last date for withdrawal would be 29th. And date of poll 12th November. And date of counting 8th December. And the entire process is completed by 10th of December. So again, through you with the appeal to all the voters on behalf of all of us, to come and vote in the state of Himachal. I hand over to Shefali ji back. Thank you.
We'll take questions. Neeraj, आप शुरू करें. माइक दे दें यहाँ फर्स्ट रो में. नीरज.
हेलो जी सर, नीरज हूँ न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया से, नेटवर्क 18 से.
जी
मेरा सवाल तो एक ही है, लेकिन उससे जुड़े कई क्लैरिफिकेशन चाहिए होंगे। क्या गुजरात, पहला तो यह कि गुजरात चुनाव की घोषणा अपने साथ में करने का फैसला क्यों लिया, साथ में न करने का फैसला क्यों लिया? इसी से जुड़ा हुआ सवाल है, क्या गुजरात विधानसभा चुनाव की घोषणा 8 दिसंबर के बाद होगी? क्योंकि गुजरात के विधानसभा की अवधि में वक्त अभी काफी है, क्योंकि पिछली बार 10 दिनों के फासले पे दोनों राज्यों के चुनाव की घोषणा की गई थी। और तीसरा सवाल यह है, दोनों सवालों के जवाब से वो होगा कि आप ही लोगों ने रूल बनाया है कि 6 महीने के अंतराल के अंदर में जो जिन राज्यों के विधानसभा चुनाव होंगे उनकी घोषणा साथ में की जाएगी। अभी साल के शुरुआत में उत्तर प्रदेश में हमने देखा था, उत्तर प्रदेश के साथ बाकी 4 राज्यों के, तो जो रूल चुनाव आयोग बनाता है, मैं ये तो नहीं कहूंगा कि उसका उल्लंघन कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उससे आप लोग पीछे हट रहे हैं, उसी को आप लोग रूल को बदल रहे हैं। तो ऐसा क्यों है, अलग अलग क्यों है? 6 महीना के अंदर 2 राज्यों के विधानसभा की अवधि खत्म होती है और आप लोग जो हैं अलग अलग चुनाव की घोषणा कर रहे हैं।
एक साथ 3-4 क्वेश्चन ले लेते जी, एक और ले लेते।
हाँ, सर मेरा नाम रवि त्रिपाठी है, मैं जी न्यूज़ से हूँ। मेरा सवाल ये है कि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ये सवाल उठा रही थी कि एक राज्य का चुनाव हो जाएगा और उसके नतीजे आने के बाद दूसरे राज्य का चुनाव तुरंत होगा तो चुनाव प्रभावित माना जाएगा, कि इसके रिजल्ट की वजह से उसका, ये इस तरह के सवाल उठते रहते हैं। तो आपने इस बात का ध्यान रखा था शायद पिछली बार इसी बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए दोनों के रिजल्ट 18 तारीख को किए गए थे। क्या इस बार इस बात को ध्यान में रखा गया है या नहीं? इस तरह की शिकायत आएगी तो उसका किस तरह से आप उसका मुकाबला करेंगे?
प्रदीप, आप भी ले लें।
सर मेरा नाम प्रदीप है, टोटल टीवी न्यूज़ से हूँ। और सवाल यही है सर, जिस तरीके से जो सब इंतज़ार कर रहे थे, जिस तरीके से चुनावी शेड्यूल का, गुजरात भी सबसे बड़ा चुनावी मुकाबला जिस पर नजरें थी, लेकिन ये जो चुनावी मुकाबला सिर्फ अनाउंस हुआ हिमाचल का, तारीखें अनाउंस हुई हैं, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ अगर देखें गुजरात में भी आपने बैठकें की थी, गुजरात की तैयारियां, ऐसे लग रहा था कि आप अनाउंस करेंगे। इसके पीछे हटने की क्या वजह रही? क्योंकि आपने पूरा शेड्यूल वहां पर तैयार किया था, बैठकें कर ली थी, तमाम तैयारियां पूरी हो चुकी थी, होल्ड रखने की वजह क्या है?
सर
ऑन दिस ओनली
सर
वन मोर
sir, this is on election. Have anything being decided or recommended to the parties on the freebies? I'm Anuj from Republic TV. Have anything recommended to the political parties on freebies?
So I will take these questions. The first from the first row and all 3 together. Is it? Ji? Both. I'll do both so that it's fair to everybody. Commission actually goes by the convention in announcing the schedule of elections. It has decided to go by the convention which was set up, which was last followed.
So the big breaking news that's coming in from that press conference, the Election Commission has confirmed that the polling for Himachal Pradesh, single-phase polling, will happen on 12th November. The results will be out on 8th December. That's the counting day. So the big dates are out for Himachal Pradesh. 55 lakh voters will seal the fate of candidates across 68 seats. It's a one-phase election as expected. The last date for filing nominations will be 25th October. Polling on 12th November and counting finally will be almost a month later on 8th December. Preeti Chaudhary is with me here in the studio. So Preeti, about a month to go essentially. Political parties have to be completely geared up. Any surprises really from the dates? I did see that you were a bit taken aback by how fast
because
it is.
There's 1 month for counting. So, what we must really do is also try and listen in, because important questions have been asked by the CEC on why is it that the election dates of Himachal have been announced before or not alongside the election dates of Gujarat, and will the Gujarat election now take place after 8th December? Because in all probabilities, it will take now place after 8th December. And that would somewhere down the line bring up the question, Akshita, that is being asked right now of the CEC, is then there could be a conflict of interest because the results of Himachal could very well impact then the results of Gujarat. So it's interesting what the CEC says on these questions because these are important questions that have been raised. Remember, the CEC in the past has made it very clear that if elections of two states are following together in the same month, in the same time frame, then the election dates would be announced together. So they've gone away from what the set precedent has been. So it's interesting to see what the CEC says, but yes, at least where Himachal Pradesh is concerned, 68 seats go to polls, Akshita. The 12th of November, 8th of December is counting. We'll have to wait 1 full month after polling for counting in Himachal.
So, 12th November, 8th December. So that's 1 full month when that mystery will continue about what the results are, who the people of Himachal have voted for. As far as Gujarat is concerned, obviously there'll be a lot of questions about what exactly the Election Commission has in mind as far as the schedule is concerned. Maybe I think in a week from now we should hopefully have answers on what the Gujarat poll dates, what the Gujarat poll schedule looks like. As far as politicians are concerned, they've already, of course, hit the ground running. They knew that the dates were going to be sometime within the next 1.5 to 2 months or so. 12th November is the date that polling will happen. I want to bring in Manjeet Sehgal. He's joining us live from Solan in Himachal Pradesh. Solan is also where Priyanka Gandhi currently is. So Manjeet, the BJP, the Congress, the AAP also will be gearing up for this mega election.
Yes, indeed, Akshita. Earlier, the contest used to be a bipolar, but this time we are hoping that this will be a triangular contest, as Aam Aadmi Party has been making inroads from last year or so. Aam Aadmi Party has been claiming that people will vote for a change, and people of Himachal Pradesh have seen the governments of both Congress and BJP, but Himachal Pradesh still lags behind as far as the development is concerned. But as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, BJP has launched a mission repeat in Himachal Pradesh. We have seen the Prime Minister visiting the state as much as 9 times, and he has paid 3 visits during the past 17 days in the state. The Prime Minister has also announced a slew of developmental schemes, be it the flagging of the Vande Bharat Express train or the announcement of the 3rd phase of the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, besides the inauguration of IIT Una or the hydropower projects. But as far as the Congress campaign is concerned, Congress launched its campaign from Solan today. Priyanka Gandhi, Vadra, try to corner the Bharatiya Janata Party government on various issues, be it the old pension scheme, the recruitment and the unfulfilled poll promises. Priyanka also tried to connect the Himachal Pradesh and also remembered former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi said that she had a special connection with the Himachal Pradesh and had also desired to immerse her ashes in the Himalayas. So she tried to connect Indira Gandhi and the Congress, saying that Congress, whatever has been done in Himachal Pradesh, the credit goes to Himachal Pradesh. But as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, Aam Aadmi Party has been categorically asking the people to vote for a change, vote for the good schools, vote for the infrastructure development besides overall development. And the employees are also, employees of the state could also be a poll plank for both the parties, and employees are not happy with the government as the old pension scheme has not been revised so far. The pension has been discontinued. The vacancies have not been fulfilled. The Priyanka Gandhi Vadra today, while addressing the people, have announced that the 1 lakh vacancies will be filled if the Congress forms the government in Himachal Pradesh, besides other promises, including 1,500 rupees per month to every woman, besides the creation of 5 lakh job opportunities in the state.
So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. But as Manjeet has pointed out to us, you have the top leadership of both the parties already out there campaigning for the last few weeks. Let's get you all of the highlights from the Election Commission's press conference. What are the dates to watch out for as far as Himachal is concerned? Single-phase election as expected, 12th November, less than a month from now, you will see voting taking place. As I mentioned, it's a single-phase election, so on 12th November, voting will be complete. And then it will be a long, no doubt, excruciating wait for result day, because that's on 8th December. These are the dates that have been put out by the Election Commission. 12th November is the day when Himachal goes to polls. Single phase, all 68 seats up for grabs. 55 lakh voters, according to the Election Commission, will be casting their vote. 8th December, we'll know the result of that. So these dates, of course, will be extremely crucial. I want to bring in Preeti Chaudhary again on this. So Preeti, as we put out those dates, you know, the reason Himachal is so closely watched is because it's always been a very, very interesting seesaw battle. It's been the Congress, then the BJP, then the Congress, then the BJP. The Congress will be hoping that's the case this time.
Well, very much like that. You know, if you look at Himachal Pradesh, it's a relatively younger state that we've had in India. It was 1972 when it was carved out. And since 1972, no party till now has ever been able to rule consecutively. 72, there was the Congress, then the Janata Party came in, and ever since 82 onwards, there has been the Congress, BJP, Congress, BJP. This time around, of course, the Congress is hoping to come back. Will it is the big question. Akshata, it's interesting also to break up what the topography and the demography of Himachal looks like. 68 seats in all, Akshata. Yeah. And if we split it, there are 34 which are called the hills and 34 which are from the plains. Politically, you know, I remember I was covering the election last year. It's called the Maidan and the Pahar. You know, the flat, the plains and the hills. Yeah. And the political context to all of this is also very interesting. In the hills, traditionally, the Congress has been very strong. In the plains, traditionally, the Bharatiya Janata Party has been very strong. But what could completely, you know, turn away that dynamic is, in 2017, Akshata, it was the BJP that made a lot of inroads in the hills, which they had never done so. But there is a counter this time. Himachal has always been a state that has voted either of the two national parties. There's never been a space for a third party. The Aam Aadmi Party did try its luck in 2017. The left has tried its luck, especially in the hills. They've failed dramatically. It goes either with the BJP or it goes to the Congress. This time around, with Aam Aadmi Party querying the pitch. And where has it queried the pitch? Interesting, because the hills right now, the BJP was making gains, and that is where the stronghold of the Congress lies. But the Aam Aadmi Party is now making not gains, but hoping to make gains in the areas which border Punjab and Himachal, the plains, traditionally which was strong with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Okay. So while it's eating in to the share of, say, the Congress in Gujarat, in a state of Himachal Pradesh, it's going to be damaging the BJP more because it's hoping to make inroads in the plain area. But having said that, the Aam Aadmi Party's campaign hasn't gone as planned. In many parts of the hills, they're not even going to get contestants to actually fight on those seats. So it will come down to be a direct fight between the Congress and the BJP, and the spoiler in the plains, could very well be the Aam Aadmi Party. In terms of Akshata, there is a leadership vacuum on both sides. With Veerbhadra Singh passing away in 2021, the Congress there's a complete vacuum of leadership. The Congress is going to fight this election without the chief ministerial candidate.
That's a huge dent for the Congress, because the Congress relies a lot on its regional leadership in every
there is no Veerbhadra Singh this time around.
And do you think a Pratibha Singh, for example, can actually fill that void?
Well, there are a lot of people who want to throw in their hats, but I think what the Congress has decided right now is to fight this election without a chief ministerial face. But I'll come to the BJP. If there is a leadership vacuum in the Congress, there's a leadership crisis within the BJP is concerned. Why do I say that? It's going to be a fight right now, Akshata, which is going to be pitched where the BJP is concerned between Thakur versus Thakur. Jairam Thakur and Mr. Dhumal's son, who's the INB minister, Anurag Thakur. There is a huge set in the BJP which wants Anurag Thakur to come in as chief minister, or at least be projected as the chief minister's face. Jairam Thakur is not a very, very popular leader. There is an anti-incumbency. And, you know, the people or the voter of Himachal they don't suffer a government which is lax for a very long time. Not that the BJP has been lax,
so but anti-incumbency? There's strong anti-incumbency in Himachal?
Well, we don't know that. I haven't travelled the belt of Himachal. But right now, if elections were to be held last month, what we were getting from the ground was that the BJP still was very, very strong. So, at one end, the Congress, a leadership vacuum, and a possible leadership crisis. Who will lead the election? Will it be Jairam Thakur who will be given a second shot, or will it be somebody like an Anurag Thakur being bought into battle?
I want to cut across quickly to a reaction from Jairam Thakur. He's speaking to Aaj Tak.
चुनावी तैयारी में आप कह रहे हैं जयराम जी कि आपने बाजी मार ली है, लेकिन जरा ये बताइए कि वोट किसके नाम पर पड़ेगा, आपके नाम पर या मोदी जी के नाम पर?
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी देश की नहीं दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है और हमारे नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैं और हमारे लिए गर्व की बात है कि हिमाचल के साथ हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का एक बहुत इमोशनल कनेक्ट है। वो लगातार हिमाचल के लिए मदद करते रहे हैं। हिमाचल के साथ उनका वर्षों का एक नाता है, जब संगठन में काम करते थे और हिमाचल के लोग उनको बहुत प्यार करते हैं और वो भी हिमाचल के लोगों को बहुत प्यार करते हैं। और ऐसे में आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम सब मिल करके उनको मजबूत करेंगे और हिमाचल में भाजपा की सरकार बनाएंगे।
लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी वहां पर लगातार कोशिशें कर रही है। देखिए, सामने में पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री वीरभद्र सिंह की पत्नी प्रतिभा सिंह को हिमाचल प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी का अध्यक्ष बनाया गया है। वो पूरी ताकत झोंक रही है। आपको नहीं लगता है कि टक्कर वो आपको दे पाएंगी और जैसा सत्ता अक्सर वहां पर बदलते हुए हम देखते हैं वैसा कुछ हो जाएगा? क्योंकि लोकल मुद्दों को लेकर कांग्रेस काफी अग्रेसिव दिख रही है।
देखिए अंजना जी, मैं एक बात कहना चाह रहा हूं कि पूरे देश में कांग्रेस बीते जमाने की बात हो गई है। कहीं उनके लिए भविष्य नहीं है, देश के अंदर नहीं है। और जब तक नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैं, मेरा ये कहना है कि तो निश्चित रूप से कांग्रेस का भविष्य बिल्कुल भी नहीं है। और दूसरी बात मैं ये कहना चाह रहा हूं कि हिमाचल प्रदेश में एक परिस्थिति थी आज से पहले, जिस परिस्थिति का उन्हें लाभ लिया, लेकिन अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत मजबूत है और हिमाचल प्रदेश में हमारी सरकार ने बहुत बेहतरीन कार्य किया इन 5 वर्ष के कार्यकाल में। और मैं दावे के साथ कह सकता हूं, जहां प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आशीर्वाद रहा हिमाचल प्रदेश के लिए, वहां पार्टी का संगठन, पार्टी की हमारी सरकार हिमाचल प्रदेश में जिस प्रकार से काम करते हुए आगे बढ़ी है, अब हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस के लिए कोई जगह नहीं।
जयराम जी, एक छोटा सा सवाल है, छोटा सा जवाब दीजिएगा। मंडी फिसल गया आप लोगों के हाथ से, प्रतिभा जी ने वो जीत हासिल कर ली। बाई इलेक्शंस में जो 3 सीटों को लेकर प्रदर्शन रहा, उस पर कई सवाल खड़े होते हैं।
देखिए, इसमें अंजना जी मैं एक ही बात कह रहा हूं कि श्रद्धांजलि और सहानुभूति के नाम पर उस वक्त वोट मांगा गया। वीरभद्र सिंह जी कांग्रेस पार्टी के एक बड़े नेता थे, उनकी दुखद मृत्यु हुई और मृत्यु के पश्चात तुरंत चुनाव हुआ। तो ऐसी परिस्थिति में वो एक दौर था, वो दौर निकल गया है और आज की परिस्थिति उस तरह की नहीं है। इस बात को बड़ा समझने की आवश्यकता है। और 1% से हम ज्यादा सीटों पर हम जीते, मंडी की लोकसभा क्षेत्र में हम ज्यादा सीटों पर हम जीते, कांग्रेस कम सीटों पर जीते। लेकिन वो इमोशनल इस प्रकार से एक मुद्दा उन्हें खड़ा करने की कोशिश की, उसका लाभ लिया उन्होंने, लेकिन वो हमेशा नहीं हो पाएगा।
ठीक है, चलिए अब तो नतीजे आ ही जाएंगे 8 दिसंबर को। धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, जयराम ठाकुर।
Okay, so that's a conversation that we've just had with the Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur, sounding very, very confident. And what I couldn't help but notice is, of course, that he time and again takes the name of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As far as the BJP is concerned, there's just one name, any election, that they keep raking up. In Himachal, it's no different. The BJP will be hoping, Preeti, that much like Uttar Pradesh here too, they buck that trend of the seesaw battle of the Congress and BJP alternating terms. It happened in Uttar Pradesh. They believe they can do it in Himachal.
Well, you know, politically 2 very different terrains, Akshita, where Uttar Pradesh was concerned, you had somebody who's a formidable figure, and that was no one else but Yogi Adityanath. He's become larger than life. So, but, you know, that analogy aside, if we just talk about Himachal Pradesh, yes, a big draw, a big factor in Himachal is the Prime Minister. You know, one only needs to look at the 2019 results, where, you know, leave alone, you know, that distribution between the Congress being stronger in the hills and the plains, the BJP, he'd taken, you know, he'd swept Himachal Pradesh.
And look at the rallies happening right now.
So, you know, in that terms, when you look at it, Modi is a big, big draw. The Prime Minister is a big, big draw. But for how long is also the question. Because he's also going to be the biggest draw, not just in Himachal, but also in Gujarat. If Jairam Thakur is, you know, unpopular in terms of, you know, right now, and if there is anti-incumbency, it could creep up on him. Will they be thinking, will the BJP be now thinking to possibly change the chief ministerial face? You know, in just a few months ago, there was a sense that maybe to bring in a young, dynamic face like Anurag Thakur, you know, the son of the former CM Dhumal, make him as the chief ministerial face, that could, you know, re-energize the election which was being built by the Bharatiya Janata Party. But currently it doesn't look like that's going to happen. It doesn't look like it, but you just don't know. But one of the main reasons that this election is now less than a month away, in all probability, the likes of Jairam Thakur will lead, is what I feel.
And of course, with the face larger, being Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. So with the dates now being announced by the Election Commission, expect, of course, an all-out heated political battle in the cold hills of Himachal Pradesh over the next few weeks. Trust us here on India Today to get you every big election update that comes in. Thanks very much, Preeti, for joining us here in the studio. So on the other side of a very short break here on India Today, we're shifting our focus to all the big updates coming in from China. Days to go for the key Communist Party meet, and a protest banner saying "Remove Dictator" has been put up in Beijing. Details on that in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals.
Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country? News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Remember them? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have both been busy with their lives ever since the defamation trial. And everything seems to be going quite well for Johnny. He's returning to movies with the role of King Louis XV in Jeanne du Barry, has found love in his former lawyer, Joel Rich, and recently made 20 times the profit for his Queensland mansion. This isn't just any house, but it is the place where the infamous incident of Depp losing his finger took place. Amongst the many fights that were mentioned in court of the former couple, this incident was one to stick out quite a bit. He sold this mansion in Australia for $40 million. The house had 10 rooms with 10 bathrooms and a wine cellar with a capacity of 2,000 bottles along with a go-karting ground within that premises. To get into the details of this infamous incident, Heard had been throwing bottles at the actor, 2 bottles in fact, the second one resulting in a cut finger. Amber Heard did not agree to this version and said that Johnny Depp had instead been throwing those bottles due to anger, and that's how he cut his own finger. The incident has taken place in 2015 and has been brought up in trial multiple times. Now, as the dust settles on the defamation trial, Johnny Depp has been seen doing quite a lot of concerts with his close friend Jeff Beck. And Amber Heard, on the other hand, is peacefully living her life in Spain. She will be seen next in Aquaman 2.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. State of war, Himachal begins 68 seats, single phase election on the 12th of November. Results on December 8. Big day in Gyanvapi Temple Mosque. Rao court rejects carbon dating plea on alleged shivling. Smriti Irani's blistering attack on Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party slams Kejriwal for attacking Prime Minister Modi's mother. Asks Kejriwal why he didn't sack Italia. BJP women's wing stages massive protest.
आपको भले ही ये शब्द गुजरात के आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी कार्यकर्ता के लगते हों, आदेश लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल का है.
Punjab stubble burning continues. Rising stubble burning cases in Punjab. Farmers adamant on burning stubble, but Aam Aadmi Party won't penalise farmers. Another case of alleged racial abuse in Australia. Indian student stabbed 11 times in Sydney. PhD student critical, undergoes surgery. Days before key Communist Party meet in China, protest banners saying remove dictator put up. Just day before, in fact, China's President Xi Jinping is handed over a historic third term. Rare protests have emerged in Beijing after videos went viral on social media showing posters and banners against Xi Jinping's authoritarian rule. The banner read, and I quote, "Say no to COVID test, yes to food. No to lockdown, yes to freedom. No to lies, yes to dignity. No to cultural revolution, yes to reform. No to great leader, yes to vote. Don't be a slave, be a citizen," unquote. Another banner hung on the flyover read, quote, "Go on strike, remove dictator and national traitor Xi Jinping," unquote. Now, while the pictures and videos spread like wildfire on Western social media, China removed every trace of the pictures from Chinese social media handles. Some of the Chinese Twitter accounts were even taken down temporarily. My colleague Abhishek Bhalla is joining me live from the newsroom. It is absolutely unprecedented, very rare indeed, in fact, Abhishek, to hear of these kind of protests being, in fact, registered against the leadership of China, specifically, in this case, President Xi Jinping.
Extremely rare pictures coming from China, Paulami, and, the timing is all the more interesting. It's just a few days ahead of the all-important meeting of the Communist Party of China. And, it's at this event, this meet, where Xi Jinping is expected to get a third term, which again will be, an unprecedented thing to happen. But that's almost sealed. And, the fact that these protests are happening because once again there is a lot of COVID restrictions in the country, and people are essentially getting frustrated and tired with these kind of restrictions. That's what has triggered these protests according to reports. So yes, extremely unprecedented, rare protests, and the fact that it comes just days ahead of that important meet makes it even more significant.
Right. Abhishek, also not very surprising that China is removing every trace of these protests right now from social media, even taking down Twitter handles that posted some of these pictures temporarily.
Yes, and that's been the way China functions. Very less evidence of any kind of protest, or for that matter, anything that goes against the ruling dispensation. And in keeping with that, once again, we are seeing a similar kind of an activity where things are being completely removed from social media. In fact, there are reports that by the time the police reached these protests, even before that, the place was cleared up. And by the time journalists reached those spots, there was nothing really, no people. There was smoke pluming out of one of the locations at a bridge. There were certain banners that were there, and there was a heavy police presence that has been reported worldwide.
Abhishek, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Shifting focus now, Varanasi court says no to shivling carbon dating. Rejecting the Hindu side's plea of carbon dating a shivling, the Varanasi court has said it cannot allow carbon dating under the Supreme Court's orders. Remember, 4 Hindu women had sought carbon dating of the shivling, and a woman had opposed it, saying it will question the shivling's existence. Hindu petitioners, during a court-mandated videography survey of the mosque premises, claimed that a shivling was found close to the Wazukhana, a claim which the Muslim side rejected. Now, the lawyer for the Muslim side even said that if the object will get damaged in the name of carbon dating or any other scientific investigation, it will eventually amount to defiance of the order of the Supreme Court. Carbon dating, in fact, is one of the most commonly used tools globally by archaeologists to estimate the age of objects that they're working with. But now the Varanasi District Court has said no to carbon dating the alleged shivling.
ये हिंदू पक्ष के लिए एक झटके के स्वरूप में लिया जाएगा, क्योंकि किसी भी प्रकार का उन्होंने ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उस जगह को पूरा प्रोटेक्ट करने का आदेश दिया हुआ है, तो तोड़फोड़ से मना किया है। तो चूंकि ये पूरी जो यहाँ पे कार्रवाई जिला जज क्या चल रही है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के मॉनिटरिंग में चल रही है, तो ऑनरेबल जिला जज ने ये कहा है कि इस जगह को चूंकि ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश से पूरा सील किया हुआ है, प्रोटेक्ट किया हुआ है, तो किसी भी प्रकार की वहाँ पे जाँच की आवश्यकता नहीं है, और एप्लीकेशन को इन टोटल में खारिज कर दिया।
माननीय न्यायाधीश महोदय ने हमारी बात को जो कार्बन डेटिंग या राडार पेनेट्रेटिंग के लिए आग्रह किए थे उसको नहीं माना है। माननीय न्यायाधीश महोदय ने स्पष्ट कर दिया कि किसी प्रकार से शिवलिंग 16 मई को जो प्रकट हुए हैं उसके साथ किसी प्रकार का अपमान न हो, कोई विरोधाभास न हो, तो उसको मानने के लिए न्यायालय में माननीय न्यायाधीश के समक्ष उन्होंने स्पष्ट कर दिया कि अभी कार्बन डेटिंग इत्यादि अब राडार पेनेट्रेटिंग की आवश्यकता नहीं है। अतः माननीय न्यायाधीश महोदय ने कहा कि इस विषय पर अब इस बात को यहीं समाप्त किया जाए, और जो लोग इसमें 110 या 18 के तहत आए हुए हैं, पार्टी बन रहे हैं, पक्षकार बन रहे हैं, उनको माननीय न्यायाधीश महोदय सुन रहे हैं
कि सबने सब्र रखना चाहिए और आगे अपने मुकदमे को बढ़ाने के लिए उन्होंने जो प्रयत्न करने चाहिए वो प्रयत्न करने चाहिए। देयर आर सो मैनी अल्टरनेटिव्स, पर जो सत्य और सही है वो अल्टीमेटली सरवाइव भी करेगा, विन भी करेगा। जो सत्य है और सही है वो सामने है, उसको दुनिया की कोई ताकत नकार नहीं सकती। हिंदुस्तान के लोगों ने कभी मस्जिद नहीं तोड़ी है। जो विदेशी आक्रांता थे उन्होंने मंदिर तोड़ी, इसलिए मस्जिद मूर्तियों वाली दिखाई देती है। यह एक सत्य था, सत्य है।
We welcome the judgment of the civil court regarding the carbon dating issue of the shibling. And we all know that on 17th May 2022, the Honorable Supreme Court has ordered that the whole of the Wazukhana must be sealed. So when the whole of the area is sealed on the order of the Supreme Court, how can any activity or carbon dating can be done? So on this ground, we welcome the order of the civil court, and we hope that this mandir and masjid issue should be settled as soon as possible.
हम तो इसका खैर मकदम करते हैं, वेलकम करते हैं कि उन्होंने ये बात जो कही है या फैसले उनका उसको नहीं माना है, जो हिंदुओं का डिमांड थी कि इसका डेटिंग कराई जाए और साइंटिफिक तरीके से इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए। तो जांच की क्या ज़रूरत है? अव्वल तो ये है कि जहाँ तक ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद या कोई भी मस्जिद हो, उसके अंदर कोई हिंदू धर्म की कोई चीज़ होने का कोई सवाल पैदा नहीं होता।
News coming in right now. Hindu side will move to the Supreme Court against the rejection of the plea on carbon dating. Hindu advocate Subhash Nandan Chaturvedi has said that he will be moving the Supreme Court as the court has in fact given it as reference. So the Hindu side will now move in fact against the Varanasi District Court's order rejecting any sort of carbon dating of the alleged structure said to be a shivling by one side, a fountain by the other side. The Hindu side is to move the Supreme Court right now. My colleague Abhishek Mishra is now joining me live on this. Abhishek, give us more details. What has the lawyer told you?
Well, absolutely, Polumi. The Hindu side is moving to the Supreme Court against the rejection which has been done here at the Varanasi court, and they are saying that since Supreme Court order has been given as a reference, now instead of going to the High Court, they will directly move to the Supreme Court, filing a petition against it. I am joined with one of the Hindu lawyer, Mr. Sudhir. आपको क्या लग रहा है, क्या आधार है, क्यों सुप्रीम कोर्ट सीधे जाने वाले हैं?
देखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट सीधे इसलिए जाने वाला है कि सबसे पहले हम लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट ही गए थे और वहां पर मांग किए थे कि इसे कार्बन डेटिंग अथवा वैज्ञानिक तरीका से इसकी जांच कराई जाए, लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहते हुए खारिज कर दिया कि आप जिला कोर्ट में जाएं, जिला कोर्ट की सारी प्रार्थना पत्र की सुनवाई करेंगे। अब जिला कोर्ट ने अन्य तथ्यों के साथ यह तर्क रख दिए कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश द्वारा यह एरिया सील है, इसलिए ऐसा जांच के आदेश देना संभव नहीं है, निरस्त किया जाता है।
झटका मानते हैं, क्योंकि आप लोग लगातार कह रहे थे कि वहां पर कार्बन डेटिंग हो या कोई वैज्ञानिक तरीके से जांच हो, लेकिन आज उसी कोर्ट के जांच के अगेंस्ट में वो हवाला जो बात कही गई वो उसी का आधार बनाया गया है जो आदेश दिया।
यह धर्म युद्ध है, इसमें झटका नहीं कर सकते हैं, यह मान करके चलिए उतार चढ़ाव होता रहता है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में पुनः जाऊंगा, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यहाँ भेजा था और वहाँ जाऊंगा।
कब तक की याचिका आप लगाएंगे वहाँ पे, कब तक जाएंगे?
जितना जल्दी हो सके।
हमारे साथ में आई एम जॉइंड विद सम ऑफ द पिटिशनर्स एज वेल। आपको क्या लगता है, ये एक झटका है कि नहीं?
नहीं, बिल्कुल झटका नहीं है, संघर्ष जारी रहेगा। हम लोग आगे भी हम लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जाएंगे और चुनौती देंगे अपनी।
आपको क्या लगता है, आप लगातार कह रहे थे जांच हो, लेकिन आज कोर्ट ने साफ कर दिया कि नहीं, ये तो विरुद्ध है जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट की बात थी।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यहाँ जिला जज में दिए थे, जिला जज ने अनदेखा कर दिया है, तब हम फिर से सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएंगे इसके लिए।
सीता जी, आपको भी लगता है कि जो बात कही जा रही है सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऑर्डर की बात को लेकर के, आपको लगता है कि आपकी वहाँ जाना ही एक रास्ता बचता है?
सुप्रीम कोर्ट हम लोग देखिए, जो कभी तलवार के नोक पे तोड़ा गया था, आज हम लोग उसको कलम की लड़ाई से लड़ रहे हैं और इसमें देर होता ही है, लेकिन ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट हम लोग जाएंगे और दोबारा से हम लोग को फिर से आदेश मिलेगा, हम लोग का सर्वे होगा। जो हम लोग की अर्धा अभी छुपी हुई है, अर्धा की भी मांग रखी जाएगी और अर्धा जो छुपे हुए हैं जो वहाँ पे पूरा।
तो आप काफी कॉन्फिडेंट थे, आपको भरोसा था कि आपके पक्ष फैसला आएगा, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं एक झटका मान रही है इसको कि नहीं?
कोई बात नहीं, ये सब लगा रहता है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, कोई झटका नहीं है। हम लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएंगे, वहाँ से भी न्यायालय पे पूरा उम्मीद है, न्यायालय हम लोग की मांग को देखेगा। हम लोग क्योंकि सत्य के साथ है, हम लोग
वही विराजमान है जो बात आप पहले कह रही।
बिल्कुल हम लोग का वही
शिवलिंग है, उस बात पर
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल अडिग है। हम लोग शिवलिंग है, नीचे माँ अर्धा है, नीचे माँ गौरा पार्वती है और उसके आसपास भी कई ऐसे तहखाने हैं जिसका भी सर्वे नहीं हुआ है, उसका भी सर्वे होना चाहिए।
अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट पे पूरा भरोसा है कि उस बात को लेकर के इस जांच को आगे बढ़ाया जाए?
बिल्कुल आगे जाएंगे हम लोग।
आगे जाएंगे और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में पूरा भरोसा है।
Parliament just heard what they have to say. They are very sure and they are very clear with their petition. They are saying that they will move to the Supreme Court and that is the only option they have, because the Supreme Court initially has ordered the lower court to take the matter into cognizance and proceed with all the hearings. But now, since the order, the reference of the order which has been given in the verdict by the Varanasi court is clearly mentioning that it violates what the Supreme Court had said, and that is the only reason that the Hindu side had decided to go ahead directly to the Supreme Court, and they will ask for this plea again there and seeking that carbon dating or any other scientific approach investigation of that claim Shivlinga, which the Hindu side is adamant that it should be investigated, and they will move to the Supreme Court now. Yes.
Right. Abhishek, thank you so much for bringing us those details from Varanasi. Now, a mosque was allegedly vandalized and attacked by miscreants in Gurugram. The incident allegedly unraveled in Gurugram's Phora Kalan area, with miscreants not just vandalizing the mosque but also assaulting and threatening people, as per the FIR which has been filed. Protests erupted after this mosque vandalism, bringing things to a boil in the area. Further investigation is underway into this attack. In their police complaint, the victims stated that they were attacked and threatened by the miscreants while they were offering prayers at the mosque.
ये एग्जैक्ट संख्या नहीं है, लेकिन उसमें कुछ लोग बताए गए हैं, तो उनके बारे में अभी इंफॉर्मेशन इकट्ठी की जा रही है और जो भी इसमें शामिल होंगे उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाएगी। अभी ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरुआती दौर में है और उसमें सारी चीज़ें जब इन आदमियों के बारे में इनसे पूछताछ हो जाएगी, जब भी सारे फैक्ट्स पता चलेंगे कि क्या असल वजह क्या रही है।
Tantric and prime accused in the human sacrifice case, Mohammad Shafi, to face psychological examination in Kerala. Cops say that they, in fact, will conduct a detailed forensic examination at the crime scene, including the house of the accused and the adjacent property at the Ellanthur village in Pathamathitta district. According to the police, Shafi had convinced the couple that human sacrifice would solve their financial woes and bring them prosperity. Following this, they allegedly sacrificed two women who used to earn their daily bread by selling lottery tickets on streets. The police commissioner said that the victims' bodies were decomposed, but a DNA examination will be conducted after collecting samples from their relatives. The cops said that Shafi is a history sheeter with around 10 cases against him in the last 15 years. The court on Thursday granted 12-day police custody of the three accused for collecting evidence and further investigation into the crime. Now, shifting focus, Punjab has registered more than 700 farm fire incidents since September 15, despite the state administration putting in several efforts to constrain stubble burning. Here's a report.
It's that time of the year again. Farmers in Punjab and Haryana have started burning stubble on their farms. A few weeks from now, unless the state governments get their act together, the national capital will face its annual nightmare, smog. Scientists gathered for a brainstorming session on air quality at IIT Delhi on Thursday. They have warned that the stubble burning that has been delayed by a month due to rains will happen simultaneously and could cause much severe pollution than usual. The Bhagwant Mann government in Punjab, which will face its first litmus test, is formulating a plan.
चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब पहला क्लियर कर चुके हैं। ये जो समस्या है ना, मुकदमे वगैरह दर्ज करके हल होने वाली नहीं है। ये समस्या एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। हमने छोटे किसानों को बोला कि 2-2, 3-3 एकड़ वाले को बोला कि जी आप नहीं कर सकते, तो हम आपकी वो भी मत कर सकते हैं लेवल।
Farmers, on the other hand, are claiming they are not getting any aid from the government.
इसका जो है ना,
Right, we're cutting across now to a live interaction and an exclusive interaction with Jairam Thakur, Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister, the incumbent Chief Minister. Jairam जी, शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए, इंडिया टुडे से बात करने के लिए। अभी इलेक्शन कमीशन ने इलेक्शन डेट्स अनाउंस किए हैं सर। 12 नवंबर को इलेक्शंस होंगे और 8 दिसंबर को रिजल्ट्स भी अनाउंस हो जाएंगे। कितनी तैयारी है भाजपा की सर?
हम पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं और पूरी ताकत के साथ चुनाव में जाएंगे और जीतेंगे, निश्चित रूप से जीतेंगे।
एक तरह से आप अपने कंपटीशन किसको मानते हैं सर जयराम जी इस इलेक्शन में?
देखिए, स्वाभाविक रूप से हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ हमारा मुकाबला है और कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ ही मुकाबला होता रहा है पहले भी, और अब की बार भी यही स्थिति है।
तो आपको लगता है कि कांग्रेस ही है जो आपको टक्कर दे सकती है? किस हद तक आप मानते हैं कि वो कंपटीशन देगी आपको इस बार? क्योंकि एक फैक्टर है जो सवाल मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ सर, कि लोग जो है ग्राउंड पर एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की बात कर रहे हैं। भाजपा की सरकार के खिलाफ एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की एक लहर है ग्राउंड पर।
मैं समझता हूँ कि अपना अपना उनका कहना होगा, लेकिन उसके बावजूद हिमाचल प्रदेश में हमारी सरकार ने इन 5 वर्ष के कार्यकाल में अच्छा काम किया है, बेहतर काम किया है। और उन सारी बातों का आपने अभी देखा होगा कि हिमाचल प्रदेश के गठन के 75 वर्ष जो पूरे होने के जो हमने कुछ कार्यक्रम किए, उसमें जो लोगों का जो मूड हमको देखने को मिला। नरेंद्र मोदी जी हिमाचल प्रदेश में हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का आना हुआ, उनके कार्यक्रमों में किस जोश के साथ लोगों ने पार्टिसिपेट किया। नड्डा जी हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष, उनका आना हुआ तो उनके कार्यक्रम में बहुत जोश के साथ लोगों ने हिस्सा लिया। और इस तरह से सारी चीज़ों को ध्यान में रखते हुए हम कह सकते हैं कि हिमाचल प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने इन 5 वर्ष के कार्यकाल में बेहतरीन काम किया है। और उस काम को देखते हुए और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो हिमाचल के साथ एक भावुक रिश्ता है, उन सारी बातों को ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनका जो केंद्र से हिमाचल के लिए जो सहयोग रहा इन 5 वर्षों में, उन बातों को ध्यान में रखते हुए सरकार बनेगी, भाजपा की ही सरकार बनेगी।
और कोई नंबर है आपके दिमाग में सर कि क्या भाजपा जो अपनी पिछली टैली है उसको इम्प्रूव कर पाएगी इस इलेक्शन में?
हम उससे ज्यादा सीटें लेंगे इस बार।
कोई नंबर है आपके पास?
सरकार बनेगी और उससे ज्यादा सीटें लेंगे। देखिए, नंबर का मैं जिक्र नहीं करना चाहूंगा। सरकार बनेगी, अच्छी तरह से बनेगी और पहले की तुलना में और मजबूत सरकार बनेगी।
तो आप नहीं मानते कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी कोई फैक्टर है इस इलेक्शन में?
देखिए, उसके बावजूद उसका मैकेनिज्म है। हमारे पार्टी में सारी चीजों को बेहतर करने के लिए हमने पिछले कुछ अरसे में काम किया है और अच्छा काम किया है। और दूसरी बात मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी की बात करें, अरे कांग्रेस का बचा क्या है देश में? पार्टी समाप्त हो गई देश में, उसका भविष्य न देश में है न किसी प्रदेश में है। जिन राज्यों में 1-2 राज्यों में जहां उनकी सरकार है, लोग इंतजार कर रहे हैं उसके शासन का समापन का। तो ऐसे में हिमाचल प्रदेश में भी लोगों को अच्छी तरह से मालूम है कि कांग्रेस देश का और प्रदेश का भविष्य नहीं है। और ऐसे में भारतीय जनता पार्टी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, मजबूत नेतृत्व में आगे बढ़ रही है। और निश्चित रूप से सरकार भाजपा की केंद्र में जो बन करके हिमाचल के जो मदद कर रही है, उसमें हिमाचल का भला हुआ है, हिमाचल का विकास हुआ है, गरीब आदमी को मदद हुई है उसमें। और उसमें हम चट्टान की तरह नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ खड़े होंगे।
तो इस इलेक्शन में भी जैसे पिछले इलेक्शंस में देखा गया है, देश भर में देखा गया है कि प्रधानमंत्री के चेहरे पर ही भाजपा इलेक्शन लड़ेगी।
स्वाभाविक रूप से हमारा ये कहना है कि हमारी पार्टी के वो शीर्ष नेता है, देश के ही नहीं पूरी दुनिया के सर्वप्रिय लोकप्रिय नेता है। और ऐसे में उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनके नेतृत्व में हम आगे बढ़ते हैं और पार्टी का संगठन सब हम मिलकर के, पार्टी का जो प्रदेश का नेतृत्व मिलकर के काम करते हैं। लेकिन हमारे नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैं और उनके नेतृत्व में पार्टी को मजबूत करेंगे।
क्या मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा होगा इस इलेक्शन में सर? क्या आप वो चेहरा होंगे?
देखिए, ये निर्णय मेरी पार्टी करती है। मेरे जिम्मे जो काम है हिमाचल प्रदेश में, वो काम यह है कि हिमाचल में पार्टी को सत्ता में लाना है। जो काम मेरे जिम्मे लगेगा उस काम को करूंगा। और मेरा पूरा योगदान इसी बात के लिए रहेगा, पूरा ध्यान जो है इसी बात पर रहेगा कि हम हिमाचल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार को फिर सत्ता में ला सके। जो आज से पहले करने में कठिनाई हुई, अब की बार उस काम को हम करेंगे।
सर, आपने कहा कि कांग्रेस का कोई वर्चस्व ही नहीं रह गया है देश भर में। कांग्रेस का कहना है भाजपा क्या करती है, तोड़ती है। हर्ष महाजन जी जो उनके वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट थे, वो आखिर में लास्ट जो रीले लगा हुआ है कांग्रेस से जो आ रहे हैं भाजपा की तरफ हिमाचल में, वो आ गए आपकी पार्टी में। तो कांग्रेस तो कह रही है आपको सिर्फ जोड़ तोड़ की राजनीति आती है।
देखिए, मैं कांग्रेस के बारे में इसलिए वो ज्यादा नहीं कहना चाह रहा हूँ। जोड़ तोड़ की राजनीति में तो वो भी तो प्रयत्न कर रहे हैं, और कांग्रेस से लोग जा क्यों रहे हैं, छोड़ करके क्यों जा रहे हैं? पूरे देश भर में जा रहे हैं, और पूरे हिमाचल प्रदेश में अभी आपने देखा होगा तो इनके जो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने 4 वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बनाए थे, 2 भारतीय जनता पार्टी में शामिल हो गए। अगर हिमाचल की बात छोड़े तो गोवा में क्या हुआ? गुलाम नबी आजाद जो 1960 के बाद कांग्रेस पार्टी में काम कर रहे थे, आज वो आजाद होकर के अपने से अपनी बात कह रहे हैं। तो उन सारी बातों को भी उनको समझना पड़ेगा।
सर, हिमाचल के इस इलेक्शन को आप ट्रायंगुलर कॉन्टेस्ट देखते हैं या बाइपोलर? ये सिर्फ भाजपा वर्सेस कांग्रेस होगा या भाजपा वर्सेस कांग्रेस वर्सेस आम आदमी पार्टी होगा?
नहीं, देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ मुकाबला है। मुझे लगता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी ने कोशिश की थी शुरू के दौर में, बहुत वो जोश में दिखे थे, लेकिन वो उसी जोश के साथ ही वापिस चले गए। उनका कुछ नहीं बचा हिमाचल प्रदेश में। उनके पार्टी के लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी में, कांग्रेस पार्टी में, अन्य दलों में जाकर के जो है वो पार्टी छोड़ते जा रहे हैं। और यहाँ हिमाचल प्रदेश में हमने पहले कहा है कि यहाँ तीसरे दल का कोई वजूद नहीं रहा है, इसलिए अब की बार भी वो संभावना नहीं है।
पर उनका तो यही कहना है सर कि भाजपा उनकी एंट्री से ही इतना डर गई कि उनके जो प्रभारी थे हिमाचल प्रदेश में, सत्येंद्र जैन को अरेस्ट करवा दिया।
हमने पहले कहा था कि ये हिमाचल है और हिमाचल के पहाड़ पर चढ़ना किसी के लिए इतना आसान नहीं है। नए जोश में है, लेकिन हमने कहा था कि बहुत जल्दी सांस फूल जाएगी, और सांस फूल गई, और आज वो कहीं है नहीं हिमाचल प्रदेश में, सारा यहाँ से बांध करके चले गए।
तो आप नहीं मानते कि आम आदमी पार्टी इस कंपटीशन में है? इट इज बीजेपी वर्सेस कांग्रेस ये इलेक्शन।
मुझे तो ये लगता है वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि अब इसी उम्मीद में है कि जो टिकट कांग्रेस वाले जिन लोगों को नहीं देंगे उनको पकड़ने की कोशिश करेंगे, जहां भाजपा के कुछ लोगों को टिकट नहीं होंगे उनको पकड़ने की कोशिश करेंगे। और सही मायने में उनका जमीनी स्तर पर काम नहीं है, ये मैं कहना चाहता हूँ।
ठीक है जयराम जी, शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। That was of course the Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister, the incumbent Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Jairam Thakur, speaking exclusively to India Today. The Election Commission has announced the poll dates for Himachal Pradesh. Himachal will go to elections in one phase, in fact, in the month of November. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health 360.
Chiranjeevi starrer Godfather completed a week at the theatres and continues to mint money at the box office. On its 7th day, the political thriller is estimated to have earned rupees 2.34 crore in India. The makers are now gearing up for the release of the Tamil version, which will hit theatres on October 14th. Made on a budget of 85 crore rupees, the film was off to a good start and has registered a solid opening with first-day gross earnings of rupees 38 crore worldwide. The makers had also recently confirmed that Godfather made a smooth entry into the 100 crore club. Salman Khan, who had a cameo in the film and essayed the role of Masood Bhai, took to social media and congratulated Chiranjeevi on the initial success of the film through a video.
My dear Chirugaru, I love you. And I heard that Godfather is doing really well. Congrats. God bless you. You know why, Chirugaru? क्योंकि इस देश और इस देश की जनता में है बड़ा दम. वंदे मातरम.
Thank you, my dear Sadhu Bhai, and congratulations to you too, because Masood Bhai is a force behind Godfather's stupendous success. Thank you and love you so much. Vande Mataram.
Even Chiranjeevi reciprocated the gesture by sharing a thank you post for Salman. Directed by Mohan Raja, Godfather is a remake of Mohanlal starrer Malayalam film titled Lucifer and had clashed with Nagarjuna's The Ghost at the box office but outperformed the film by a huge margin. It also features Nayanthara in a pivotal role. The makers of Ammu have released the trailer of the film, headlined by Aishwarya Lakshmi. The video introduces to Aishwarya's character, who is stuck in an abusive marriage, and after a certain turn of events, she finds help from an unexpected corner.
I love you, super sir.
Directed by Charukesh Sekar, this thriller is touted to be a game changer as it is going to be Amazon Prime Video's first Telugu language feature film.
కానీ ఎలా అమ్మో ఏదో ఒక దారి ఉండే ఉంటుంది ఒక దారి.
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. Now we begin our show with the most trending story. Director Rishabh Shetty's action entertainer Kantara is making the right noise, and the film is getting much adulation for its making style and stunning performances. It has even beaten KGF Chapter 2 on the IMDb rating to become the highest rated Indian film. Here's everything you need to know.
ಅವನು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಲಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ವಿಶಾಲವಾದ ಭೂಮಿನ ತನ್ನ ಊರಿನವರಿಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಟ್ನಂತೆ.
ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಜಾಗವನ್ನು ವಾಪಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡ ದೈವ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ತಪ್ಪಿದಾಗ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ.
Rishabh Shetty's Kantara opened in theatres on September 30th, much to the delight of his die-hard fans. The film received rave reviews, which helped it emerge as a big hit in the Kannada box office. It's collected nearly 58 crore rupees in Karnataka so far and has also become the highest rated Indian movie on IMDb with a rating of 9.6. This means that it has a higher rating than biggies such as Yash's KGF 2, which has 8.4, and S.S. Rajamouli directed RRR, which has 8. Written and directed by Rishabh Shetty, Kantara is a period action thriller that explores the traditional culture of Kambala and Bhutakola. Rishabh plays two distinct characters in the flick. The cast includes Kishore, Achyut Kumar, Sampati Gowda and Pramod Shetty. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Gear up for Pushpa the Rule as Allu Arjun himself has confirmed the news that he's all set to begin the shooting for this mass entertainer soon. Here's more on that. Allu Arjun has confirmed that the shooting of Pushpa the Rule will commence soon. This comes as a big news for the fans as the shooting of the film, which was supposed to start in June, got postponed for unknown reasons. From hook step that became a worldwide sensation to dialogues that marched into every household.
Pushpa, Pushparaj,
His uber-cool performance and swag written all over his screen presence was all it took for Allu Arjun to become the icon that he is today.
Pushpa and the flower and fire.
Yes, with Pushpa the Rise, the superstar certainly ticked all the boxes to effortlessly be tagged as the quintessential poster boy of Indian cinema. But all he and writer-director Sukumaran had wanted to do was make a Telugu entertainer. After the mega success of Pushpa the Rise, Allu Arjun hasn't looked back. Though he has been on a break ever since, the actor made appearances at several occasions. He not only attended SIMA 2022, but also represented India as the Grand Marshal at the annual Indian Day Parade in New York. That's not all. He has even added one of the biggest recognitions to his name by winning the title Indian of the Year 2022 in the entertainment category at an event in Delhi. And now is also gearing up for the sequel Pushpa the Rule. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Fire.
Now from real to real life story, in fact a love story, which is making headlines nowadays. Yes, fans are eagerly waiting to know whether Rashmika Mandanna and Vijay Deverakonda are dating each other. But while the couple hasn't confirmed their relationship status, a latest Maldives picture has sparked speculations of their romance. Take a look.
Loved by the masses. She is the popular Sami girl. Together, they make the most talked about couple in the cine world. That's right, Vijay Deverakonda and Rashmika Mandanna are both the current hot topic courtesy their dating rumors. From dining out in Mumbai to their gym sessions, they have been frequently seen spending time together, but it all started with them spending New Year's Eve with one another. While the rumors have not been confirmed by either of them, what actually added further to the speculations is their trip to Maldives in October. The rumored couple was spotted at the airport leaving and arriving back to the country at the same time. But what confirmed their outing together was this picture of Rashmika in which she can be seen sporting black shades that originally belonged to Vijay. Yes, soon after she posted the photo, fans were quick to notice this minute detail as they matched Vijay's airport look with that of hers. The couple is now back from the Maldives, but Rashmika ended the trip with this post. While the two have always been tight-lipped about their whirlwind romance, Rashmika in one of her interviews opened up about her equation with Vijay. She said, and we quote, "I see what is happening on social media, like watch a few videos and find it very cute. He's always there for me. We are really close friends and we share and discuss things." As far as Vijay is concerned, he has been mostly quiet or say a very few words on their relationship status.
क्यूरियोसिटी रहता है शायद लोगों में, बहुत पसंद करते हैं मुझे और रश्मिका का पिक्चर जो देखा है, और हम दोस्त हैं तो पूछते हैं, और उस दिन का मूड जैसा है उस तरह आंसर करता हूँ, कभी नहीं करता हूँ, कभी आराम शांत से करता हूँ। पर क्यूरियोसिटी एक अच्छी इमोशन है, तो लोगों को क्यूरियोसिटी में हम छोड़ना चाहिए, वही क्यूरियोसिटी में।
Having said that, the actor is well aware of the buzz that their closeness has been creating. Case in point, During one of the events held for Sita Ramam with star Dulquer Salman, Mrunal Thakur and Rashmika, Vijay praised his rumoured partner and quickly addressed the reaction that he got from the audience sitting in front of them when he called her name.
So full of life, Rashmika, you always look super pretty and beautiful. So everyone's giggling as soon as I mention your name. I don't know why.
For the unversed, both Vijay and Rashmika have shared screen space more than once.
Hey, Bhagavan. Sorry, madam.
They featured in Geeta Govindam as well as Dear Comrade. And interestingly, both these films were romantic dramas.
Inka marva nuvu? Ledhu madam, nen marpaya. I'm completely decent now.
Directed by Parsuram, Geeta Govindam released in the year 2018, and it narrated the story of an innocent young lecturer who gets misunderstood as a pervert and despised by a woman who coincidentally turns out to be the younger sister of his brother-in-law. Eventually, differences subside and love blooms between them.
Let me be your comrade.
Dear Comrade, on the other hand, showcased the story of Bobby, essayed by Devrakonda, a student union leader with anger issues. He falls in love with the state-level cricketer Lily, portrayed by Rashmika. However, his temperament poses an obstacle in his path to being united with Lily. Both Geeta Govindam and Dear Comrade garnered massive response from the audience, and ever since fans want them to collaborate for more projects. What's more, the duo respectively has in fact also made their Bollywood debut in 2022.
एक लायन और टाइगर की औलाद है ये क्रॉस ब्रीड है मेरा बेटा.
While Vijay was last seen in sports drama Liger, which despite all the hype and promotional events turned out to be one of the biggest box office studs.
फर्स्ट सैलरी के बाद I don't want to be dependent.
पापा से पैसे मांगने में इंसल्टिंग लगता है?
इंसल्ट नहीं, आपको प्राउड करने के लिए.
Rashmika, on the other hand, featured in Amitabh Bachchan starrer Goodbye, which also struggled to leave an impression on the audience. Rashmika gained massive recognition for her performance in Allu Arjun starrer Pushpa The Rise, and now she's gearing up to reprise her role in the sequel of the film Pushpa The Rule.
నేను చూడలేదనే ఓ పులిపికి పోతా ఉంటావంట కదా.
పులిపికి పోతాండానా?
She will also be seen sharing screen space with Siddharth Malhotra in Mission Majnu.
Indians are tigers. Indians are fighters. Indians can rule this world. Jana Gana Mana.
Whereas Devrakonda has Jan Gan Man in his kitty.
Indians are fighters. Indians can rule this world. Jana Gana Mana.
With Gyanisha Malik, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Jana Gana Mana. Jana Gana Mana.
Now it's time to check out what is keeping our celebrities busy. Here's our popular segment, What's Trending. A special screening of Cello Show was recently held with several celebrities stepping out in style. Deepika Padukone, Kiara Advani and Vidya Balan were among others who graced the red carpet and posed for the cameras before heading in for the premiere.
While the feature film was of course the highlight of the star-studded evening, it was this video of Deepika Padukone which stole the show. In the clip which is now going viral on social media, the actress can be seen posing with child actor Bhavin Rabri. She also planted a kiss on the little one's cheek. For the unversed, the Gujarati language coming-of-age drama has been directed by Pan Nalin. The movie had first premiered at the 20th Tribeca Film Festival last year in June, and now it has been submitted as India's entry for the next year's Oscars.
Arihant Khan, Salman Khan, Amitabh Bachchan जैसे
બધો ખેલ વાર્તાનો છે. ભવિષ્યના બધા માલિકો વાર્તાકારો છે.
Shah Rukh Khan and Nayanthara will reportedly shoot the last schedule of their upcoming film Jawan in Rajasthan, and the team is expected to head to the state for 20 days soon. SRK was recently stationed in Chennai for a while to complete major portions of this action thriller. Directed by Atlee, Jawan also features Vijay Sethupathi, who will be seen essaying the role of an antagonist. Deepika Padukone is also likely to make cameo in the film. As far as Shah Rukh Khan's other projects are concerned, he has Rajkumar Hirani's Donkey alongside Taapsee Pannu in his kitty. He will also be seen in Siddharth Anand's Pathan, which also features Deepika Padukone and John Abraham. Nayanthara, on the other hand, who has recently welcomed twin sons with husband and filmmaker Vignesh, has a couple of interesting projects lined up, including Lady Superstar 75. She was last seen in Chiranjeevi's star Godfather, which also featured Salman Khan in a cameo.
ये तेरा मैटर है, ना मेरा मैटर है, ये फैमिली मैटर है.
Pooja Hegde turned a year older, and to mark the occasion, the team of her upcoming film Kisi Ka Bhai Kisi Ki Jaan celebrated her special day on the sets. This video of her cutting the cake while she was accompanied by Salman Khan and Venkatesh was shared on social media by the makers. Directed by Farhad Samji, Kisi Ka Bhai Kisi Ki Jaan is an action comedy that features Salman in two different avatars. The film's cast also includes Ram Charan, Shehnaz Gill, Raghav Jyal, Jesse Gill and Jagapati Babu, among others. Recently, the makers had also released the first look teaser of Salman, which witnessed the actor in a rugged look. The first look poster of Akshay Khanna from the sequel of Ajay Devgan's popular 2015 film Drishyam is out. In the picture, the actor can be seen in an intense look as he plans his next move on the chess table. Akshay Khanna is the latest addition to the cast in the franchise, which features Ajay Devgan, Shriya Saran, Ishita Datta, Mrunal Jadhav, Rajat Kapoor and Tabu. The makers had also recently released the recall teaser of the film, which is set to roll out in theatres on November 18th.
पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट का मजाक उड़ा दिया है और जब कोई गवाह और सबूत नहीं होता तो कन्फेशन ही सबसे बड़ा सबूत बन जाता है.
मेरा नाम विजय सलगांवकर है और ये मेरा कन्फेशन है.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
It's time for a short break now, but we leave you with these visuals of Bollywood wives who celebrated Karwa Chauth in style. It was also Katrina Kaif's first post-her wedding in December 2021. There's lots more coming up on the other side. Meanwhile, stay tuned to In the Club.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, currently on an overdrive flagging of trains and schemes before the Assembly election model code of conduct kicks in, was expected to head to United Kingdom in the 4th week of this month. He was expected to oversee the signing of the much anticipated free trade agreement between the two countries, a pact that former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson had pushed for. However, comments by the British Home Secretary Suella Braverman may have poured cold water on the deal. The Indian origin politician, whose parents moved to England from Kenya and Mauritius in the 1960s, has been panned for her comments. In an interview to a magazine, she said that Indian migrants are the largest group overstaying in the UK. She added that despite the British government reaching an agreement with India last year, the problem has not abated. She reportedly is not very thrilled either about the fact that the trade agreement may include easier movement of Indian professionals to the UK as part of the deal. The comments were preceded by her statement at the Conservative Party conference, where many saw her blaming the Indian community for recent unrest in Leicester. The External Affairs Ministry was quick to respond, saying India was taking all steps to facilitate the return of citizens who are allegedly overstaying in the UK. The MEA also made it clear that such comments were not appropriate given that trade negotiations were underway. Indian officials are shocked and disappointed by the disrespectful remarks of Braverman, adding that perhaps the ambitious politician was currying favour with the Brexit lobby.
That was the policy of the government.
Meanwhile, the British Home Secretary's bravado has attracted a lot of criticism within the UK. The British economy is currently facing a tough time, with inflation at around 10% and energy prices posing a very real threat to the country's citizens. There have been efforts by the Liz Truss government to undo the damage, with the British Foreign Minister James Cleverly reiterating earlier today that his country wanted an even stronger trade relationship with India. But at this stage, it is clear that only a miracle would ensure that the India-UK FTA, which would have reduced tariffs and non-tariff barriers for trade between the two countries, will be signed by Diwali. Even if it is, expect a watered-down version initially. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Looks like Marvel fans will have to wait a little bit longer for their favorite movies to release. Given the interconnected storylines in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the substantial delay for Blade reflected on the rest of the lined-up films. Take a look.
Marvel Cinematic Universe fans will have to wait a little longer for their favorite movies to release. In Phase 4 and Phase 5, many superhero films were to make a comeback, but Disney has delayed the release date of major films including Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool 3.
Wait! You may be wondering why the red suit. Well, that's so bad guys can't see me bleed. This guy's got the right idea. He wore the brown pants.
Daddy needs to express some rage.
Avengers Secret Wars, Blade, and Fantastic Four.
It's going to take everything you have.
According to reports, Walt Disney has shut down production following the departure of Blade director Basim Tariq, and thus a slew of Marvel movies have been delayed. The production house is reportedly looking for someone new to head the upcoming project. One of the most awaited releases, Avengers Secret Wars, has been pushed from November 7th, 2025 to May 1st, 2026. Blade, which was supposed to release on November 3rd, 2023, has now been moved to September 6th, 2024. Similarly, Deadpool 3 has been postponed from September 6th, 2024 to November 8th, 2024 and will mark the return of Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. Recently, Ryan Reynolds took the internet by storm when he announced that Hugh Jackman will return as Wolverine in the third Deadpool movie.
How are you? You have questions? Yes. Rest assured, we're going to answer them right now. For example, how is Wolverine alive after Logan?
Logan takes place in 2029. Totally separate thing. Logan died in Logan. Not touching that. What actually happens in our film is these two get out there. He's like, and I'm chasing him.
Another franchise, Fantastic Four, will now release in February 2025 instead of November 2024.
Survive. All exhibit unique physical conditions.
I just want to fix my friends.
You can't fix this.
You should use these powers to help people.
Given the interconnected storylines in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the substantial delay for Blade reverberated on the rest of the films in the development. The upcoming Marvel movie to release in theaters in November will be Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, which marks the end of Phase 4.
And God, killing him will risk eternal war.
He's coming for the surface world.
We know what you whisper. They have lost their protector. Now to strike. Show them who we are.
With Snigdha Sweta Behra, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
That's all we could pack in our show today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
The Supreme Court's split verdict on Karnataka's campus hijab ban has left all parties disappointed. The Basavaraj Bommai government has made it clear the campus ban upheld by the Karnataka High Court will remain in force. Karnataka Education Minister B.C. Nagesh trained guns on the Congress, accusing it of egging on the Muslim community to fight the hijab ban.
Congress always fight elections not on the development issues or the people issues. They always want to fight on emotional issues, particularly as one particular religion is most emotional. They want to concentrate on that votes, and they have done not now, since 1947 up to today.
The opposition leaders, on the other hand, stepped up their attack on the government.
Why did the government ban it? And they banned it under the pressure of the Hindutva groups because they wanted to come with a saffron shawl and communalize the issue, make it into a communal issue. It was never a communal issue. It was an issue where a Muslim girl was encouraged to come to educational institution.
With colleges shut for the Dussehra break, there was no activity on the campuses where students had protested, demanding their right to wear hijab. The petitioners are hopeful their view will prevail when a larger bench of the Supreme Court takes up their appeal.
जस्टिस दुलिया ने जो अपील्स थे उसको अपहोल्ड करके यहाँ के गवर्नमेंट ऑर्डर को रिजेक्ट किया है। हेमंत गुप्ता सर ने उसको अपील को रिजेक्ट करते हुए कुछ हमने 11 क्वेश्चंस था उसको सब अपील्स के हमने आंसर दिया है, इतना ही बताया, लेकिन और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कुछ रेफरेंस इन्होंने नहीं दिया। इस वजह से हमें उम्मीद है कि यहाँ पर अभी चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया के सामने हमारे जो बच्चे जो अपील डाले हैं वो गया है। हमें आशा है कि डेफिनेटली वो हमारे फेवर में, यहाँ के संविधान के फेवर में वो डिसीजन देंगे।
With no clear verdict on hijab ban, the issue will stay alive in the build-up to state elections next year. Bureau Report, India Today.
Audiatron.
Rare anti-Shi protests in China. It's one man against the Shi Sena. Beijing protester breaks the internet. Who is this mystery protester? Is this China's new Tiananmen moment? Our big focus on 5 Live.
It's a big news day here on India Today. Thanks for being with me, Shiv Arur. This is 5 Live. Straight up to the headlines first. State of war, Himachal Pradesh begins 68 seats. Single-phase election kicks off 12th November. Results nearly a month later on December the 8th. And that's because the Gujarat elections, the dates of which haven't been announced just yet, will be announced very soon. Big day in Gyanvapi. Temple Mosque Row. Court rejects carbon dating plea on alleged shivling. Hindu side to move Supreme Court next. Minister Smriti Irani's blistering attack on Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party slams the Delhi Chief Minister for attacking Prime Minister Modi's mother, asks Kejriwal why he didn't sack Gopal Italia. BJP women's wing stages massive protest.
आपको भले ही ये शब्द गुजरात के आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी कार्यकर्ता के लगते हों, आदेश लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल का है।
Punjab stubble burning continues. Rising stubble burning cases in Punjab. Farmers adamant on burning stubble, but Aam Aadmi Party won't penalize farmers. The netas have failed us again, viewer. And you and I are going to be choking and coughing and having our health blown to bits this winter. Full special report coming up at 5:30. Another case of alleged racial abuse in Australia. Indian student stabbed 11 times in Sydney. PhD student critical undergoes surgery. We've got big breaking news here on India Today. INS Arihant, India and the Indian Navy's only nuclear ballistic missile submarine has just carried out a successful launch of a submarine-launched ballistic missile in the Bay of Bengal. It's a crucial test by India's Strategic Forces Nuclear Command. This test has taken place on October the 14th, that's today. The missile was tested to a predetermined range and impacted the target area in the Bay of Bengal with very high accuracy, according to the Indian Ministry of Defence. All operational and technological parameters of the weapon system have been validated, says the Ministry of Defence. This is a very, very big story, viewer. The INS Arihant is India's homegrown nuclear submarine. It's part of India's strategic forces, part of India's nuclear command and the nuclear deterrent. This is the nuclear submarine that carries long-range nuclear-tipped ballistic missiles, and it is one of those missiles that has been successfully tested today. The significance of such a test is huge because it sends out a nuclear message to the rest of the world. There will be shockwaves and ripples from this particular test. Such tests are usually never really announced. They are reported by the media, but today this test has been officially announced by the Ministry of Defence, which is quite unusual for such a strategic test. Remember, these are weapons of mass destruction of a strategic kind. They are meant only for deterrent purposes, and it is one such Indian nuclear-capable missile that has been tested in the Arabian Sea. Just to tell our viewers, those are representative images of India's various different kinds of submarines. The submarine on your right, the right-hand side of your screen, of course, is the INS Arihant, seen out at sea. Rarely ever seen because it's a nuclear submarine. India Today's National Bureau Chief Abhishek Balla, who has covered defense for many years, also with me live. Abhishek, quite unusual. The Ministry of Defense announcing a test of a long-range submarine-launched ballistic missile from the INS Arihant. You know, we've come a long way from the days of secrecy, haven't we, Abhishek? But first off, what do we know about this test?
Well, certainly, Shiv, it's a big moment that, the announcement of this test has been made public by the Indian Ministry of Defence. Such tests are usually, kept in secrecy. Not the case this time. And once again, it's important, Shiv, and the Ministry of Defence has underlined this, that this is purely as a deterrent that the Indian military is carrying out such a test and to ensure that the adversary is always a deterrent of India being a nuclear power. The fact that INS Arihant has been part of Indian military's arsenal for quite a while now, it's important that this test has taken place. It's taken place in the Bay of Bengal. What the Ministry of Defence has said that it has ticked all the boxes as far as several parameters are concerned, and in those terms, it's an extremely significant test that has happened. Just to remind our viewers that the INS Arihant, which is a nuclear-capable submarine, is very different from the other conventional submarines that the Indian Navy has. The other submarines, are diesel and electrically powered, whereas this is, this has a nuclear reactor, which means it can float under the water for a much longer time, in fact for months, and it can also travel much longer than a conventional submarine. And the fact that nuclear warheads can be deployed on this obviously makes it an extremely strategic.
Abhishek, the INS Arihant, India's nuclear submarine INS Arihant, carries two different kinds of missiles. One is called the K-15, which has a pretty modest range of about 250 to 300 kilometers. But the missile that we're probably talking about here, we don't know this for sure, and that detail has not yet been revealed by the Ministry of Defence, but there is a much longer range missile that the INS Arihant is armed with, and that is the K4. K stands for Kalam, FYI to all our viewers. And, these missile series has been named in his honor. It's the Kalam 4, or the K4 missile is a missile that has a range of about 3,500 to 4,000 kilometers. And Abhishek, that's the real nuclear deterrent inside this submarine. You know, with a range of about 3,500 to 4,000 kilometers, this missile can target, targets all across China, different parts of the world. It isn't pointed at anybody, but obviously, China will be taking notice of this because this is a submarine-launched ballistic missile. And as we know, Abhishek, the sea leg of the nuclear triad is said to be the most secretive, the most difficult to detect, and therefore the most lethal.
It is definitely secretive, Shiv, and that's the reason why, the kind of missile that's been used in this test has not been made public. But you and I can make an intelligent guess that in all probability this is the upgraded missile that was being developed for many years, which has a range of nearly 4,000 kilometers, much more from the original missile that was deployed on Arihant, which had a range of 500 to 600 kilometers. So if this is the upgraded range missile that has been launched in this test, then it is a big deal. And the fact that this is the Bay of Bengal, the eastern part of India, of course, China will be watching very closely.
China is going to be watching very closely. Stay with me, Abhishek. I just wanted to tell our viewers that INS Arihant is India's first indigenous nuclear submarine. There are 2 more similar submarines that are at various stages of construction. Nuclear ballistic missile submarines are not part of your war-fighting arsenal. They are strictly only a part of your nuclear command. Their entire job is deterrence. Because remember, when such submarines start firing their weapons in anger, that means the world is at nuclear war, and that is an unthinkable situation for any country, including India. Remember, India has a no first use nuclear weapons policy, which means that India will only ever fire such weapons, like the one that's been fired today, will only fire such weapons in retaliation to a nuclear provocation. So if a country fires a nuclear weapon at India, it is only then that India will fire back a weapon of this kind. They are highly destructive. These are weapons with nuclear warheads that are capable of targeting sites up to 4,000 kilometers away. So you can do the math. You can understand what we are talking about. Obviously, China also has very similar weapons. In fact, of a longer range. They've got a higher number of nuclear submarines as well. India has only been taking baby steps and has been late, as far as the nuclear submarine capability is concerned. But the good news is India will soon have nuclear ballistic missile submarine number 2 and then number 3, and is also building several nuclear-powered attack submarines which will be part of the fleet. Abhishek, one final question to you. As we wait for more information to come in, and I doubt there will be more, I'm actually frankly quite surprised that the Indian MOD has actually announced that there has been such a missile test. I remember I think it was in 2007 or 2008 when INS Arihant was being launched in Visakhapatnam. It was the UPA government at that time. There was no photography permitted. Very little information was actually shared. It was an event that was cloaked in secrecy. We've come a long way, haven't we, Abhishek, to now actually announcing such a crucial missile test by a submarine that until a few years ago was not even acknowledged by the Indian government.
Certainly a shift from the past, Shiv, and this is new age information warfare. Things that were kept extremely secret until few years back. Seeing the way our adversaries go around creating propaganda, I think the military leadership and also the political leadership has realized that it's important to send out strong messages, maybe not every day, just tom-tom about your military capabilities, but once in a while, if a glass ceiling has been broken, if an important test such as this has taken place, it's important not just for the world to know, but also Indians to be reassured that they are in safe hands.
Stay with me, Abhishek. We're also very honored to be joined now live by Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha. He's former Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Western Naval Command. Admiral Sinha, as always, really good to see you, sir. Big day submarine-launched ballistic missile test by the INS Arihant, sir, something that you are deeply familiar with. Your opening comments, sir, on the significance of this test. And it's been officially announced by the Indian MOD, sir.
Well, I haven't seen any official announcement, but it seems that India Today has broken the news. But I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah.
Because the submarine always had this capability. The day Prime Minister Narendra Modi had announced in the parliament that now you can sleep peacefully, Arihant is out at sea on a strategic patrol. All it means is that if India is struck by a nuclear attack, the second strike will be delivered as a devastating sort of attack over the enemy, and it will be launched from the submarine launch, the nuclear submarine. So I think it's a very good thing that the actual firing has been done. All this while the firing was being done, tested from a platform which is a submerged platform. It simulates the submarine, but the submarine always carried this missile, and I'm very happy that it has actually been tested. So I think that it only enhances the credibility of India,
yes,
of the triad, and any adversary who are thinking that we are just lying idle, they are highly mistaken.
Highly mistaken. This is information warfare. This is strategic communication as well. And very, very interesting. Like I said, I've been a journalist for many years. I was there. Captain DK Sharma also joins our coverage. Welcome, sir.
Hi.
Incredible, Captain DK, that the INS Arihant, which has been shrouded in so much secrecy for so many years, the veil has been lifted in many ways. And in this, like Abhishek Balla was just saying, the veil of information secrecy and information warfare has evolved so much that now you have an official announcement, sir, that the INS Arihant has successfully tested a submarine-launched ballistic missile. Amazing. Your views, sir?
Good evening, Shiv, and good evening to all your viewers. And it's been India Today group only, which has been talking about this progress of this evolution of this missile from, quite some time. If you recollect, you and Sandeep Unathan have been onto this story for long. But as Admiral Sinha is saying, that we have been doing the trials of this from an underwater platform. But yes, today again, it has been, this is what is the capability enhancement which is coming to our fold and into our, submarines. And when, as the Admiral said, that when the boat was put out for the first deterrence patrol, this missile was very much there. But today, of course, as you are saying, that the veil has been lifted, that, okay, now we are sharing with our own people and telling our friends that, yes, we have this capability and this is how it has been proved.
Yeah.
And today the firing has been, pinpoint kind of an accuracy. That is what my sources say. And it's been a huge, huge, huge success.
Huge success, sends out a message, tests India's proficiency, in a capability that has been, not with India for many years. And, the secrecy apart, the capability is also the big, the big demonstration here, Admiral Sinha. China, one is always tempted to compare with China because they're the other big regional power here. They've got many more nuclear submarines, many more nuclear, ballistic missile submarines in their nuclear deterrent as well. India, in terms of numbers is not catching up. But in recent years, that capability has been given a lot of attention. Would you agree, sir?
No, you're absolutely right, Shiv. You see, the point is that once the successful test firing has been done, whether you have 15 missiles or you have one missile and one boat, if it is operational, if it falls, the devastation it will cause, Shiv, is anybody's guess. And you see that what has happened after the atomic explosion in Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah.
Generations tend to get affected. I'm not suggesting that we should not have more, but we must have more. But the fact is that, with these ranges, the adversary must know that carrying out a nuclear strike on India will always receive a very devastating blow, and it will work each time and every time.
Absolutely. And we must constantly stress this, mustn't we, Captain Sharma? One final question to you, sir, that these are deterrent weapons. These are very different from war-fighting weapons. The entire point of such weapons is, their success lies in them never having to be used. Isn't that the truth about nuclear weapons, sir?
Exactly, that is what you're driving the point home, that this is what is called the fleet in being, like what we say, that one must take into account the capabilities of the adversary. India is not no more a silent, force. We have been, very, very silently progressing and increasing our capability and capacity. But time has come now. You can see what all is happening in the Indo-Pacific, and we need to give a very strong message that nobody should mess around with us. And this is probably a slow way of telling, but no way this goes towards any kind of escalation. This is only a deterrent for us. Should there be a need, as Admiral is saying, then we will not hold back. If somebody strikes on us, we have the material to strike back and strike very, very strongly.
Very, very big day for India. Our salutes to all scientists, engineers, marine technicians, submariners, commanders, everyone involved in this very complicated test. Remember, it is very important that during peacetime, such tests happen successfully, and may we never need to use such weapons ever, because like I repeatedly say about nuclear weapons, if such a weapon ever needs to be fired in anger, then the world could possibly be at an end. Thank you very much, Vice Admiral Sinha, Captain Sharma, Abhishek Bhalla, for joining me on this momentous day. Very proud to bring our viewers that piece of very breaking news. And now, let's go to our spotlight story in another part of the world, not very far away, but it's a quake of its own. Take a look at these images that have broken the internet viewer from Beijing. On the left-hand side of your screen are images of one man today, one man in Beijing who put up banners to protest against what he called China's dictatorship under President Xi Jinping. This was on the day when a conference is being held in Beijing over the next few days to hand President Xi an unprecedented third term as president, which solidifies his hold, grip and power over the People's Republic of China, which reminds a lot of people of this iconic image on the right-hand side of your screen of that lone man who stood up to a convoy of tanks in the famous Tiananmen Square. The Tiananmen Square massacre took place very shortly after these images were taken. That man who has become an icon and a symbol of resistance against the armed might of the state is being echoed by this man wearing orange overalls and a yellow hard hat. He was seen there. We don't know what his name is. We don't know if he's alive or dead, but the images of him are being censored all across China, and people are being reminded of what just happened. Remember, this is just days before China's president Xi Jinping's historic third term begins. It's never happened in the past. Rare protest by one man emerged in Beijing after videos went viral on social media showing posters and banners against President Xi Jinping's authoritarian rule in that country. The banner read, and I quote, "Say no to COVID testing, yes to food, no to lockdown, yes to freedom, no to lies, yes to dignity, no to cultural revolution, yes to reform, no to great leader, yes to democracy, don't be a slave, be a citizen." These words are tantamount to blasphemy in the opaque authoritarian structure of the Chinese government and society. Another banner hung on the flyover read, "Go on strike, remove dictator and national traitor Xi Jinping." Now, while the pictures and videos spread like wildfire on social media everywhere else, in China, the government made sure that every last trace of the images you see right now, viewer, on your screen, have been removed from Chinese social media. China's local newspaper, print and digital media, of course, are all controlled by the government, so they have no real independence to speak of. So they did not carry or broadcast these images at all for Chinese viewers. But even social media, which sometimes has a mind of its own, was cracked down upon. So you can't see these images if you're in China anywhere on social media platforms, on Weibo, on WeChat, anywhere. Well, some of the Chinese social media accounts were even taken down temporarily, and that crackdown is in progress as I bring you this broadcast.
The 20th Congress has fundamentally changed everyone's previous basic views on China's political structure. In the past, the party Congress in China was similar to elections in the West. There were many factions, many struggles, and many disagreements. This is likely going to be the first one without factional struggles since the establishment of Communist Party of China, which means that Xi Jinping has taken control of everything. I think Xi Jinping is the one most responsible for the tight control over news in China. There is no news in China right now, not even propaganda. Why is there neither news nor propaganda? Well, what is the role of the news? The role of the news is to report the truth of the facts, and now China has unprecedented control over the news. China's power has great continuity, and the advantage of this continuity is that it is conducive to the stability of China's policy. Its disadvantage is that we are very afraid that he really becomes a man who never steps down.
Managing editor Gaurav Sawant is with me live as well. Gaurav recently returned from Taiwan, where he's been reporting on all the tension there. Gaurav, unprecedented images. I'm not surprised that people are reminded of the Tiananmen iconic, tank man image during the Tiananmen Square, massacre and incident. This image, we don't even know what this man's name is. Nobody knows what his identity is. All traces of these images that we have on India today have been completely expunged and erased from Chinese media and social media, Gaurav.
Shiv, there's been a massive scrub exercise across social media in China. All these images have been taken off. All images of protests have been taken out of the social media platforms. Anyway, there wasn't anything in mainstream media. But the fact that people are being asked to become citizens and not slaves, the fact that people are actually questioning Xi Jinping's zero COVID policy it just goes on to show how unhappy at least a section of people or leadership in China are against Xi Jinping. And Shiv, Xi Jinping's control over power in China and every aspect of power in China is almost scary. So he's not only the general secretary of the party, the president of the country, the chairman of the military commission, and that makes him all-powerful, one man. Laws change to ensure that he not only gets a third term, but remains president for life. And this is dangerous because now he's also taken complete control of the police or PAP, People Armed Police, completely in control. So the army under his control, the police under his control, the paramilitary forces under his control. No systems of checks and balances is what analysts argue, and this is alarming. That is why the zero COVID policy is leading to problems in the economy. The property prices going southward, people not being able to recover their money from banks, tanks guarding banks. All of this indicative of the problem that China is facing. But does that mean that these protests mean anything in terms of any challenge to his power? Most analysts say he's extremely powerful and likely to become even more powerful in the years ahead.
He's going to become even more powerful in the years ahead. Gaurav, stay with me. Here's a look at how President Xi Jinping's iron fist actually tightens as a result of him getting this third term. He was going to be appointed for a third 5-year term at the Communist Party, the Chinese Communist Party Congress that's going to be taking place in a couple of days from now. He likely will remain in power for life. Let me repeat that once again. He will be in power for life. It abolishes China's 2-term limit. Remember, this came into effect in 2018, which basically opened the gates for President Xi Jinping to be the ruler of China for life. He's the most powerful Chinese leader since Mao Zedong in the 1970s. So that's how important this entire conference is. That's the kind of power that is going to be given to Xi Jinping. And remember, he's the one calling the shots, so it's not like anyone really has a choice. Now, let's tell you about the anti-Xi protests, or rather protest in China that took place. What the protesters or the protester has been demanding is removal of Xi Jinping as president. Obviously not going to happen. We don't even know where that protester is. Xi Jinping's boycott is the second call. Protesting Xi's third term. They want voting in the country, not this kind of dictatorship. No authoritarian rule, says this protester. Where is the protester? The one circled in that image. We don't know his name. We don't know his identity. He's simply disappeared. All images of his banners protesting against the Chinese president have completely disappeared from all Chinese social media. We've got some breaking news coming in now. Like we said, China has mounted a massive crackdown censoring social media in the biggest way after a very long time. After images of the Beijing protest have gone viral, the protests against President Xi Jinping, posts containing hashtags Beijing or Haidian have been quickly blocked on China's popular Weibo social media platform, which is basically pretty much similar to Twitter. Twitter, of course, is banned in China. Some accounts on Weibo have been temporarily disabled on another major Chinese platform, WeChat, which is similar to WhatsApp, after they shared photographs of the incident. So, huge digital crackdown by the Xi Jinping establishment against social media, which is the one place where such images can possibly go viral. And that crackdown is in progress. Let's listen into some reactions.
A zero COVID effort that's created mass social and economic disruption throughout China domestically. We've seen the ramping up of internal security, including censorship, policing, to further control and enhance the party's control over the everyday lives of Chinese citizens. We are all economically tethered to China in so many ways, but we have absolutely no idea what's going on, how policies are made. It's very clear when policies come out, but how they're made, how they're influenced, how interest groups can influence them, it is a complete mystery. And that, I think, leads to a degree of unease and uncertainty that's going to follow Xi Jinping into his next term.
I want to quickly get a word in also from our Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan, who's also recently returned from Taiwan, reporting there. Geeta, what are you making of these protests? I mean, one man, no sign of him after this brief protest. He's disappeared. Massive crackdown on any mention or pictures of this protest. What are you hearing?
Well, to begin with, Shiv, a huge embarrassment for Xi Jinping. The fact that there are people outside in the streets of Beijing holding banners and posters in itself is unprecedented. Also, the fact that there are VPNs and proxy servers being used to access social media websites, not just within China and China-specific websites, but also to reach out to the world outside. And that's the reason why we have so much of content when it comes to these protests. Having said that, this is not just an embarrassment. This is also coming just days ahead of the Congress, where Xi Jinping will not only become the president for the third time, it will be a lasting presidency, and it could extend beyond the third term. That certainly is the reason why he's irked. The praises that China received for having controlled or contained COVID now stands exposed, given the fact that the manner in which and the methods that they were using were very, very inhuman. And the reason why we see the banners, Shiv, where it says food, freedom, dignity, putting them in holes, not providing for, not giving them food, certainly has caused a lot of consternation, a lot of problems now for Xi Jinping ahead of the CPC Congress, the Congress that is to begin on Sunday.
Isn't there a lot of global concern about the safety of this individual, Geeta? One would imagine that after the kind of opacity one has seen from China, especially since the pandemic began, and then with the zero COVID possibility, the policy, the human rights organizations would be wondering about the safety of this man. There's no word about him.
Well, the fact that China's crackdown is known to be not just opaque, but also very, very serious in terms of what they really do to people who are under custody or in Chinese custody. So yes, there are major concerns. We know that voices have been raised internationally on various fora when it comes to the kind of crackdown that we are seeing now within China. But in terms of really taking action. The irrelevance of various international platforms, including organizations that India now has been raising and talking about, comes to fore. That all that these international organizations can really do, or community can really do, is raise concerns but nothing beyond. We've not seen any containment of China, specifically when it comes to human rights and violations within China.
Geeta, thanks very much for that detail. We'll keep a track of this story. A global interest and attention being paid. Big embarrassment to the Chinese president and the Chinese government right before he consolidates his power in a country that owes no answers to any other part of the world but continues its own unilateral aggressions. It's a threat to global peace. One man has stood up to question it in the heart of Beijing. We'll keep a track of this very important story. And coming up next, as expected, the politicians have failed us viewers, especially if you live in the north and in the national capital region. Crop burning in the surrounding areas of Punjab have begun despite politicians promising us that they wouldn't allow Delhi to be smothered by another smog wave. Whether it is Kejriwal, whether it is Bhagwant Mann, whether it is the centre, they've all failed us. And I'm going to tell you just how badly they've failed us next.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Nora Fateh has now joined the ranks of Jennifer Lopez and Shakira as she has been roped in to perform at the FIFA World Cup in December this year. That makes her the only actor to represent India at the event.
Let's welcome Nora on set, please.
She took to social media to share this behind-the-scenes video in which she can be seen practicing her dance moves for the FIFA World Cup national anthem. That's not all. A few days ago, Nora Fateh, who has also sung the song and danced in the music video, released the official soundtrack. The song has been produced by Red One, who has previously worked with Shakira on Waka Waka and La La La.
Good morning, Mr. Jain.
Good morning.
Streaming giant Netflix has announced the release date of its dark comedy Monica, Oh My Darling, which is all set to premiere on November 11th. Sharing this poster, OTT platform captioned it as, "Someone please tell Rajkumar Rao that he already has a hold on our hearts. He doesn't need a claw for it." Directed by Vasan Bala, Monica, Oh My Darling is a neo-noir that is an ode to movies about the perfect plan that led to mayhem in the lives of the people involved. The film also features Huma Qureshi and Radhika Apte in key roles.
तेरे को क्या लगता है? हाँ? तू talented है? Talent नहीं, तेरा story अच्छा है.
मेरे लिए भी कुछ ऐसा है क्या?
सर एक है स्क्रिप्ट मेरे पास.
नाम क्या है सर?
डंकी.
डोंकी?
डोंकी नहीं शाहरुख, डंकी.
Shah Rukh Khan is on a roll as he has back-to-back films lined up, including Donkey. And now it has been reported that Satish Shah and Boman Irani have been roped in to play important parts in the film. Directed by Rajkumar Hirani, the film focuses on illegal immigration to foreign countries and also stars Taapsee Pannu as the female lead. Donkey marks the first collaboration between SRK and the filmmaker. As far as Shah Rukh's other projects are concerned, the actor, who was last seen in Ayan Mukherjee's Brahmastra in a special appearance, has Siddharth Anand's Pathan alongside Deepika Padukone and John Abraham. That's not all. SRK will also be seen in Atlee's directorial Jawan, in which he will be seen sharing screen space with Nayanthara, Sania Malhotra and Sunil Grover. Deepika is also likely to make a cameo in the film.
Ready.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
If you live in the national capital region of this country, including Delhi, Gurugram, Noida, Faridabad, Ghaziabad, then you need to look at the pictures that I have around me on my screen right now, because this is going to be in your lungs very, very soon unless you can get the hell out of here. We were promised by our politicians in Delhi, in the surrounding states, that crop burning would not happen in Punjab. And despite a change in government, there continues to be bickering between Punjab and the centre, between Delhi and the centre, and the net result is crop burning is continuing to take place rampantly in Punjab. And as you and I well know, viewer, that this is the primary reason for the huge deathly smog that engulfs Delhi just around this time, early winter. And it's coming. There's no way we can stop it. Take a look at this report. They failed us again.
It's that time of the year again. Farmers in Punjab and Haryana have started burning stubble on their farms. A few weeks from now, unless the state governments get their act together, the national capital will face its annual nightmare, smog. Scientists gathered for a brainstorming session on air quality at IIT Delhi on Thursday. They have warned that the stubble burning that has been delayed by a month due to rains will happen simultaneously and could cause much severe pollution than usual. The Bhagwant Mann government in Punjab, which will face its first litmus test, is formulating a plan.
चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब पहला क्लियर कर चुके हैं। ये जो समस्या है ना, मुकदमे वगैरह दर्ज करके हल होने वाली नहीं है। ये समस्या एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। हमने छोटे किसानों को बोला कि 2-2, 3-3 एकड़ वाले को बोला कि ये आप नहीं कर सकते, तो हम आपकी वो भी मत कर सकते हैं लेवल।
Farmers, on the other hand, are claiming they are not getting any aid from the government.
इसका जो है ना, कणक तो बीजी जाती है बाबूजी। ये आलू लगाते हैं जिस जौन से खेत में, उसमें फूकने बगैर हल्ले कोई नहीं हैगा। ये या तो फिर गवर्नमेंट इसका इंतजाम दे हमारे कोई, हम ना जलाएं इसको, कोई जरूर हमको शौक नहीं है जलाने का, हमको सिर्फ इसका मजबूरी कारण ये काम करना पड़ता है जलाने वाला।
The opposition is targeting the Aam Aadmi Party government over the issue. The Akali Dal has questioned Chief Minister Man's back-to-back visits to poll-bound Gujarat.
मैं सरकार ਨੂੰ कहना कि गुजरात च जाके जिन्ना मर्जी झूठ बोलो, आ मंडियां च जाके देखो कि किन्ना किन्ना झाड़ निकले। इमीडिएटली किसानां ਨੂੰ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਐਡਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋਇਆ, ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਗਿਰਦਾਵਰੀ ਕਰਾ ਕੇ ਤੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਿਮਾਰੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੁਆਵਜ਼ਾ ਦਿਓ, ਤਾਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਵਿਚਾਰੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਅਗਲੀ ਫਸਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬੀਜ ਸਕਣਗੇ।
The Haryana government claims it is taking strict action against farmers who burn stubble.
इस बार बहुत एक अच्छे रिजल्ट्स हमारे मिले हैं अभी तक के, और मात्र 81 घटनाएं ही रिपोर्ट हुई हैं, जिनके खिलाफ हमने FIR भी किए, सब किया है। तो लोग उसके लिए बहुत सतर्क हुए हैं। हमने उसमें जो इंसेंटिव्स हैं, 1000 रुपये एकड़ हम देते हैं, और जो खरीदते हैं इंडस्ट्री के लोग, उनको भी गौशालाओं के लिए जो अलग से खरीदते हैं उनको 500 रुपये टन अलग देते हैं।
The state governments every year claim to be fully prepared, and almost every year the people in North India choke over smog. Will this year be any different? With Kamaljeet Sandhu and Manjeet Sehgal in Punjab and Abhishek Anand in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now take a look at where all in Punjab and around Delhi crop burning is currently taking place. I want to remind our viewers that it had been promised by the Delhi government that crop burning will be cracked down upon and that there will be a visible decrease in the possibility of that horrible smog that comes to Delhi. This is the latest image of where crop burning is taking place. Please take a look at how close to Delhi it's happening in Haryana and in Punjab. Both in Haryana, BJP ruled Haryana, and Aam Aadmi Party ruled Punjab and Aam Aadmi Party ruled Delhi are going to be the sufferers of what is happening right now. The Aam Aadmi Party has washed its hands off it. They've blamed the centre for not cooperating. But no matter who is finally to blame, the fact is the people of Delhi, NCR, will be suffering. People will die. They will die a little. Their lifespan will be shortened. Their lungs will be blackened. And we will just go about our daily lives once again. That's the truth of what these politicians have reduced us to. The questions that we're asking here on India Today, and we demand accountability from the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab and in Delhi about what it has done. Remember, the Aam Aadmi Party now controls the entire supply chain from Delhi to Punjab. So how can they sidestep accountability for this crop burning that's taking place? Or is it only about trying to shovel blame on the centre? Will stubble burning choke Delhi once again? It's a rhetorical question. Of course it is. Look at how much crop burning is already happening. 2, do the centre and the Delhi government have an actionable clean air plan? They told us they did. Have they implemented it? Is it working? Have they been sitting on their hands? Are they making a fool of us? Question 3, can the Aam Aadmi Party deflect blame for the stubble menace now? Are they going to be making excuses and resorting to the usual stunt of blaming somebody else for what they have failed to do? It's an important thing to think about. Remember, accountability is important. Haryana will penalize farmers burning stubble. Why can't Punjab do the same thing? Why can't the Aam Aadmi Party government under Bhagwant Mann, the new chief minister, implement that? That's a question we are asking here. We will be asking the government for more answers, and we will continue to update our viewers on the air quality that it is currently in free fall in the national capital region, thanks to our netas who've once again failed us. This is the beginning of a series of reports here on India Today on what we will be calling Delhi emergency, on how we've been failed and how our lives are going to be shortened all over again for yet another winter. Stay tuned on that big story. That's a wrap on 5 Live. Thanks very much for watching. Coming up next, we're decoding Bengaluru's civic mess. It's the big state going to elections just 7 months from now, but after the recent rain floods and several other pothole stories, urban death traps, it's total misery and urban decay. Can this city be rescued from total ruin? It's the big focus on 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita.
They dwell in the trees, live a nocturnal life, and are among India's many endangered wildlife species. Say hello to the Slender Loris. This beautiful mammal, found in green stretches of peninsular India and Sri Lanka, its existence threatened by human encroachments for years, there's fresh hope now. After years of process, including in courts, the Tamil Nadu government has notified the first Indian sanctuary for this endangered creature in the Karur and Dindigul districts. A total of 11,806 hectares will be dedicated to ensuring India's slender lorises have a chance at survival. Slender lorises are protected under Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. These creatures spend much of their life up in trees and feed on insects, including pests that pose a threat to agriculture. A key part of the lush terrestrial ecosystem of Tamil Nadu's forested stretches, deforestation and expansion of urban areas has continued to threaten their habitat over the years. This move by the Stalin government will protect the mammal's habitat and also help in reducing its poaching. The demarcation of this sanctuary effectively provides several protections to the Slender Loris, with Forest Service teams on call to monitor populations, help animals in distress, and regulate any and all human activity within the demarcated limits. For a country with the kind of incredible wildlife diversity that India has, this move will go a long way. Today the Slender Loris, tomorrow maybe the other creatures that remain threatened and vulnerable. With Pramod Madhav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.
Justice, liberty, equality, the pillars that built India. A nation where everyone has dignity and opportunities to prosper. But today, over 75 years after independence, Dalits remain a community trapped for centuries by the caste system, languishing in a dismal state. Nearly 20% of India's population is Dalit. Dalits still live in abject poverty, excluded on the margins, facing atrocities, toxic untouchability, and no opportunities for economic upliftment. The father of India's constitution, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, fought all his life for the upliftment of Dalits. In the past, many state and central governments have made big promises, but it has been nothing more than lip service. Basic human rights have still not been delivered. Dalits remain downtrodden and discriminated against. This shocking reality is a national shame. Few have dared to break the cage of caste discrimination until now. Friend to the downtrodden, upholding human rights and dignity, championing Ambedkar's India, KCR is showing India and the world our revolution is sparked in Telangana through his path-breaking scheme, Telangana Dalit Bandhu. Approximately 17,50,000 Dalit families call Telangana home, and now they are calling Telangana the land of opportunity. Thanks to Dalit Bandhu, launched in 2021 by the TRS government, a world-first scheme which will give each Dalit family an astounding financial boost of 10 lakh rupees. There are many more schemes along with this which are under implementation all over the state. But Dalit Bandhu is a specially designed program for the upliftment of the Dalit community. It has an unprecedented objective to uplift 17,50,000 Dalit households with a one-time capital grant of 10 lakh rupees per household, 100% subsidy with zero repayment, delivered via direct-to-beneficiary transfer, with a dedicated Dalit Bandhu scheme help desk and monitoring committee at village, mandal, district and state level, and a 10% reservation for Dalits in profit-generating schemes, government contracts and licenses. In addition to this, Telangana has another visionary program for Dalit students, residential schools and colleges, and Ambedkar Overseas Vidyanidhi, a 20 lakh rupees overseas scholarship, giving them the most powerful tool for success, education. Huzurabad, 2021. The Telangana Dalit Bandhu pilot was launched. Telangana's Dalit Bandhu is a path-breaking scheme that places absolute trust in the beneficiary. Each household has complete freedom and flexibility to decide its business and how to grow their dreams.
నేను వచ్చేసి ఫార్మసీ చదివాను సార్. దాని తర్వాత యాజ్ ఏ ఫార్మసిస్ట్గా చాలా ప్లేస్లో చేశాను సార్. ఎప్పుడైతే మన తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ ఈ దళిత బంధు పెట్టిందో అప్పుడు ఇంకా నాకు ఎప్పటి నుంచో నా ఓన్గా బిజినెస్ పెట్టుకున్నామని నాకు అంతకుముందే ఉండేది సార్. మన టీఆర్ఎస్ గవర్నమెంట్ దళిత బంధు స్కీమ్ ఒకటి పెట్టి నా ఓన్గా నేను సెటిల్ కావడానికి ఒక ఆపర్చునిటీ క్రియేట్ చేసింది సార్.
Households were identified as beneficiaries and the direct benefit transfer of 10 lakh rupees was made. Each family unit was free to decide how they wished to invest this 100% subsidy. It could be a single or multiple businesses. Multiple beneficiaries could pool their resources to build a bigger business. It could be in any sector of their choice. The sky was the limit. In no time, the stories of transformation began rolling in. These are just a small fraction of the 40,000 success stories that Telangana has empowered through the Dalit Bandhu scheme. In just 1 year, it has smashed records for any Dalit upliftment scheme in the country. Till date, the Dalit Bandhu scheme has been implemented in all 119 assembly constituencies in Telangana. Beneficiaries have achieved prosperity for their families. They have also created opportunity for their community by providing employment and revenue. The resounding success of the Dalit Bandhu scheme has energized the TRS government to accelerate its efforts. From 40,000 beneficiaries with an outlay of 4,441.8 crore rupees, now Telangana government has raised the Dalit Bandhu budget to reach about 2 lakh beneficiaries with an outlay of 17,700 crore rupees, making this the world's largest direct benefit scheme.
దళిత బంధు వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఈ 10 లక్షలు అనేది మామూలుగా అందరికీ ఆపర్చునిటీ రాదు. ఇది పూర్తిగా గవర్నమెంట్ వాళ్ళు మాకు 10 లక్షలు ఇచ్చేసి మీ ఇష్టం ఉన్న వ్యాపారాన్ని పెట్టుకో అని చెప్పేసి అనడం వల్ల మాకు ఇంత ఆర్థిక పురోగతి కలిగింది. అదే కాకుండా మేము ఇంతకుముందు ఒక దగ్గర వర్కర్గా పనిచేసిన వాళ్ళం ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా ఉండగలుగుతున్నాం.
Never before has such a revolutionary scheme been designed to end caste discrimination, where Dalits receive 100% opportunity along with 100% dignity.
దళిత బంధు పథకం రాకముందు మేమైతే చాలా స్ట్రగుల్స్ ఫేస్ చేసాం. దళిత బంధు పథకం కింద మేము ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ మిషన్ ఎంచుకొని పెట్టుకున్నాము. నేర్చుకున్న వరకునే నేను ఫుల్ఫిల్ చేయాలనుకొని ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ స్టార్ట్ చేశాను సార్. ఇచ్చినందుకు చాలా చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు కేసీఆర్ గారికి, తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా మేము ఎంతో రుణపడి ఉన్నాము.
ముగ్గురం కలిసి ఒక యూనిట్ పెట్టాము. అంటే 30 lakhs పెట్టి ఒక వెహికల్ను ఇప్పుడు అమెరికన్ టూరిస్ట్ షాప్ పెట్టాము. బాగానే నడుస్తుంది ఇప్పుడైతే. అంటే నేను జాబ్ చేసేవాడిని, ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా అంటే ఒక కంపెనీ ఓనర్గా ఇప్పుడు ఫీల్ అవుతున్నా. చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది.
జీవనోపాధిగా మిషన్ కుట్టుకుంటూ బ్రతికేదాన్ని సార్. మాకు 3 పిల్లలు, వాళ్ళని చదివించుకుంటూ మేము బ్రతకాలంటే చాలా కష్టమైంది సార్. ఇప్పుడు దళిత బంధు ద్వారా కేసీఆర్ గారు ఆదుకున్నారు సార్. వాళ్ళు ఇద్దరం కలిసి పెట్టుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్. కోయంబత్తూరు నుంచి వెళ్ళి తెప్పించుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్ను. నాన్ ఓవెన్ బ్యాగ్స్ సార్. మాకు నెలకు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్. 3 జీతాలు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్.
For Telangana's leadership, it's not about breaking records, but about ensuring financial freedom for all. Each Dalit Bandhu grant of 10 lakh rupees has an inbuilt 10,000 rupees safety net, Dalita Rakshana Nidhi, to ensure that all Dalit families get financial assistance from the fund at times of distress. To further strengthen this, Telangana government contributes additional 10,000 rupees, which is over and above each grant. A great safety net that has no parallel anywhere in the world. For the KCR government, this is more than just a financial benefit. If any beneficiary of Dalit Bandhu meets with fatal disease or accident, the family should not go through additional depression and hard times. They should remain protected. That is the true purpose of the special safety net designed as Dalita Rakshana Nidhi.
కేసీఆర్ సార్ ఇంత పెద్ద స్కీమ్ తీసుకురావడం అనేది చాలా గొప్ప విషయం సార్. మాలాంటి వాళ్ళకి ఓన్గా ఒక కంపెనీ పెట్టి ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ కావాలనుకునే వాళ్ళ కోసం ఇది గోల్డెన్ ఆపర్చునిటీ.
అదే కాకుండా దళితులు అంటే సమాజంలో అందరికీ చిన్న చూపుగానే ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఇది ఇవ్వడం వల్ల
సారు దళిత బంధు ఇచ్చి మమ్మల్ని ఎంతో ఆదుకున్నారు సారు. మాకు మరో అంబేద్కర్ గారు సారు మాకైతే మాటల్లో చెప్పలేము. ఆయనకు మాకు ఎంతో బతుకునిచ్చిండ్రు అసలు.
Under the fearless leadership of KCR, Dalits finally have a government that protects and defends them. Telangana inspires them to overcome oppression and empowers them to be bold so that each Dalit can move up in the world with head held high, creating their own success story, making Telangana shine and, in turn, India.
That the decline of the Indian media really explains the steep downfall of
the Enforcement Directorate has filed a charge sheet against journalist Rana Ayyub under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. The charge sheet was filed before a designated court in Uttar Pradesh's Ghaziabad on Wednesday. The central agency accuses Rana Ayyub of illegally collecting funds from the public in the name of charity and cheating them. The ED alleges that Rana Ayyub has started 3 fundraising campaigns on an online platform called Keto and received 2.69 crore rupees, out of which 80.49 lakh was allegedly received in foreign currency. Foreign donations were later returned as the Income Tax Department initiated an investigation for alleged violation of the Foreign Contribution Regulations Act. According to probe officials, the 3 campaigns include funds co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com, co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car, in association with LIC, Har Pal Aapke Saath, LG OLED, the one and only.
Decoding Bengaluru's civic mess. Potholes, floods, traffic woes. From corruption to civic apathy. Who ruined India's best city? Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us here on 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. This evening, we're going to be talking about an India Today magazine special. The current issue of the India Today magazine focuses on one city, the city of Bengaluru. If you've lived in this city, ever briefly visited, I'm sure you love it for the people, for the place, the city, the weather, etc. But infrastructure-wise, it's a complete mess. It's a civic mess. What's triggered it? How did India's best city get ruined? We're going to be talking about that, getting in prominent Bengaluru voices also to understand how things went completely haywire. Once a beautiful city, now a city filled with chaos. That's our focus in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. As always, the headlines first. State of war, Himachal begins. 68 seats, single-phase election on 12th November. Results on December 8th. Big day in Gyanvapi Temple Mosque. Rao Court rejects carbon dating plea on alleged shivling. Hindu side to move Supreme Court. Smriti Irani's bliss blistering attack on Kejriwal and AAP slams Kejriwal for attacking Prime Minister Modi's mother. Asks Kejriwal why he didn't sack Italia. BJP women's wing stages massive protest.
आपको भले ही ये शब्द गुजरात के आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी कार्यकर्ता के लगते हों, आदेश लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल का है.
Mega move by India's nuclear command. INS Arihant tests long-range nuke missile. Test sends shockwaves worldwide. Mohammad Shami replaces Bumrah in India's T20 World Cup squad. The BCCI also confirms Mohammad Siraj and Shardul Thakur as backups. Days before key Communist Party meet in China, protest banner saying remove dictator put up. We are witnessing, or rather have witnessed, many would argue, the descent of Bengaluru, a city that was once known as India's boom city, when everyone was talking about how tech companies were setting up in this beautiful, beautiful city in Karnataka. What we're showing you is two covers of the India Today magazine. Once the city's charm, in fact, was its weather, was the beautiful, in fact, layout of the city, and it was called India's Boom City. What we're showing you is the 1983 cover of the India Today magazine. Today, look at what we're showing you, how to ruin India's best city. And between these two magazine covers, we've put out the entire story of Bengaluru. Potholes, waterlogged roads, flooding after any downpour at all. The city's poor civic infrastructure has been continuously exposed. We've covered it a great deal here on India Today. And today we do a deep dive to explain why the city of Bengaluru is the way it is today.
What was once known as the boom city is now plagued by poor infrastructure. Sudden flooding, inundated homes and pothole-riddled roads are haunting Bengaluru. Rich or poor, no one is spared by the civic horror, and shows how India's Silicon Valley is turning out to be.
Most experts think that the decline in Bangalore began after the Information Technology Center, the IT sector exploded, and the population grew so rapidly that the city couldn't cope. But in my report that I did for India Today in 1983, a cover story that I did called The Boom City, Bangalore was booming long before the IT sector came.
In India Today magazine's cover story, our reporters dug deep to find out why Bengaluru is crumbling. Increasing population, administrative apathy, rampant corruption, unplanned construction have all played their role in pushing Bengaluru to the brink.
There was a lot of bribery and corruption going on because the fact was that the moment they opened up all these things, these were converted from agriculture land to revenue land, and buildings started coming up without any plan at all. Many of these buildings, these fancy buildings, were located in the valleys below which were agricultural lands, and there was a natural flow of water that was going there. Worse, they blocked the drains and they breached the lakes. Bangalore was considered a city of lakes. At one time when I was there, it had close to 1,000 lakes. Today it has only 200 lakes.
Now take a closer look at the city planning, or the lack of it. Bengaluru stands on a ridge. Rainwater flows into the valley below where centuries-old man-made lakes once flowed. These lakes are interconnected through stormwater drains. Now many of these lakes have disappeared or become smaller due to the construction of them over the past decades. Stormwater drains too are blocked due to poorly planned construction and maintenance. So when it rains heavily, water has nowhere to go.
Public-private partnership. Bangalore is a fantastic city in terms of technologists, has some of the brightest brains in the country. If they combine with government, they can do wonders to change the city. So rather than each of them work in silos, if the citizens come forward and the government is amenable, a lot of these civic issues can be sorted out and there could be a camaraderie in terms of the way that Bangalore should grow.
And this is what we get. A city hurtling towards more disasters.
The beauty of Bengaluru has been ruined by several issues. Growing population, lack of proper administration, construction boom, but some might even argue that number one problem on top of all of this is corruption. Nagarjun Dwarkanath for India Today.
Let's explain to you, based on what in fact our magazine team also found on the ground, based on detailed analysis, why this is happening to the city of Bengaluru. Why does it sink every time with the smallest of downpours? Number one, you have to look at how naturally the city of Bengaluru is. The ridge factor is what we've called it. The city lies on a ridge. So the rainfall, essentially all the water flows into the valley below. Naturally, if you look at Bengaluru, it was known as the city of lakes. So earlier, rainfall was never a problem because the water would naturally drain into the lakes. Most of these lakes have been breached, so much so that Bengaluru had 1,000 lakes. That number has dwindled down to 200 lakes. All of this to allow mass construction, permits being given left, right and centre without any thought. Blocked stormwater drains. Drains is in fact called Rajakaluvese in Bengaluru in Karnataka. Something that's discussed very often about how, because of corruption, the construction of these stormwater drains is so poor, completely unscientific, and in many cases also very poorly maintained, which means the water has no way to drain off. Most of these drains are completely blocked. Then there's the point of sanctions being given, which I mentioned, ad hoc sanctions being granted, buildings being constructed on agricultural land, completely unscientific with zero thought being put into the same. There's also one factor. We must be fair and consider the fact that there's been extreme rainfall that's also hit Bengaluru in the last many months. The state has suffered a loss of 225 crores this year alone. And that was because of flooding, that was because of waterlogging, because you've seen it also happen on the Old Ring Road, which is where most of your tech hubs are. And this flooding caused huge losses in these areas. I want to take this across now to some Bengalurians for them to tell you firsthand what their experience is in the city right now. Harish Bijur, brand strategist, is joining us this evening. We also have Meghna Girish, an activist, a Bengalurian, also the very proud mother of Major Akshay Girish. Good evening to both of you. Harish Bijur, if I can begin with you. You're someone who's lived in Bangalore. We've had you many times here on India Today when there's been heavy rains in the city, when we've spoken about potholes in the city. Today, we're trying to address what are the number of factors that's led to the civic mess in Bengaluru. To you, if you had to list out 3 factors, what would they be? Harish, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, I keep saying that, rain is the ultimate auditor for any particular city. Once it rains, roads are tested, public infra is tested. And when it pours, like it has now, I think that's the ultimate reveal. And that's exactly what's happened. Our shoddy planning has come to the fore. And I think, if you ask me who done it, because the India Today story seems to be asking that question. It's literally a who done it. Who done it? Every successive government did it. Somnolence of the people did it. Lack of wanting to question issues did it. Lack of participative governance did it. Every short-sighted band-aid solution, that did it. Every city cynic did it. And at the end of the day, a lack of planning big is the entire issue as far as Bengaluru is concerned. We have thought small for Bengaluru. Yeah. When it comes to national issues, we plan very big. In fact, PM Modi is planning very big things for this country at the national level when it comes to infra. At the city level, the same attitude needs to come in, and our state governments need to take the first step.
I think it's a basic infrastructure that's let Bengaluru down, essentially. The fact that you saw this huge population boom and simply nothing done to address that at the same time. A lack of planning, as you said, Harish Bijur. Meghna Girish, good evening. What do you make of what's happening in your city? And how have you seen the city really change? We put out a cover of the India Today magazine from 1983 when Bengaluru was referred to as the boom city to now, how to ruin India's best city.
I agree with Harish. Everybody's done it. In some way, I think every government is responsible, and so is the entire builder lobby, which has gone around building on lake beds and using various pile foundation. Bengaluru, was never really meant for this kind of boom. If you look at how Bengaluru used to be, once upon a time it used to be called a pensioner's paradise. Then it became this very boom city.
Yeah.
But the infrastructure never kept pace with the kind of development that has happened or that the city has seen. It's always been a struggle to try and keep up to it. But I'm really sorry to see that not enough has been done in terms of infrastructure to keep up with the way the city has grown. Every little village around, like right now, the airport is in Devanhalli. We've moved out from the main city, which was Koramangala, to the outskirts, which is close to the airport.
Correct.
But right now, this area is also developing equally fast. Right now, we've not been affected at all by these by the waterlogging because there are open fields and there are there's enough place for the water to go away. But what's going to happen 5 or 10 years from now? That is the question. If steps are not taken very seriously by planners and by the various infrastructure projects that are coming up, I must say a lot is happening in terms of like connectivity. The metro is going everywhere. There are a lot of ring roads, outer ring roads, but still there's something seriously lacking, and everybody is responsible. Everyone's responsible. You can't build over lake beds and stormwater drains and not expect this
Very
kind of
true.
thing to happen.
People should have seen this coming, that this would be the price you pay for blatant corruption in almost every deal, in almost every planning and sanction that was done in the city of Bengaluru. But Harish, I want to understand, do you think we've reached a point of no return? Is there no way this can actually be fixed in the city of Bengaluru? I think what was truly an eye-opener was the last downpour that Bengaluru had, where you had locations like Yemlur, for example, which is considered to be one of the upscale parts of Bengaluru, completely washed out, completely flooded.
Yes, actually, I don't give up on the city, not yet. I think we have plenty to go for us. Important thing to do. One, I think we need to demagnetize Bengaluru. We have become too much of a magnet city. Everything is focused in this one city, and all the land of this city is being built up. And, on this ostentatious label, which is called development. Now, development in a very hollow terminology of saying, chop the trees and put up these swanky, nice buildings, which will do wonderful things. Point number 2 is, I think we need to get back retro and worship our Raja Kaluves. Our Raja Kaluves are the arteries of this city, which actually take water from different levels and take it to the next level lakes and drain the entire city out. When you affect the drainage of the city, I think things can go awry. And I think we need to revamp and get our drainage back. At the end of the day, we write a self-fulfilling prophecy. We can correct the city even now by participative governance. I do believe city governance is just too important to be left to city planning bodies. I think we should have participative governance, and the people must be made, to participate. And I think people are willing. We have the most civic-minded people in the country in Bengaluru.
Honestly, I feel there's no lack of that. I feel there's no lack of that in the city of Bengaluru, because I've always felt the citizens of the city have always spoken out very vocally about these issues. Very often, Meghna, Girish, we speak about the spirit of Mumbai. I truly believe the spirit of Bengaluru also needs to be celebrated to a large extent, because that essentially, to me, is what keeps the city up and running despite all of these civic problems. With elections around the corner, do you believe that a message should be sent across to political parties that this must be the #1 talking point? Corruption, this nexus that we see that's ruining Bengaluru.
I think the government of the day is already now aware, because citizen groups are very strong in Bangalore. They are very vocal, and at the same time, they are very willing to get down there and work with the civic bodies to correct what needs to be done. So I think participatory, governance is the way forward. And I'm also not someone who gives up. I believe it's a great city. I'm a proud Bangalorean. I think whatever has gone wrong needs to be corrected, and it can be and it will be done. But yes, with elections coming around, I think, yes, the government will have to sit down and take more notice. And I do hope that things have already started happening. People are reclaiming the areas on which encroachments have been built. The Raja Kaluves and everything are well mapped out. And I think slow and steady, it can't be anymore. It will have to be prioritized in a way that we don't have this kind of a scenario in the next.
I think the first step, as you pointed out, also happened after the rainfall when you saw encroachments being cleared. It's the basics. Clear up the Rajakaluways, which are the stormwater drains known as Rajakaluways in Karnataka. Ensure that, some of your lake beds are cleared up because they're so heavily encroached. Ensure there's a penalty on the ground that nobody does that anymore. And we will perhaps see a change on the ground. Harish Bijur, Meghna Girish, thank you very much for joining me here on India Today. A quick reminder to our viewers, for all the details about what's happening with regards to the civic mess in Bengaluru, pick up the latest issue of the India Today magazine. Great analysis of exactly what's gone wrong as far as the planning of this beautiful city is concerned, and also has, of course, several words coming in from prominent Bengalurians on what can be done to fix this. I'm slipping into a very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we focus in a way on Karnataka. There's a movie that everyone is talking about right now, the Kannada film Kantara. And I've spoken to the cast, the crew of this film that's released in Hindi today. It's creating huge buzz, now the highest rated Indian film on IMDb.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets. Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country? News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news with me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Chiranjeevi starrer Godfather completed a week at the theatres and continues to mint money at the box office. On its 7th day, the political thriller is estimated to have earned rupees 2.34 crore in India. The makers are now gearing up for the release of the Tamil version, which will hit theatres on October 14th. Made on a budget of 85 crore rupees, the film was off to a good start and has registered a solid opening with first-day gross earnings of rupees 38 crore worldwide. The makers had also recently confirmed that Godfather made a smooth entry into the 100 crore club. Salman Khan, who had a cameo in the film and essayed the role of Masood Bhai, took to social media and congratulated Chiranjeevi on the initial success of the film through a video.
My dear Chirugaru, I love you. And I heard that Godfather is doing really well. Congrats. God bless you. You know why, Chirugaru? क्योंकि इस देश और इस देश की जनता में है बड़ा दम. वंदे मातरम.
Thank you, my dear Sadhu Bhai, and congratulations to you too, because Masood Bhai is a force behind Godfather's stupendous success. Thank you and love you so much. Vande Mataram.
Even Chiranjeevi reciprocated the gesture by sharing a thank you post for Salman. Directed by Mohan Raja, Godfather is a remake of Mohanlal's starrer Malayalam film titled Lucifer and had clashed with Nagarjuna's The Ghost at the box office but outperformed the film by a huge margin. It also features Nayanthara in a pivotal role. The makers of Ammo have released the trailer of the film, headlined by Aishwarya Lakshmi. The video introduces to Aishwarya's character, who is stuck in an abusive marriage, and after a certain turn of events, she finds help from an unexpected corner.
I love you super, sir.
Directed by Charukesh Sekar, this thriller is started to be a game changer as it is going to be Amazon Prime Video's first Telugu language feature film.
కానీ ఎలా అమ్మో ఏదో ఒక దారి ఉంటే ఉంటుంది ఒక దారి.
For the unversed, Aishwarya Lakshmi was last seen in Mani Ratnam's Punyan Selvan 1, which has been receiving rave reviews ever since it hit cinemas on September 30th. The period drama is still continuing its successful march at the box office.
The latest South blockbuster in town.
ನಿಮ್ ಶೋಕಿ ಆಚರಣೆಗಳಿಂದ ಕಾಡಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ?
ಶೋಕಿ ಇಗಳೇ ಶೋಕಿ ಅಂತೆ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಾ?
Kantara is the highest rated movie ever.
ನೀವು ಹೋಗ್ತಿರೋದು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಅಜೆಂಡಾ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಿದೆ. ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಆದೇಶ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಡಿನ ಸುತ್ತಳತೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಧೈರ್ಯ ಇದ್ರೆ ಜಾಗ ಮುಟ್ಟಿ ನೋಡ.
Kantara defeats KGF to top the charts. A story that's captured everyone's hearts. Watch out for the new KGF in town.
Hello and welcome to this India Today special. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. There's a new film that everyone's talking about, a new KGF, a new Pushpa. It's a Kannada film called Kantara, and it's now hit theatres in Hindi as well because of the craze, the following and the amazing reviews that this film got. We're going to be talking about this film. Joining me on this broadcast is filmmaker and actor Rishabh Shetty as well as actor Saptami Gowda, both of whom have done a fabulous job in the movie and are receiving accolades all across. Rishabh, I'd like to begin with you. Big congratulations. Did you expect this response?
Thank you so much. ये दो चीजें कभी भी नहीं था मेरे पास, जो एक्सपेक्टेशन एंड एक्साइटमेंट. सो ये मुझे लगा कि ये कॉन्सेप्ट लोगों को पसंद आएगा, लेकिन इतना बड़ा जो सक्सेस हो रहा है अभी, ये मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था.
Saptami, were you overwhelmed when you saw the kind of response? Because this film actually released about 2 weeks back in Kannada. It's because of the massive response that you got that now you are forced literally to dub it in Hindi and release it again.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it is still very overwhelming, and then it's still, the feeling hasn't just sunk in yet. That we're all very happy and we're proud that, you know, the movie is taking off this way and people are loving it. So the amount of effort and the amount of love we put into it while making the movie is paying off. So it is overwhelming. At the same time, we're all very proud of it.
And I think it's so well deserved. You know, I feel so proud when I hear of these kind of movies. This year has been amazing for all of us, hasn't it? I started off talking about Pushpa. I started off talking about KGF, Bahubali. Rishabh, your film is now in that same league.
तो इसलिए बोला था मैं, ये एक्सपेक्टेशन एक्साइटमेंट नहीं है मेरे करके.
When you see all the messages, Kicha Sudeep has messaged on this. So many people, really. Prithvi Raj has put out a message also. Raj and DK, they appreciated your film. Many of them have come forward to say that this is one of the best films they've seen in years. How did it feel when you got these responses from so many veteran actors, filmmakers?
Feels good. मतलब ये अभी जो बॉलीवुड, टॉलीवुड, सैंडलवुड, ये सब था पहले. अभी जो इंडियन सिनेमा बन रहा है, सो इस जनरेशन में हम लोग वो एड्रेस कर रहे हैं. ये लैंग्वेज का बैरियर छोड़ के हमारा जो रीजनल रूटेड एक कहानी हम लोग बताया, तो वो दुनिया के सब लोग ऐसे ओपनली ले रहे हैं, सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं, वो लोग सक्सेस कर रहे हैं. एंड फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल लाइक टू ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀವಿ. क्योंकि वो लोग इतना पब्लिसिटी किया, इतना माउथ पब्लिसिटी हुआ था, वाइल्ड फायर जैसा ऐसा स्प्रेड हो गया. सो उन लोगों के वजह से अभी हिंदी में भी रिलीज हो रहा है. नॉन कन्नड़ा लोगों को भी वो लोग सजेस्ट किया, लेके जाके पिक्चर दिखाए हैं. सो वो एक विचार मैं मेंशन करना चाहता हूँ. सो इसलिए इतना बड़ा रेस्पॉन्स मिल रहा है. एंड अभी जो बैरियर जोड़ के एक रीजनल रूटेड हमारा जो कल्चर क्या है, हमारा सिस्टम क्या है, हमारा बिलीफ क्या है, ये सब बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था एक फिल्म में लेके आने के लिए. सो वो भी मैं एक फोकलोर जैसा लेके आया था. जो कोस्टल कर्नाटक का जो रिचुअल है, जो दैवाराधने भूतकोला बोलते हैं हम लोग, शायद आप भी जानते हो. सो
No, so I wanted to ask you about that, Rishabh. Jaise, you're talking about these cultures, like the sentiments of Bhuta in coastal Karnataka, the sport of Kambala. How do you get Hindi audiences to connect with these cultures, these traditions? Can they understand that?
Yeah, definitely. Basically, it's a conflict between human and nature. So, मनुष्य और प्रकृति के बीच में जो संघर्ष है, वो बताने जा रहा हूँ मैं. So, प्रकृति और मनुष्य का बीच में जो ब्रिज है, वो हम दैव मानते हैं. सो वो एक एनर्जी, एक प्रकृति का बीच का जो पॉजिटिव एनर्जी है, वो हम लोग सोसाइटी का, एक समाज का एक समानता रूप में लेके आने का एक मैसेज भी है उसमें. सो I always thought more regional is more universal. So अभी जो उधर का जो बैकड्रॉप में लिया, उधर का जो कल्चर, उधर का जो रिचुअल्स और बिलीफ, ये सब लेके आके मैं दुनिया को बता रहा हूँ. सो ये सारे यूनिवर्स कैसे लेते हैं करके. लेकिन ऐसा कुछ रिचुअल्स, ऐसा कुछ बिलीफ ये हर जगह है. नॉट ओनली इन कोस्टल कर्नाटका. तरीका अलग है, जो प्रकार अलग है. सो भारत का हर कोने में, हर गांव में ऐसा कुछ रिचुअल्स रहेगा. सो हम लोग वो मानना पड़ता है कि हमारा लाइफस्टाइल भी वैसा है. सो इसलिए मुझे वो कॉन्फिडेंस था कि ये दुनिया में किधर भी जाओ, ये संघर्ष तो है.
And I think what's great is that people now in many parts of the country will learn about coastal Karnataka. There are so many cultures and traditions that many of us have in our villages, in our towns, that people don't know about. I think this opens doors to what happens in coastal Karnataka, the beliefs there, the traditions there, and just a glimpse really into that. So hopefully it will get people thinking and more curious about it. Saptami, what do you really, do you think stands out about the movie that it's grabbed so much attention and so much praise right now?
I think there's an underlying issue that we're trying to talk about in the movie, that is, the human and the encroachment issues. But it's being said in a way that everybody can connect with. Like, for example, there's every element in the movie that you would expect in any other movie. So there's there's humor. There's a lot of humor throughout the movie. There's a beautiful love story. There's a conflict that happens not only externally but within the characters as well. And each character is crafted so well. Like the character graph of each character, there's a justification to every character. And moreover, like, people are talking about the climax, and there's a beautiful climax that happens. And leading to that climax also, there are the way the culture is being used and shown around, just to to bring out that issue that all of us have faced or seen in the world. I think these elements that we've used in the movie, I think people are going to connect with it. So these are the elements like humor, like I said.
Yeah.
So these elements help bring out the issue more in a better way.
If you look at the film industries, Rishabh, there's a lot of talk right now about Bollywood, Tollywood, Collywood, Sandalwood also. And even if you look at the film industries in the South, it's always considered that, Mollywood, Collywood and Tollywood produces great cinema. Sandalwood doesn't do a great job in producing great films. Do you think that narrative at least is changing thanks to your film now, thanks to Vikrant Rona, thanks to KGF and KGF 2? Do you think finally that narrative is changing?
इस जनरेशन में हम ओके है करके हम सोच सकते हैं, लेकिन भारत चित्ररंग को, अभी इंडियन फिल्म इंडस्ट्री को कन्नड़ा फिल्म इंडस्ट्री का कंट्रीब्यूशन बहुत बड़ा है. बहुत अच्छे महान कलाकार थे, डॉक्टर राजकुमार, डॉक्टर विष्णुवर्धन, शंकर नाग, उससे पहले भी बहुत सारे स्टार्स थे, बहुत अच्छे डायरेक्टर्स थे, पुट्टना कनगाल, शंकर नाग जी, बहुत सारे सिद्धलिंगे, ऐसा बहुत सारे लेजेंडरी फिल्म भी है. ये बहुत पुराने की बात है कि वो 30 इयर्स पहले इधर से लोग उधर जाके उधर आके कन्नड़ा फिल्म देख के उधर के राइट्स लेके आके रीमेक करते थे. सो उसके बाद बीच में कुछ हमारा इंडस्ट्री को, कन्नड़ा इंडस्ट्री को मतलब उतना मेन स्ट्रीम नहीं था, इधर उधर अच्छे अच्छे फिल्म आता था लेकिन कंसिडर नहीं करते थे। आज आफ्टर केजीएफ के बाद जो आपको जो लिस्ट बोला आपने, हाँ। जो दूसरा तरीके से एक रास्ता खुला है एंड लोग भी अभी ये आप बोला ना, ये भी सैंडलवुड, टॉलीवुड, बॉलीवुड, ये बॉलीवुड, ये सब छोड़ के इंडियन सिनेमा का रिकॉग्नाइज कर रहा है। अभी वो रीजनल कन्नड़ा का हम कंटेंट किया तो भी लैंग्वेज बैरियर छोड़ के हर जगह देख रहे हैं। वो एग्जांपल है कन्नड़ा वर्जन हम लोग कांतारा रिलीज किए, सब जगह बहुत अच्छे से चला। बॉम्बे में बहुत कन्नड़ा लोग नॉन कन्नड़ा को लेके जाके पिक्चर दिखाया है, उसके बाद वो लोग सजेस्ट कर रहे हैं। बहुत सारे ट्वीट्स पढ़ा था मैं। इधर भी शुरू हुआ 10 शो से, लेकिन 2 दिन के बाद 120 शोज हो गया था। दैट इज फर्स्ट स्ट्राइड रीजनल लैंग्वेज का एक फिल्म। मराठा मंदिर जैसा थिएटर में भी पिक्चर डाले हैं, बहुत अच्छा रेस्पॉन्स मिला है। So I think वो सब जा रहे हैं अभी, वो भी पूरे के पूरे मिलके इंडियन सिनेमा बन रहे हैं।
And I think it's all from word of mouth. It's all from social media.
Definitely.
And,
definitely.
You know, I've read so much about this film. I can't wait to go watch it. Very sadly, I haven't seen it yet. But Rishabh, you know, you're saying yes, that right now cinema transcends boundaries, that it's so easily dubbed, it's put out in different languages, but there's a need to also recognize where it comes from, that this is originally a Kannada movie, and that pride also I'm sure you have somewhere.
Definitely, because मैं एक हमारा जो सॉइल का, हमारा जो रीजनल और कोर कंटेंट हम मैं बता रहा हूँ, उसमें भी हमारा जो बिलीफ क्या है, हमारा जो कल्चर क्या है, जो ये सब मेरा वो एक रीजनल कंटेंट बता रहा हूँ। मेरा सोच था कि ये कन्नड़ा में भी जाना चाहिए, कन्नड़ा में भी लोग देखना चाहिए जो ओरिजिनल कंटेंट किधर से किया है करके। सो कौन सा लैंग्वेज का फिल्म है, किधर का स्टोरी है, ये सब जानना है। लेकिन वो कन्नड़ा ऑडियंस ने इतना प्यार दिया, इतना सपोर्ट किया, वो फिल्म वैसा ही जा रहा है, उसके पीछे हम लोग जा रहे हैं। सो ये प्लान भी नहीं था थिएट्रिकल डब करके हिंदी में इतना डिमांड आएगा। होम्बाड़े फिल्म्स जो उतना बड़ा प्रोडक्शन हाउस, उतना सॉलिड रख के इधर अनिल तदानी जी भी ज्वाइन हो गए। उसके बाद जो नॉर्थ इंडिया में हिंदी का 2500 स्क्रीन में डाल रहा है। सो सब जगह अच्छा रेस्पॉन्स मिल रहा है। क्रिटिक्स का भी एक शो थे, उधर भी बहुत अच्छा रेस्पॉन्स मिला। इट्स वेरी हैप्पी टू सी दैट।
You know, there are many stars who've decided now to move to the Hindi film industry. There are many from the Telugu industry also who have moved. Saptami, a bit of a controversial question. Why do you think that movies, Telugu movies, Kannada movies, Malayalam, Tamil, all of them seem to be doing much better than Hindi films?
Like you said, it's a very, you know, even perspectives matter that way. I think people, like, for example, people are now open to every kind of movies. For example, Parasite, that won at the Oscars last year, was put out in Korean. It was a Korean movie. It was put out in that language, but it still did very well across even our nation. So I think when you're trying to, I think we should never let go of our roots. And when you bring that out, when you bring that essence out, people are connecting more to it. So I'm sure, for example, in Mumbai, Ganesh Chaturthi is such a big festival here. So if there are stories around that and people bring out those stories, I think even the Mumbai audience or even down the south, people will be more willing to watch it. And it's not that Bollywood movies aren't doing well. Like, for example, recently Gangubai did really well even down south.
Yeah.
So I like Sir said, now there's no, you know, language barrier as such, and people are waiting to watch good content. So even the audience perspectives have changed now. It's not just the language. If you're
right. I think language is no longer a problem, right?
Yeah.
You know, you either see it dubbed, you see it with subtitles, so everyone gets to see all content. But the question is, Rishabh, why is it that the Hindi film industry is not able to produce as good content as many of the filmmakers, like, you know, S.S. Rajamouli, like yourself, like so many others that I can name here. At the end of the day, you look at Hindi films and compare them to a Bahubali, to a KGF, to a Kantara, they're not matching up. Why is it that content that's coming in from the South film industry seem to be much better right now? Would you agree at least it's better?
है ना? I think it's a circle. ये season जैसा, आम का season, बनाना का season ऐसा, वो चलते रहता है. उसमें कोई ये नहीं है, क्योंकि इंडियन फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में हिंदी फिल्म का जो बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन है, जमाने से हम लोग देख के आ रहे थे, ये हिंदी फिल्म जो स्केल, जो स्टोरीज देखते थे हम लोग, बहुत अच्छे अच्छे बड़े बड़े लेजेंडरी कलाकार है, बहुत अच्छे अच्छे लेजेंडरी डायरेक्टर्स भी है इधर। आई थिंक ये तो हर इंडस्ट्री में ये प्रॉब्लम था। मतलब अभी कन्नड़ा ऐसा कर रहा है, इससे पहले 10 साल पहले हमको ज्यादा मानते नहीं थे। तेलुगु का भी डाउनफॉल था, अप्स एंड डाउन्स आर देयर। तो वो हम क्या है ना, एक सक्सेस आ गया तो ये मन में लेके हम इधर रख के ये सक्सेस किया हम लोग, ये करते हो करते नहीं, फेलियर भी वैसा ही आता है। ठीक है, दोनों हम इक्वली लेना है। आई थिंक इधर का जो फिल्म मेकर्स है, ये हिंदी सिर्फ एक स्टेट नहीं है, पूरे नॉर्थ इंडिया में बहुत सारे जगह हिंदी बोलने वाले लोग हैं, हिंदी समझते हैं। उधर का भी जो रूट्स का जो कोर कंटेंट लेके आके ये लोग मतलब प्रेजेंट किया, तो फिल्म बनाया तो लोग डेफिनेटली देखते हैं, उसमें कोई ये नहीं है।
No, if I were to give you an example, see, very often when I spoke to a lot of experts about this, they said that it's because these filmmakers go into issues that are very close to people's hearts, traditions, cultures, like your film also, and does justice to it. So you see a latest Hindi film trailer that's come out with Prabhas, Adipurush. And it's about the epic Ramayana. So it's a story that we all know, we hold very dearly. But a film like that, if it was done in the South, would be hailed. Now in the film industry, in the Hindi film industry, there's a lot of questions, a lot of controversy over it, because they're saying that Ravan is being portrayed in this way and that way. So do you think that there's a lot more controversy in the Hindi film industry unnecessarily?
नहीं, हर जगह है ना वो controversies, किधर नहीं है, हर जगह होता है। अभी क्या है ना, अभी सोशल मीडिया आने के बाद लोग उनका व्यूज एक्सप्रेस करते, उनको क्या हो रहा है, कैसा लग रहा है, वो सब उन लोगों का पर्सपेक्टिव है, उसमें मेरा कमेंट्स नहीं है, जो हर जगह है। मतलब अभी सोशल मीडिया इतना ये है, उसमें इतना पॉजिटिव भी है, नेगेटिव भी है, लोग स्ट्रेट अवे एक्सप्रेस करते हैं। अभी फिल्म का जो देखने का जो पर्सपेक्टिव भी चेंज हो गया। लोग क्या है ना, कभी भी मैं मानता हूँ बहुत ज्यादा अपडेटेड कौन है बोले तो वो ऑडियंस है। कौन अपडेट नहीं हुआ है, हम फिल्म मेकर्स और स्टोरी टेलर्स है। क्योंकि अभी मैं कांतारा किया, ये 1 साल का पुराना स्टोरी बता रहा हूँ आप लोगों को मैं। ये कुछ चीजें, कुछ सिनेमा बनते हैं, हम लोग 2 साल 3 साल लेते हैं, 3 साल का पुराना स्टोरी हम लोग अभी बता रहे हैं। अभी जो प्लेटफॉर्म से लोगों को, वो लोग ऐसा देख रहे हैं कि अभी अपडेटेड वर्जन का कुछ वर्ड सिनेमा, किसी दुनिया का किसी कोने का कुछ लैंग्वेज का फिल्म देख रहे हैं, तो वो लोग अपडेटेड है। अभी जो लोग फिल्म देख के रिव्यू करते हैं, कैसा है कि एडिट के पर्सपेक्टिव से, वीएफएक्स के पर्सपेक्टिव से, स्टोरी, नरेशन, स्क्रीन प्ले, डायलॉग्स, एवरीथिंग, परफॉर्मेंस, तो कॉस्ट्यूम्स, ईच एंड एवरी डिपार्टमेंट में वो लोग बात कर रहे हैं। सो मैं इसलिए, हमारा इंडियन सिनेमा का स्ट्रेंथ है, हमारा कोर, हमारा जो रूट्स है, हमारा जो कल्चर है, इसी को लेके आने का है। सो वो हम भूल नहीं सकते, भूलना नहीं चाहिए। क्योंकि दूसरा लैंग्वेज का कुछ हम लोग देखते हैं, लाइक शायद वाइकिंग्स में जो बोलते हैं, उन लोगों का जो कल्चर दिखाते हैं, प्रॉपर हमारा इंडियन कल्चर जैसा है। उधर टेम्पल भी है, जो उन लोगों का रिचुअल भी वैसा ही है। सो हमारा मन में, अगर इंडिया छोड़ के बाहर गए तो एक ही तरीके से हमको सोचते हैं हम लोग, वैसा नहीं है। तो हमारा जो कोर क्या है, उधर जाना है, वो वैसा स्टोरी लेके आना चाहिए। हमारा जो सॉइल का जो स्टोरी है वो लेके आना है। वो आपको किसी का प्लेटफॉर्म में भी नहीं देखने से मिलता है। वो सिर्फ आपका गांव का स्टोरी है, वो उधर के लेके आके दिया तो लोगों को पसंद आएगा। लोगों को, मतलब ये स्टोरी में नया नहीं है। मतलब हम क्या क्रिएट करते हैं, बोलते हैं हम लोग क्रिएटर, वी कांट क्रिएट एनीथिंग। नेचर में सब कुछ है, दुनिया में सब कुछ है। हम लोग उधर से इन्फ्लुएंस होके, उधर से देख के वो हम रिक्रिएट करने के लिए ट्राई कर रहे हैं। आई थिंक दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट।
But Rishabh, with all this that's being talked about, and so many of your colleagues also venturing into Bollywood, is that the next step for you? Next Bollywood film?
No. I want to make films in Kannada.
Okay.
So
make in Kannada and dub in Hindi?
हाँ, वो अभी लोग इतना ओपन है, इतना प्यार दे रहे हैं। सो अगर हम कुछ नया कुछ बताया तो ओपनली ले रहे हैं। सो एंड वो क्यों, अभी कांतारा को इतना रिकॉग्निशन आ रहा है, हमको इधर लेके आके डब करके रिलीज करने के लिए इतना लोग का भी हेल्प है, पब्लिसिटी भी ऐसा कर रहा है। क्यों है कि मैं कन्नड़ा फिल्म इंडस्ट्री आया हूँ, उधर मुझे लाइफ मिला, मेरा कहानी बताने के लिए स्टेज मिला, मुझे सब कुछ दिया है कन्नड़ा फिल्म इंडस्ट्री. आई डोंट वांट टू डू दैट. आई वांट टू मेक फिल्म्स इन कन्नड़ा. सो सब फिल्म, सब कंटेंट, कुछ कंटेंट चीजें मैं लेके आके दुनिया को दूसरे लैंग्वेज में बोल सकता हूँ. कुछ चीजें लाइक लास्ट फिल्म व्हिच आई हैव डन called सरकारी हिरिय प्राथमिक शाला कासरगोडु. It's about Kannada schools in a border area. Okay, that films can't dub in Hindi and other language.
Agreed.
क्योंकि एक केरला कर्नाटक का बॉर्डर में जो कन्नड़ा स्कूल है, गवर्नमेंट स्कूल, उधर का कुछ बताने जा रहा हूँ. उधर का जो लैंग्वेज पॉलिटिक्स क्या है उसके बारे में था, वो कन्नड़ा में ही देखना चाहिए.
100%. I'll agree with you. I'm very happy that you said that because it makes me immensely proud that you're saying I will continue to make Kannada films as well. Saptami, before I wrap this up,
I feel always proud. I am Kannadiga.
100%. I'm sure you do, and it's shown clearly, not just in this movie, but in your answer just now when you said I will continue to make Kannada films. That's great to hear. Saptami, before I wrap this up, your message to the audiences for someone who's going into the theatre with an open mind to watch Kantara, what would you tell them about the experience they're going to be witnessing?
You're going to have the best experience of your life when you're going to go watch Kantara. It's going to take you. So we've created a world for you called the world of Kantara. So you're going to experience the world of Kantara along with the characters. You're going to become one of the characters in the village, and you're going to experience the culture with us sitting at the theatres today. So you're going to 100% come out, be in that world, and when you come out of the theatres, you're going to be left, with the thought process and with an amazing climax too.
I think the reviews also largely speak for themselves. Rishabh, final question from you as well. Your message to the audiences on what to expect from Kantara, and I also want to know from you what's next.
वो पता नहीं. मोस्टली 2 महीने छुट्टी लेके बीवी बच्चों के साथ भाग जाऊं. So 2 महीने के बाद सोचता हूँ. बहुत साल हो गया उन लोगों को टाइम नहीं दिया मैं. So message, your takeaway, you will experience a very beautiful positive energy in the film. So आपको एक हमारा जो कल्चर क्या है, हमारा रिचुअल क्या है, हमारा बिलीफ क्या है, जो हमारा जो भारतीय संस्कृति क्या है, ये रूटेड क्या है, ये रीजनल रूटेड हम बोल रहे हैं, कोर बोल रहे हैं, क्या है ये. इसमें एक भगवान का जो शक्ति है, मतलब डेमी गॉड कहते हैं हम लोग, दैव पंजुर्ली, दैव गुलिका, वो हम मानते हैं. वो एक बहुत अच्छा एनर्जी. सो वो एक शूट करने समय में भी वही फील हो रहा था मुझे. एक शक्ति, एक एनर्जी मुझे जा रहा है. वही एनर्जी स्क्रीन में ट्रांसफर हो गया, वही एनर्जी स्क्रीन से ऑडियंस को ट्रांसफर हो गया. आई थिंक यू विल एक्सपीरियंस दैट.
Thank you so much, Rishabh. Thank you, Saptami. Congratulations again for the amazing response. I'm sure now when I'm speaking to you, you've already reached a high. Next week, you'll be reaching another high and another after that because of the great reviews and experiences that people are speaking about on social media about this film. Thank you so much for joining us here on India Today. To all of you watching this broadcast.
Thank you so much. Yes. That high is dangerous. So let's be in a ground.
For sure. Remain grounded. And because of that, I'm hoping you both will join me very soon. Also, I'm sure once this film breaks all records very soon. To all of you watching this broadcast, watch this film, Kantara. It sends out a very important message. It's about our culture. It's about Indian traditions. And we all should be trying to learn more about every single part of the country. This one is about coastal Karnataka, and it's an unmissable story. Thank you very much for joining us here on India Today.
Who will be the president of the Congress party? It's a Mallikarjun Kharge versus Shashi Tharoor contest.
He is not my examiner. See, I have come on my own from block president to this level. Was Shashi Tharoor was there at that time was there? See, these things just questioning. He is telling like that. I have created a manifesto. And I will give that. That may be his views.
तो मैं डेलीगेट से ये कह रहा हूँ कि ये सोचिए कि क्या चाहिए आपको भविष्य में. पार्टी कैसे चलो आगे, क्या बदलाव के साथ चलना है, या क्या आप चाहते हैं कि आप संतुष्ट हैं कि सब कुछ ठीक चल रहा, तो बात ठीक है, आप मुझे वोट मत दीजिएगा।
With the proverbial Gandhi hand backing Kharge, the contest, as riveting as it could have been, would end up being hardly a contest. Congress insiders and political analysts have labelled this election a simple selection or a fixed match with an unsaid whip of voting for Kharge. The battle lines might be drawn, but the playing field is far from level, and Shashi Tharoor knows it.
बार मैं पीसीसी गया हूं और उसी दिन पीसीसी अध्यक्ष को होना मुश्किल था, लेकिन अगर आप पूछते हैं कि लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड है, तो क्या आपको लगता है कि इस किस्म के ट्रीटमेंट में कुछ फर्क नहीं?
Addressing a press briefing at Delhi Pradesh Congress Committee office, Tharoor said that several PCC chairpersons and senior party leaders met and welcomed Kharge, but the same courtesy was not extended to him. How the elections are being held seemed to be in complete contrast to the very reason why they were held in the first place. It was to be an election without a de facto Gandhi candidate, to resurrect internal party democracy, to re-energize the party base. But ultimately it seems loyalty to the Nehru-Gandhi family trumps all, and thus, so will Kharge trump over Tharoor. The BJP, who recently elected JP Nadda to the post of party president without election, was quick to mock the fallacy of the Congress contest. Right after Shashi Tharoor called the playing field far from level, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya tweeted out, saying Tharoor should finally realize this election will be a farce. The polls for Congress president are scheduled to take place on October 17th. Results will be announced on October 19th. But it seems the results have already been sealed the day Mallikarjun Kharge became the official candidate of the Gandhis. Bureau Report, India Today.
Ever heard of zombie fires? No, I'm not talking about flesh-eating maniacs. This is a rare phenomenon that is also known as overwintering fires. This occurs mostly in countries like Russia, Canada and Alaska. So what are zombie fires really? Peat fires burn underground and are very difficult to detect. They're also known as zombie fires as they can burn underground and reignite weeks or months later. Climate change is drying peatlands and making them more susceptible to fire. During a fire, burnt trees fall to the ground, igniting the flammable peat in the soil. The embers can continue to burn more than a meter underground for weeks or months, even in winter in certain regions of the world. The embers are fed by peat, a spongy material rich in carbon formed by decomposition of organic matter. They burn underground and return to the surface where in dry and windy conditions they can start a new fire.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, currently on an overdrive flagging of trains and schemes before the Assembly Election Model Code of Conduct kicks in, was expected to head to United Kingdom in the fourth week of this month. He was expected to oversee the signing of the much-anticipated free trade agreement between the two countries, a pact that former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson had pushed for. However, comments by the British Home Secretary Suella Braverman may have poured cold water on the deal. The Indian origin politician, whose parents moved to England from Kenya and Mauritius in the 1960s, has been panned for her comments. In an interview to a magazine, she said, that Indian migrants are the largest group overstaying in the UK. She added that despite the British government reaching an agreement with India last year, the problem has not abated. She reportedly is not very thrilled either about the fact that the trade agreement may include easier movement of Indian professionals to the UK as part of the deal. The comments were preceded by her statement at the Conservative Party conference, where many saw her blaming the Indian community for recent unrest in Leicester. The External Affairs Ministry was quick to respond, saying India was taking all steps to facilitate the return of citizens who are allegedly overstaying in the UK. The MEA also made it clear that such comments were not appropriate given that trade negotiations were underway. Indian officials are shocked and disappointed by the disrespectful remarks of braver men, adding that perhaps the ambitious politician was currying favour with the Brexit lobby.
That was the policy of the government.
Meanwhile, the British Home Secretary's bravado has attracted a lot of criticism within the UK. The British economy is currently facing a tough time, with inflation at around 10% and energy prices posing a very real threat to the country's citizens. There have been efforts by the Liz Truss government to undo the damage, with the British Foreign Minister James Cleverly reiterating earlier today that his country wanted an even stronger trade relationship with India. But at this stage, it is clear that only a miracle would ensure that the India-UK FTA, which would have reduced tariffs and non-tariff barriers for trade between the two countries, will be signed by Diwali. Even if it is, expect a watered-down version initially. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Why do you impose Hindi?
I'm sorry, there is no imposition.
Misconception about how people of the South don't want to learn Hindi.
Kharge says, where was Tharoor when I was block president?
He's not my examiner.
He's not my examiner.
Gandhis have actually told Shashi Tharoor that you make it
you
look
have to
like
make
a fight.
it look like a fight. It's not about Aamir Khan, if I may. This is more about the advertising industry.
No,
only targeting one religion, one practices. Nikah halal is misogyny, not one
So you guys something which is positive is bad for you.
Incredibly, you worked with Teach for India. You worked in Mankud in Mumbai as a teacher for a couple of years.
So what I used to do is to go by car to the train station, tell my driver you stay here, and then take a rickshaw and go to school, because I didn't want the community to know that I'm coming in a private car.
To all our viewers, Mankud is very far away from South Mumbai, where we are at the moment. And you then moved into holistic education, and that's where you're...
one of the biggest slums.
It's the
Like
it's,
Arabi,
it's where everyone from Peter Mello Road and Churchgate area has been rehabilitated.
Co-presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint, fashion bade aaram se. Powered by Ashirwad Shubh Chakki Aata, Raho Char Kadam Aage.
the world's noisiest democracy, this is the noisiest newsroom. Welcome to Democratic Newsroom, where every single week a bunch of us anchors and reporters get together in a huddle to talk and kick around the big headlines of the week. And obviously we started this week's Democratic Newsroom with that big so-called collision in the Congress party. Over 2 decades later, the Congress party, the grand old party of Indian politics, is finally set in the next few days to have its first non-Gandhi president in over 2 decades. Kharge versus Tharoor, you couldn't think of two more dissimilar characters, but as you said, Preeti, they're also from the same stock.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So dissimilar, yes, when you look at them, but in one line, limited to what actually Mr. Tharoor has said. If you want things to remain similar of how the party has functioned, status quo to be maintained, then choose Mr. Kharge, because clearly it's very evident that the proverbial hand of the Congress unofficially rests on Mr. Kharge.
Yeah.
If you want things to change, then it's Tharoor. I don't see things changing.
No, but it really has become like an official appointee versus this, you know, this upstart who dares to think he can become the president. Because that's the tone and tonality. Even in our interview, Kharge says, you know, where was Tharoor when I was block president?
He's not my examiner.
He's not my examiner.
Tharoor versus Kharge, one man who's not so approachable. I'd say Tharoor, even though, and it's not his fault, right? That's how he's built. The way he dresses, the way he speaks. He's not a mass leader.
Elitist.
But Kharge is an out-and-out mass leader. He's a grassroots level. In fact, he knows the rigmaroles of the grassroots politics. And he's won multiple times, elected representative.
9-time MLA.
Yeah, and for him, and the way he looks, the way he speaks, he can speak Hindi. In every sense, a Gandhi loyalist, a fit man.
But 80 years old.
Yeah, the only thing right now that makes him fit for this role, if you ask me, is that he is a loyalist of the Gandhis. Nothing else. Age is not on his side. You know, he's not someone who's supremely active, right? He's not someone who's going to get down, get dirty, none of that. He's essentially going to be playing out whatever the Gandhis want him to do. And so much so that I think right now, what Nabila said about Tharoor, it's almost like he's a rebel, right, within the Congress. The way he's being treated,
the only thing that's looking like a fight. Because Tharoor is putting up a fight, it looks like a fight.
I'm genuinely wondering what will happen post 19th. I think it's clearly a given what's going to happen as far as the result is concerned.
I'm just glad
but what happens to Tharoor? Is he going to leave? Is something going to happen there? Because he's being treated as a rebel, right?
It's Kharge Gandhi.
When Kharge spoke to India Today, he said, you know, yeah, I'm not shrugging off that I'm a Gandhi loyalist, but you saying that I'm going to be remote controlled is insulting my tenure and my commitment.
He can deny as much as he wants.
You know, okay, what I would like to say is here. The fact is, didn't we all think that nobody could be more dyed in wool when it comes down to allegiance to the Gandhis than Mr. Gehlot?
Yeah.
But once I believe you give a man power, you don't know what comes off that. The only, you know, the thing is, with Mr. Kharge now coming in, I'll give you an example. No, Kharge is no Gehlot.
Kharge has no power also.
And Kharge, no, as president, if he becomes president, you don't know what will come of it, but I'll just, you know, give you one quick anecdote about what could Mr. Kharge's presidency look like. I was there in Jaipur. He was one of the observers who came in to observe. Now, you know, there's trouble for the Congress if it isn't going to be Mr. Kharge. I'll just give you an anecdote. What happened really was that while they were waiting for the MLAs to show up to the official, meet, there was Mr. Gehlot, and this is, you know, sources very close who were sitting there have told us. While the other observer, Mr. Markan, immediately figured out that they've been played. Something's up. These MLAs have gone to the rebel camp. You know, there's something going on. For an hour, it was completely lost on Mr. Kharge, is what our sources tell us who were in the meeting. He kept asking where the MLAs were, why were they late?
Politician.
You know, now to have somebody like that as the president of the Congress, you know, I'm sorry, because this is worrisome. You've got to be a wily politician to be the president, to get together the workings of a party.
Why do we think it's Kharge? Is he because he's the most non-controversial right now? With Shashi Tharoor, there are clearly a lot of controversies, charges, allegations. There's his own. And that he has his own mind.
Unlike Kharge.
That perhaps is going to be
So Shashi Tharoor held this huge meeting, a Congress meet in Tamil Nadu, where he invited almost 700 voters of this internal election. 13 of them showed up. And he,
Tharoor.
Tharoor.
And for that matter,
being seen in Tharoor's events right now will be seen as blasphemy.
But are we really thinking?
Tharoor very clearly said that they were asked not to appear for this meet.
Correct.
So this almost looks like it's a decided game.
No, but
Tharoor is putting up a fight which is is why it looks like a fight.
No, but Tharoor is fighting a fight.
Nabila, what makes you think that Tharoor is putting up a fight? What if the Gandhis
Because he won't withdraw his nomination?
What if Gandhis have actually told Shashi Tharoor that you make it look like a fight?
You have to make it look like a fight.
Why not? Speculating
I'll tell you why I think not. Maybe that Tharoor was actively a part of the G23 who was vocal.
Yeah.
Who was very, very vocal
He wrote
against
the letter.
that's what I'm saying. He was very vocal against the Gandhis. So maybe that why not? But then if you actually look at it, because the G22 was standing behind Mr. Kharge.
Correct.
So,
But I thought it was very sweet that Tharoor had a manifesto.
I'm just wondering, because Tharoor doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who fights to lose. He's put all of it into this. He's got a manifesto. He's traveling across the country. He's got videos.
What happens
next is my question.
I'm not saying he lacks resources. He doesn't lack resources. He's a guy who stands on his own. But what after that? You know, at the end of the day, unless the Gandhis have told him, boss, you be the guy who fights, so that it seems like a real race to the presidency and not something.
My question would be influenced to that point. And also when he spoke exclusively to India Today again, Tharoor said, I've got offers from many other parties, but I've never taken it.
Correct.
No, but so what is that trying to hint? He's also hinting that if this doesn't work in his favor, maybe
is he going to, Preeti, is there a possibility that Shashi Tharoor, because he's given it his all, right? And he's not like even shying away from taking on the Gandhis in the sense that he's saying it's very clearly manipulated this election, etc. Post October 19th, is there a possibility, even the smallest?
I actually, what's my gut feel? I would think, when you talk about politics, there's everything which is possible in politics. But, for somebody like Tharoor, who's always been, because for him, this presidential election is also an ideological war, right? For somebody who's always stood by ideology, he's always criticized the BJP's ideology very vocally at that. He very well could skip. But my thing is, when you look at where does he come from? He comes from Kerala, right? The BJP is very weak in Kerala. What does he, what does he really get from crossing over?
For him, right?
What
the fact that the Kerala Congress isn't backing him.
So what could he get if he crosses over? Because, regionally, he has nothing to gain. Will they give him a ministry in the center to get him to cross over? And if they do that, will he do so?
Pooja, since you've covered these parties, this is a secret ballot. Why can't people choose Shashi Tharoor? Is there no way that any of these people will choose Shashi Tharoor? Or is it such that each one of these people is invested in the Gandhi system and therefore there's no question this guy has a chance?
Knowing how Congress has been, Shiv, lately, there are definitely going to be some people, maybe for fun or otherwise, who will vote for Shashi Tharoor for sure.
I'm of the personal opinion that this whole internal democracy thing in political parties is a ridiculous thing to be defensive about. I don't know who they're trying to prove what to. You choose your person who can win you elections. It doesn't matter, about this whole democratic thing is silly. I mean, at least I don't think voters care that much about whether you have internal democracy or not. So we'll have to see. 19th is the day when there will be a first non-Gandhi president of the Congress party in over 2 decades. We'll have to wait and see. And then there is the ever-hanging issue of Hindi imposition. People from the south feel very strongly about it, especially the politicians. And that's why Hindi imposition, after a parliamentary panel made some proposals, became a big incendiary topic. Here's what the Democratic Newsroom thought about it. As a South Indian, this is one of my favorite annual political stories, and the amount of emotion that goes into it in the southern states, especially Tamil Nadu and Kerala and Karnataka, over Hindi imposition. They're bringing it from the north, they're shoving it down our throats, and obviously MK Stalin this time, and now also Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan, slightly more muted though, but even Karnataka becomes a very big deal. Akshita, you're also from the south just like me. How pained are you by this Hindi imposition?
I think rightly full debate Tamil panlama. I feel it's very legit because people in the south and states in the south don't know Hindi, don't have access to it, so don't impose it on them. They have one message which is very clear. Yes, you need one balancing language or something that reaches out. Keep that English. Why do you impose Hindi?
In Karnataka, as much as the Kannada Rakshana Vedike are generally supporting the BJP, when it comes to Hindi imposition, they're always against the BJP. So any boards that have Hindi on them completely,
they removed all those metro boards and all that
they
stuff.
Painted it black completely. So Hindi, and this whole misconception about how people of the south don't want to learn Hindi, or we hate Hindi, or we refuse to learn Hindi. That's not true. But the point is, when it comes to medium of instruction or education, when you don't learn it in your own mother tongue or English, which we have a better flair with, it generally sets us back.
The problem is
learning through a mother tongue always gives you better instincts. So why should people from the north or the Hindi belt always
the bigger question is, when has anyone said that Hindi mein hi baat karna hai, you will not talk
but
in
that's
any
what
other
the
language?
parliamentary panel was saying.
also suggest that in other states the regional languages will have
They are
more
saying
than
that the
Hindi.
medium of
They said IIT, IIM, central institutions will have Hindi.
So what?
But in
All that
other,
is not there in states. All
no,
that is
but
also
in
there.
other
There's an IIT
states,
Madras.
but in others, you'll also have your regional. Nobody said you will not talk in your regional language. You will.
No,
in
but
fact,
if you're saying medium of instruction, then that's a declaration. That's basically a rule that's being put.
Which means you'll have to speak that language to learn.
And why should
So
you?
it's basically only politics because there is election, because MK Stalin wants to be the bigger star than he is in Tamil politics. So you need a villain, you make Hindi the villain. Hindi, you're a bigger star on Lallan Top. Hindi.
So
you're
what?
a big star. Okay.
But
I can
Hindi,
do the same thing. I can
but
say,
that
you
is
know, Gaurav,
different
come
from imposing Hindi.
Come speak in Tamil.
I would love to
Come speak
learn.
in Tamil. As a North Indian, if you speak in Tamil, people will be like, wow.
Wow, and I would love to
No,
learn.
but loving to learn is different from imposing it on people.
I'm sorry, there is no imposition. The fact remains, yes, there is reluctance. The moment Hindi becomes a language to earn money, everyone and their aunt will speak Hindi. And thank you, you spoke of the Hindi film industry, Hindi news channels, Hindi serials. Everyone's learning Hindi. Hindi is one language that unites from Ladakh to Lakshadweep.
Precisely
One
the
language
difference I
that
drew.
unites
From
us
Kashmir
is
to
Hindi.
Each
one of us sitting here speaks a different mother tongue. And yes, because we work in an English channel, but I think more than English, Hindi could become an Indian link language.
Why?
Because, for example,
What
the
purpose
French.
does it serve?
For example, the
It's
French.
spoken-
Even in Canada, there are areas where you don't even speak in English
so
because
then
it's
do
French.
that
They
with
take
Tamil.
pride in
Do
that.
that with Tamil. It's older than Hindi.
So why not English? What's the big deal? We're living in a globalized society
I
now.
agree.
It throws
Let's
up
keep
more
it with English.
opportunities.
Just
why
know
are we,
there are ways
why are we underestimating English also?
There
as a
are
language?
ways to energize Hindi and spread Hindi without affecting India's standing in the world.
अंग्रेजों की
There are
भाषा
systems.
बोलने में अरे let's speak English. लेकिन अपने देश की भाषा हिंदी, you have a problem.
Let Preeti come in.
Limit of being a slave.
I just want to ask.
What
I just
slavish
want to ask
mentality
you.
is this?
No, it's not about slavish mentality. The deal is who has made you king. Most of us who are sitting here propagating Hindi needs to be spoken, will be spoken. Less than 40% or just about 40% of this country speaks Hindi. What's happening right now in China? There's a surge in people wanting to learn English. Mandarin is not being spoken right now in China, especially where kindergarten is concerned for the first time. Hear me
Which
out.
is why they're
Hear me out.
importing English
When you talk about as a
teachers
link
in mass.
language, I am sorry, whether you like it, whether you don't like it. Just because we are the north of India and we are closest to the power center doesn't make our language bigger than, say, a language of Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, the east. What is your link language? Forget about the south. What is your link language to the east? It's English.
It is English. Two of the biggest so-called, superpowers in many ways beyond America are actually China and Russia. Both Russia and China take a lot of pride in making their languages official.
My point is China and Russia are different examples because they've got massive disadvantages. India has an advantage that China is trying to take away, which is having English as a widely spoken language, which gives us a standing in the world. The problem
preach to people in the south and even the east or maybe anyone else, Shiv, is that, you know, why are you not open to Hindi? That's the argument that's often put forth, right? So then with English, that's exactly the same case.
Yeah, so
that's
expand
exactly
Hindi.
the same case with English. Why do people then say, you know, instead of English, let's do Hindi? If you're talking about employment opportunities, you get maximum opportunities by knowing English.
So basically
right?
the debate comes down to why a foreign language? Why should we
Akshita, I
make
disagree
English
because you look at Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, intelligent, incredible, excellent people, bright minds.
Give me 3 more other states which speak Hindi. Madhya Pradesh,
Madhya Pradesh,
Gujarat, most Gujarat doesn't speak Hindi.
Correct.
All right? Okay.
Yeah, even,
most Maharashtra doesn't speak Hindi.
But hear me out.
Most,
hear me out.
80% of the hear me out. 80% of the northeast doesn't speak Hindi. 80% of the south doesn't speak Hindi.
Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, specifically Bihar, because I know some of those young men and women, absolutely bright, way more brighter than any of us, have suffered only because of English. They have command on their local languages.
This is
Hindi.
what people in Tamil Nadu say about Hindi.
I'm sure. So now, how are you saying that English is a better language?
Bridge the gap with English. Why do you want to bridge the gap with Hindi?
So how do you decide that English is a better language?
Because the way you decide Hindi is exactly the same,
right? Pooja, cold, hard facts in terms of figures. Why English? Not a better. Nobody's saying it's a better language. Why English could be used as a better language to communicate, as a link language. And why Hindi fails? Look at your states where English is more acceptable and spoken than Hindi.
And
you
look
will
at
find
internationally.
the percentage is over 35%.
But we are looking internationally. Why are we not looking at what India's language and pride is?
Why is Hindi your language of
pride? My view is Hindi anyway in the Hindi belt entirely is already a medium of instruction.
Yes.
The examinations happen in Hindi. It
And
does not
English
happen in
also.
many states in the regional
Also
language.
English.
Look, there are-
It's not like
While you have your mother, when the medium of instruction is in your mother tongue, it already gives you a jump start. So why are we prioritizing the Hindi belt over the South?
For that matter, most of your central exams are in two languages, English and Hindi.
English.
So, you don't have any of your regional languages, respect, accommodation there.
I agree
There's no question of that then suddenly.
I think the point is that this is mostly about politics. It's not about increasing the
agreed.
functionality of languages. By all means, everyone should learn as many languages as they want, but let's not mix functionality with politics. Thanks for watching. And before I sign off, the third topic of the week on Democratic Newsroom featured a star and his latest advertisement that's triggered some very familiar outrage on the internet. See you next week. It's not the first time that star actor Aamir Khan has found himself at the receiving end of internet outrage. After experiencing this quite a few times before, now it's an advertisement featuring him and actor Kiara Advani in an advertisement for a bank. The setting is a wedding, a bride and a groom, and there's a great deal of very familiar sentiment-based anger that has a religious twist to it on the internet. Let's talk about that for a moment to see where things stand, because in these hypersensitive times, it looks like everything that stars do is under very close focus. Preeti, what did you think?
Well, I think this ad questions misogyny more than about religion. Why do I say that? There's a newlywed. The nuptials are just over. In the traditional form of the ceremony, the girl goes to the boy's house. In this advertisement, the groom is going to the girl's house and he's the one who is going through the traditional ceremony of Graha Pravesh. This is being called anti-Hindu. I think it's good to let go of old regressive traditions. I think this is a moment of women empowerment. We should all embrace it. I think we are looking at masking misogyny by using religion. There will be a lot of people, and I'm sure Gaurav will also come out and say that why only our religion? Why not Islam? Why not Christianity? Because other religions are regressive. Will you keep holding on to your own regressive traditions because you don't want your religion to be touched? We've got to, wake up to it.
Gaurav? So, in the Northeast anyways, there are a lot of ignorant people who will just say that it's Hindus. In the Northeast, even there are many girls, when they get married, boys come to their house.
Also Kerala.
Meghalaya, Kerala. So, in our country, it's where you have a matriarchal society, you've always had women empowerment, and women empowerment needs to happen all across the board. I would love to see Aamir Khan do an ad when he's fighting misogyny through an ad, opposing nikah halala, for example. That would be wonderful. Let Aamir Khan break a tradition.
True. I think that the maximum outrage right now is because it's Aamir Khan.
No, so be that
as Kiara Advani's agency, who's very much part of the film, by the way, is completely negated. Nobody's talking about
that. I also think it's because.
It is not one ad specific. I will give you a series of ads. Like I said, when you're showing Karwa Chauth, you'll show two women. Show two women hugging on Eid.
Is there something wrong with homosexuality?
Hold on. I have other instances, and there are 10 such instances.
Misogyny, homophobic,
only one.
Misogyny, homophobia.
Because you are okay. Hindus को target करो. क्यों? क्योंकि आपकी टीचरों ने पढ़ाया है. Unless you rebel with Savitri with spaghetti. Hold on. Unless you take off a hijab, you're pretty numb.
This ad and Karwa Chauth and the hijab verdict, if you would have noticed, all of us have directly said, even Karwa Chauth, for example, we have said it's patriarchal, misogynist, this. But when it comes to the hijab, let's be politically correct. Let's be defensive. Let's not be direct.
So one second. I'd be very happy today for an advertisement to show that women are shunning hijab. Very good. Show it. Right? But as a Hindu, one second. As a Hindu, I am very proud. I am a very proud Hindu, and I'm very proud that I can actually go ahead and showcase this. And Pooja, I don't think the man needs to be put up on a pedestal, or that he came to a woman's house.
It should be normal. It should be normal.
I agree.
I
think people, there are two ways of, two reasons why all this outrage happens. Just to conclude this, I think one side sees this as selectivity. Gaurav also believes that you say it only about one religion, not the other. I tend to agree with what Pooja says, which is that, look, maybe this emphasizes the non-insular nature of the Hindu community as opposed to other communities. It could be any. But as long as stars are going to be under the focus, Akshita also said it's the particular star that's in focus that also has much to do with this. I think this kind of hypersensitivity is going to lead to a great deal of outrage. People are entitled to their sentiments.
And the bank has attracted all the fun controversy.
Everyone's talking about them, except the only problem is everyone's talking about the actors, the issue. I had to call someone and ask them what brand it was. I didn't remember the brand.
It will be a pity if the bank is boycotted, because what it did was embrace, let go of a regressive tradition.
Let go of regressive traditions. It's every religion. Let our ad agencies go after.
Okay.
You'd like to be regressive. Bring back Sati.
You do it if you want to. Yeah.
Okay, guys.
At least improve other religions. What do you mean the likes of you? The likes of you will let go.
Guys.
Yes, I will.
Nobody is going to bring back Sati. People have bled in this country to abolish Sati.
Yeah.
I remember accounts of a Sati-like incident happening in our lifetime as well.
Yes.
So there are many things.
Sati did happen, which I covered. Yeah.
As you can see, we all have very strong views here, and that's the nature of the Democratic Newsroom. Thanks for watching.
The food on your plate is going to get costlier. Feeding starving bellies is going to be even more challenging as the Russia-Ukraine war has caused fertilizer prices to hit the roof. More than 20 million tons of grain are stuck in Russia as Black Sea ports have been blocked, and fertilizer prices have soared nearly 30% since January 2022. The UN Food Agency warned last year that world food prices would hit a 10-year high. The food supply chains are being disrupted, especially with soaring fertilizer prices likely to hit future food production. Indian farmers mainly use three types of fertilizers: urea, DAP and MOP. These sizable chunks of fertilizers used here are imported. Around 50% of the total potash imports are from Russia and Belarus. Rising fertilizer costs directly affect food costs. It forces farmers to cut the sowing area, leading to lower production and lower food supplies. Russia, Belarus and Ukraine account for 20% of phosphoric acid imports. India gets around 15% of its ammonia imports from Russia, and nearly 60% of India's DAP fertilizer imports come from China and Saudi Arabia. China exports a majority of fertilizers to the rest of the world, but the country suspended exports of fertilizers until at least June 2022 to ensure domestic availability in 2021 that's added to the crisis. Another worrying reason is the soaring energy prices. Around the world, natural gas is used as a raw material as well as fuel for nitrogen fertilizer production. The ongoing fertilizer price hike is the third big shock in the last 50 years. These shocks are mainly driven by soaring energy prices. Global food prices increased sharply in 2007 and into the first quarter of 2008, triggering economic and political instability and social unrest across nations, both in developed and emerging economies. India has been facing a supply shortage since the war between Russia and Ukraine started on February 24th. India needs about 6.54 million metric tons of DAP, 2.34 million metric tons of MOP, and 5.83 million metric tons of NPK fertilizers in the upcoming Kharif season. Kharif crops are usually sown with the beginning of the first rains in July during the southwest monsoon season, but the availability is much lower, and this is a major cause of worry.
You can buy Taj Mahal, and quite literally so, on a metaverse. But only if it is sold as an NFT virtual land. NFT virtual land is an ownable area of digital land on a metaverse platform. And metaverse is like a digital duplicate of the real world where you can buy, sell things, including land in this case. NFTs or non-fungible tokens here would represent land ownership. So when you buy a virtual land in a metaverse, NFT is proof that you own it. Singer Dilair Mehendi even bought virtual real estate on the Indian metaverse platform called Party Night. He's now named the property Balle Balle Land. The price of a virtual land is evaluated.
Warm welcome viewers, you're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. If not all, then most of us have one horror story on being on any one of the country's national highways. Well, no matter what state that you're in, there will be a stretch in your state which will be called locally as the death trap. Well, today we focus on the busiest highway in the country, which is the NH8. And we focus on a 44-kilometer stretch, which, viewers, in just the last 30 days has taken 12 lives. The Jaipur-Delhi stretch.
Highways have a similar role in the economy of a country that veins have in a body. If the veins are damaged, they're not healthy, a person gets sick. Similarly, if the highways of a country are not fit, its economy is hurt. And right now I'm standing at one of the most important veins of our country. This is Jaipur-Gurgaon National Highway, also called as NH8. And this is the situation like. There are potholes, the roads are damaged, no repair work is going on, and this does not lead just to a traffic disaster almost every day, a traffic nightmare almost every day, but when it rains and the roads are submerged in water, this can lead to a major accident as well.
NH8, the busiest highway in the Indian subcontinent, is also the deadliest for the people who tread it. It's the distance from Jaipur to Gurgaon, desperate for not just maintenance but immediate repair. Riddled with potholes, some a foot deep. Melted tar, parts of road reduced to rubble. Connecting Delhi to Mumbai through 2,800 kilometers, it's the 44 kilometers distance from Behror to Bawal on the Jaipur-Delhi stretch that has turned fatal for many of those who traverse it. And all due to the pathetic road condition. With accidents reported daily in the last 1 month alone, this stretch has killed 12 commuters with over 25 injured.
गड्ढे ज़्यादा भयंकर हो पड़े हैं, गाड़ी फंस जाती है, पटा वटा टूट जाते हैं, सबसे ज़्यादा नुकसान होता है, बहुत ज़्यादा परेशान है इससे।
रोड देख रहे हैं आप, टोल के बावजूद भी ये सारा रोड टूटा हुआ है, गाड़ी का नुकसान हो जाता है, बहुत सी सारी दिक्कतें हैं।
गड्ढा पूरे पूरे रोड में, इससे वाहनों को भी डैमेज होते हैं और क्या कहते हैं एक्सीडेंट के होने के बहुत चांस होते हैं, जान का खतरा रहता है। ये सरकार ना कुछ इसको गड्ढे बड्ढों को भराने की कृपा करे ताकि आने जाने वालों को सहूलियत मिले।
If not accidents, then traffic jams due to the terrible road conditions are reported daily on this crucial highway. With just 2% of the road length in India, national highways account for almost 37% of all road deaths. If one were to remove pedestrian deaths, which are more common in towns and cities, the percentage of accidents on national highways is close to 50%. Repeated complaints, pleas for maintenance have failed to move the National Highway Authority of India. Where charting the road to New India, the Road Transport and Highway Minister Nitin Gadkari continues to lay the stone for new highways. The question is, what about the old ones, where apathy continues to kill?
If a person evades from paying the toll taxes or what is now called the user fees, there is a hefty penalty. But the question is, shouldn't there be a penalty on those who are responsible for the upkeeps of the roads if the condition of the roads are bad? With camera person Sai Thakur, I'm Akshay Dongre for India Today.
I want to cut across immediately to my colleague Akshay, who filed this report on the Jaipur-Delhi stretch of the NH8. Akshay, the fact is, all of us somewhere down the line tragically have a story which is connected to somebody who was injured, had an accident on the various national highways in the country. But the specific stretch right now, which you have reported on, can you take our viewers through on how terrible is the road condition there?
Well, Preeti, this is one of the most crucial highways that connects the national capital. In fact, Delhi-Jaipur highways used to be considered one of the best, but now the condition is absolutely pathetic. We are talking about a road where the speed limits are somewhere around 100 kilometers per hour. And there are potholes on not just the service lanes, there are potholes on the main carriageway. There are potholes on the flyovers that are there on this particular route. It is a stretch of about 250 kilometers. And if you just move away from the national capital borders and if you drive down for about just 25 kilometers, as soon as the city of Gurgaon ends, the situation of the road goes from bad to worse. I traveled for about 100 kilometers on these roads, and the situation was appalling. People were troubled. People were questioning that what exactly is the toll fees for, if not for the upkeep and the maintenance of these highways. In fact, in September itself, the toll charges for this particular highway that cost somewhere around 300 per car to travel from the national capital to Jaipur, and for somewhere around 1,000 rupees for a truck to drive from the national capital to Jaipur. The toll fees was increased by 15% just this September. However, the situation remains extremely bad. The recent spell of rain in the NCR region has made the situation worse. The potholes are everywhere. When it rains, the service lanes are inundated, and when the roads are submerged in water, you cannot actually figure out that where is the road and where is the pothole. We are talking about the country where there are the highest number of deaths on the roads, and while there are various reasons for that, these kind of potholes are the biggest contributors. They're talking about the cost, Preeti, that this particular road costed somewhere around 2,600 crore rupees to be built. However, the authorities who were earlier responsible for the upkeep of this road have already collected more than 6,000 crore rupees in terms of toll fees between 2009 and 2021. And now the National Highway Authority of India, the nodal authority of upkeep that is responsible for the upkeep of highways, is responsible for the upkeep of this highway as well.
Akshay, I want to ask you one quick question before I let you go. In the last 30 days, there have been 12 reported deaths on this particular stretch from Bhawan to Behror, which is a part of the Jaipur-Gurgaon stretch of the NH8. There have been repeated requests, complaints that have gone to the NHAI. Even a lot of people, who've been at the back of this tragedy have written directly to the minister himself who takes care of highways, Mr. Nitin Gadkari. Why is it that the NHAI has not done anything at all? In terms of maintenance is a very, very long shot. This particular stretch is crying out for immediate repair.
Well, absolutely, Preeti. In fact, I tried to speak to the officials at the NHAI, but some sources at the NHAI told me that the contractor that they were trying to hire, that they had hired for the upkeep of this particular highway, did not turn up. Now, that is, in fact, a joke for National Highway Authority of India to say that this long stretch of highway that is somewhere around 250 kilometers long, the contractor did not turn up, and now they're trying to hire a new contractor for the upkeep of these roads. On many of the potholes, there was no sign that there is a pothole ahead. There was no sign that there is a damaged road ahead. And if a person is going at a speed of somewhere around 80 to 100 kilometers an hour, and if even a single tire of the car gets into that pothole, there is a very high probability that the tire will just burst and there can be an accident. And God knows how many more deaths until NHAI will take cognizance of the pathetic situation.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. We're going to continue to come back to you for more updates there. My colleague Akshay will be tracking the reaction, hopefully, to his story on what the NHAI or the minister in question, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, says. I want to quickly cut across to our panel this evening. I have Raghav Chandra, former chairperson, NHAI. I have Anurag Kulshrestha, President, Tracks Road Safety. Mr. Chandra, the fact is all of us have a story. I have a personal story of the Jaipur Delhi highway, which has been recorded, while I was coming back from an election or a political assignment where I saw the worst accident of my life. Somebody who I have grown up with just about 10 days ago lost his life at the age of 45. Most of us have a story to tell where the national highways are concerned. Why is it? You've been the chairperson of the NHAI. Every day we are witnessing ministers launch new highways. What about the old ones? The apathy continues to kill, sir.
Yes, what you are saying is quite right. It is clearly inexplicable and cannot be justified not taking care of an existing highway stretch, and that also a national highway as important as the Delhi-Jaipur one. That having been said, this has to be tackled at various levels. And the first and immediate task before the National Highway Authority, and I'm sure they are trying to address it, why they have not been able to orchestrate it is beyond my comprehension because it's an essentially very efficient organization. They should at least do up the potholes immediately. And this is something which can be done across 48 or 56 hours. And there is a standard operating procedure for filling up such potholes to ensure that the damage done is absolutely minimized. Having done that, that is something that needs to be done on a war footing. They should address retopping and relaying the road as fast as they can by appointing a contractor. There are contractors aplenty. If one single contractor is not there, they could perhaps divide it into several parts. So that's, this stretch of 44 kilometers is immediately taken care of. And the third, of course, is what is already being done and which is already on the anvil is to create greenfield expressways so that, you do not have to go through the cities and the towns where there is, because of which there is very heavy congestion. So you have to tackle it on all three fronts. The third is already being taken care of by building the newly aligned Greenfield Delhi to Mumbai Expressway, which will go along a different route,
right,
and which will ensure that this is taken.
But Mr. Chandra, as I want to bring in Mr. Kulshrestha, and I want to ask you, we talk about, the Greenfield Expressway, we talk about the industrial corridor, which will be made for trucks from, say, Neemrana to Behror. The fact is, one can keep talking about launching these new initiatives, new highways, industrial corridors, but one does nothing to what we already have. This is the busiest highway, sir, and you know that better than I in India.
Yes, Preeti, before starting anything, I'll just want to say one thing about the phenomena of the NHAI. NHAI is working on the basis of the concessionaires, and the second chain is the contractors. And it is managed by NHAI, like managers are there, project directors are there. But what happens, hardly they have any visit. They are just working by sitting in the offices. Even I am working on Hero Honda Chowk and Rajiv Chowk. That's a start from the Gurugram on this highway. These both are the black spots, and they are removing these black spots for last so many years. And still these are the black spots. Main problem is this: on the entire stretch, this drainage system is completely failed. Number two, entry and exit on this highway, this particular highway, is completely ignored as per the national highway laws. Whenever there is a cut, whenever there is an exit, and whenever there is an entry, these are 100% wrong on this highway. And nobody is set accountable. I think as in Motor Vehicle Act, there is a provision. If something is wrong on the highway and there is a death, then the contractor will be fined for that. No, not the contractor. Project director must be fined for that. What type of management they are doing, what type of visit they are doing, what type of supervision they are doing. Managers are there, project directors are there. They must be set accountable for everything, for the regular supervision. What are they doing in sitting their offices only?
Mr. Chandra, the fact is that on the NH8, every day, sir, and once again, you've been the former chairman of the NHI, I don't have to tell you, crores is generated in terms of pure toll tax. The toll tax in the last 3 years, you are just looking at the figures, have doubled. The condition of the road has never been worse.
You have a point, and I know the question that you're going to ask me is whether because the condition of the road is so pathetic, so should toll tax be done away with? Well, I think that's a managerial decision, and even the chairman of the National Highway Authority would not be empowered to do it, because ultimately this revision of tolls goes right up to the cabinet. But you have a point, and on a graded level, if the quality of the road is not commensurate with the toll that is being collected, there is a case for moderating the tariff and the toll that is collected, the user charge that is collected. I would not say that you should do away with the toll completely, because it's also a sense of discipline. After all, people are using that road. It is providing some sort of excess. However, there is a case for moderating the quantum of toll, and I think that is something that needs to be deliberated upon and determined and decided.
But Mr. Chandra, you know, one would be happy to pay the toll if the roads befitted paying that amount of money. You know, when I talk about why pay toll, when you're actually going into a death trap where you don't know, suddenly you'll see a patch which is clean and then you'll hit a series of potholes, which on the highway right now, as my colleague demonstrated, are a foot deep. Anurag,
I find that absolutely incomprehensible, inexplicable and unjustifiable. And I think, I'm sure senior officers in the NHAI, the executives are listening in. Even if they are not, they would probably get to know through your communication networks. They should leave everything and take this up on a war footing to resolve the potholes, to ensure that the basic comfort level of the commuter is ensured.
Mr. Kulshrestha, should at some level, because you can't shut a road like this, what should be done? Because if you look at the condition of this particular 44-kilometer stretch, which starts from Bawal, which lies in Haryana, stretches all the way to Behrod, which lies in Rajasthan. Traversing this stretch is nothing else but a death trap. You know yourself, you yourself said how many times you've taken this road. What is the step? What does one do? Because any complaint that has gone to the NHAI, any complaint that has gone to the minister till now has fallen on deaf ears. You run an NGO. What is the option here?
Preeti, let me tell you one thing very clearly. We are working on Rajiv Chowk for last 1 year, and every design of the new crossing has been approved by the local administration, in the presence of NHAI officials, managers, and they have submitted the plan for around 7 months back, and NHAI has told them we are handing over this basically area to you, to the local administration. This is going on after approving by the District Road Safety Committee, that is DC and police commissioners and all engineers. Even the NHAI chairperson is not working on that. So main thing is that till the moment, instead of like beside the contractor, concessionaire as well as project director of the NHAI must be set accountable. Once, if it is accountability is there, everything will be smoothing over there. Otherwise, second thing, about their SOPs, about their rules and regulations. I have seen this NH again and again, number of times throughout the year. Just because of the poor drainage system, these potholes are created because whenever there is a waterlogging, it's not passing. There are numbers of cuts. NHAI is unable to enforce the people. People are getting passes for their hotels, for their buildings. But NHAI is not taking the action on that because they don't have the enforcement agency with them. So this is the thing. Number one, NHAI must be accountable for two things. One is the poor maintenance, and other things for the enforcement on this particular stretch also, on every stretch.
Okay, I'm just going to give the final word to Mr. Chandra. Mr. Chandra, the commuters, the citizens of this country are very sick of now looking at visuals, talking about the highway to New India with installations of foundation stones of new highways, new corridors, when the ones that they actually have to commute by day after day are deteriorating to a level where you just don't know whether you're going to come back alive. That's actually something which people go on the highways right now and think of.
Yeah, you have a point, and but I must clarify that the new highways that are being built are very robust, good, useful amenities for access. That having been said, there is no justification for potholes, for dangerous highways, and the number of accidents on our highways is constantly increasing. The number of deaths is increasing. So this must be tackled on a war footing. There are methodologies for undertaking it. I would not blame just the managers or any individuals in the NHAI system. I think it's a robust system. It's just a question of getting their act together. Why they are not able to get their act together, I'm sure they would be attempting to.
But Mr. Chandra, where is the gap? I want to ask you. You know, the visuals have been there for everyone to see. It's not just happened this month. It's been now on for the last 2 years. The situation of this highway is only deteriorating to a level where if you actually ask experts, and you don't need to be an expert to see what is going on, this highway needs to be shut for maintenance?
The highway can be shut for maintenance, but there is no alternative route as of now until the Delhi-Bombay Expressway project is ready, which should get ready in stages, but it would still not do away with the, you could still not close this highway. What is required is top-grade level of management on this highway. You need to appoint highway administrators who will just be monitoring this, patrolling this, repairing it, ensuring that contractors are performing. It requires more team effort, more focus, more attention. It is possible. It is not impossible. It is not Herculean. It is very doable. It's just a question, as I said, of getting their act together. Why they are not able to get their act together, it's incomprehensible.
Well, appreciate you joining us. Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to keep the spotlight on this particular stretch, and we are also, because we are getting a flood of social media engagement where they're asking us, what about highway X, Y, Z, national highway in the south? There are so many in terms of urgent repair, urgent maintenance. We're going to follow this story, viewers, doggedly at that, because in the garb of launching new highways, the old ones, where most of us have to traverse, they are the ones which are suffering. And the collateral is us, the citizens of this country. Thank you for joining us. Up next is Rahul Kamal.
Listening to music puts you in a good mood, but have you ever heard of music that gets you high? In a never-ending quest to get high or feel better, people are listening to binaural beats to mellow their minds. A study shows that many have been trying binaural beats as a form of therapy or even an intoxicant. The term binaural means two sounds, and binaural recording without the beats refers to a kind of stereo recording wherein the listener feels totally surrounded by the musicians. Everyday sounds range from 250 to about 6,000 Hz. Binaural beats are usually below 1,000 Hz, which is in the low range of average human hearing. Hector Orozco Perez, an author of a recent study on the mysterious beats, puts it this way. What happens is when you listen to two pure tones separated into each other, the tiny difference causes a frequency mismatch as the sound travels to the auditory part of your brainstem. Simply put, if your right ear is hearing 260 Hz and your left ear is hearing 250 Hz, then your binaural beat comes in around 10 Hz. What makes binaural beats interesting is the ability to synchronize or entrain your brain's electrical response to adhere to a certain rhythm, and rhythmic stimuli can help people concentrate. There are several types of beats. Delta is the lowest frequency, just 0.5 to 4 Hz. Next is theta, between 4 and 7 Hz. Alpha beats range from 7 to 13 Hz, and beta is from 13 to 30 Hz. Finally, gamma includes sounds from 30 to 50 Hz apart. Delta binaural beats may help people sleep more deeply, while beta beats may help people stay more alert. The Global Drug Survey, an independent research company based in London, conducted a survey of voluntary participants. It found that 5.3% of respondents, over 1,600 people who completed the survey, reported using binaural beats either alone or in combination with other drugs or treatments. Respondents most commonly used binaural beats to relax or fall asleep, that's 72.2%, and to change their mood, about 34.7%, while 11.7% reported trying to get a similar effect to that of other drugs. The effect of music on people has been studied for long. For instance, it's said if babies are made to listen to classical music, they'll turn out to be smarter. Studies showed that those who listened to Mozart and Strauss had markedly low systolic and diastolic blood pressure, as well as lower heart rates. ABBA's tunes, on the other hand, didn't produce the same effects. There's also Mozart's music that can increase your general intelligence. What are your views about this?
5 साल के बाद पेट्रोल देश से समाप्त हो जाएगा। आपकी स्कूटर, आपकी कार एक तो हाइड्रोजन पे होगी, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन पर, या इथेनॉल पर, फ्लेक्स इंजन पर होगी, या सीएनजी और एलएनजी पर होगी।
India's clean energy transition is rapidly underway, but can it replace petrol? The term green describes any type of fuel derived from biomass. This includes all kinds of organic matter from plant and animal. This is eco-friendly and sustainable alternative as the feedstocks used to make green fuel are sustainable and naturally replenished. Unlike oil, which is naturally occurring but requires an extremely long geological process to form, biofuel can be produced in a matter of days. A huge variety of feedstocks can be used to create biofuel ranging from vegetable oil and crop residue to algae and byproducts from beer breweries. They can be utilized in engines without engine modification. Between April to September 2021, CNG car sales saw a surge of 96%. Another alternative is CBG or compressed biogas, that is biogas produced naturally from waste like agriculture residue, cattle dung, sugarcane press mud, municipal solid waste, sewage treatment plant waste. So far, 9 CBG plants have been commissioned and started to supply across India. Autogas or LPG is a clean, high-octane, abundant and eco-friendly fuel. The use of LPG as an automotive fuel has become legal in India with effect from 24th April 2000. In the year 2003, a new eco-friendly fuel popularly called Gasohol was launched. This fuel combines petrol with 5% ethanol obtained from the sugarcane molasses available throughout the country. India has achieved the target of supplying 10% ethanol blended petrol extracted from sugarcane and other agriculture commodities, and aims to double it by 2025-26 to cut oil import dependence and address environmental issues.
Remember them? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have both been busy with their lives ever since the defamation trial, and everything seems to be going quite well for Johnny. He's returning to movies with the role of King Louis XV in Gyanvapi, has found love in his former lawyer, Joel Rich, and recently made 20 times the profit for his Queensland mansion. This isn't just any house, but it is the place where the infamous incident of Depp losing his finger took place. Amongst the many fights that were mentioned in court of the former couple, this incident was one to stick out quite a bit. He sold this mansion in Australia for $40 million. The house had 10 rooms with 10 bathrooms and a wine cellar with a capacity of 2,000 bottles along with a go-karting ground within that premises. To get into the details of this infamous incident, Heard had been throwing bottles at the actor, 2 bottles in fact, the second one resulting in a cut finger. Amber Heard did not agree to this version and said that Johnny Depp had instead been throwing those bottles due to anger, and that's how he cut his own finger. The incident has taken place in 2015 and has been brought up in trial multiple times. Now, as the dust settles on the defamation trial, Johnny Depp has been seen doing quite a lot of concerts with his close friend Jeff Beck. And Amber Heard, on the other hand, is peacefully living her life in Spain. She will be seen next in Aquaman 2.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachaye. Co-presented by Macho Hint. Fashion bade aaram se.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. A rare protest on the streets of Beijing against the Chinese government. Does this indicate subterranean tensions in the build-up to the big Communist Party Congress next week? What will the next 5 years of Xi Jinping's regime really look like? Where does China go from here? Where do the India-China relations go from here? All that and more coming up on the News Track tonight.
A rare anti-Xi protest in China. One man against Xi Sena. Beijing protester breaks internet. China's new Tiananmen moment. Big focus on News Track.
A one-man protest or a sign of trouble brewing? We look at that. Here are the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Varanasi court rejects Hindu side's plea seeking carbon dating of the shivling-like structure in the Gyanvapi mosque complex. Petitioners to move Supreme Court. State of war, Himachal begins. Single-phase election in 68 constituencies on the 12th of November. Results to be declared on the 8th of December. Smriti Irani's blistering attack on Arvind Kejriwal, the union minister, hits out at the Aam Aadmi Party over Gopal Italia's comments mocking the Prime Minister's mother. Mega move by India's nuclear command, INS Arihant, successfully is tested across a long-range nuclear missile system. Mohammad Shami replaces Bumrah in India's T20 World Cup squad. The BCCI has confirmed Mohammad Siraj and Shardul Thakur as backups. A banner reading "Overthrow the dictator and national traitor Xi Jinping" appeared on a bridge in Beijing. This rare protest, just days before the key National Congress of the Chinese Communist Party, has created a big buzz. While anger against Xi's zero COVID policy, which is the toughest in the world, is growing, the Chinese president looks all set for a historic third term.
Images that have stunned the world. Rare protest in Beijing ahead of Chinese Communist Party Congress for the re-election of President Xi Jinping for an unprecedented third term that could well make him president of China for life. The protest banner roars. We want food, not PCR test. We want freedom, not lockdown. We want reforms, not cultural revolution. We want respect, not lies. We want to vote, not a leader. We want to be citizens, not slaves. The lone protester wearing an orange jacket and a yellow hard hat was photographed on the Sitong Bridge in Beijing. He's reported to have set some tires on fire and chanted slogans on a loudhailer.
Xi Jinping is certainly a polarizing individual. People who dislike his policies suggest that the problems with the policies are a result of the leadership model, that it's because he has demonstrated strongman tendencies that policy effectiveness has decreased.
The lone protester is being hailed as a hero in China. He's calling for civil disobedience and smashing of COVID testing centers and the prevention of Xi Jinping from becoming a dictator were being discussed extensively in China before Chinese authorities launched a massive exercise to scrub the internet clean. All searches with the words Bridge, Sitong, Beijing, protest are reported to have been scrubbed clean. But online, the lone protester is being compared to the lone protester at the Tiananmen Square in 1989, whose heroic actions stole the advance of Chinese army tanks in Beijing.
And he's established himself as the sole penultimate leader of China. He's not beholden to the leaders around him. He is the core. He's not part of it. And as a result, we've seen some policy excesses. We've seen some challenges in China's economy. We've seen the COVID, including censorship, policing, to further control and enhance the party's control over the everyday lives of Chinese citizens.
Chinese President Xi Jinping's zero COVID policy has led to widespread protests across China, showing hundreds protesting a lockdown and shortages of food, medicines, and other essential supplies. Images of tanks outside banks with people unable to withdraw money, to a virtual collapse of the real estate sector, and people refusing to pay installment for homes have also gone viral. But analysts argue there is almost no major threat to the Chinese president, as the Communist Party is set to give him an unprecedented third term. This will make Xi Jinping the most powerful man in China after Chairman Mao Zedong. President Xi has also consolidated his control over not just the army but also the paramilitary forces, and is believed to have jailed potential opponents in what the Chinese government claims is an anti-corruption purge. There is little real threat to Xi Jinping as he prepares to remain President of China for life. Bureau Report, India Today.
One of Mao Zedong's famous sayings roughly translates to a tiny spark can set the prairie ablaze. What we saw on that Beijing bridge, is it a sign of subterranean tension that's brewing right ahead of the Congress party meeting? Or is this just a one-off lone wolf kind of attack which can't really be attributed to anything else? Joining us on this broadcast is Vishnu Prakash, former spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs, well-known Indian diplomat. With us also is Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, former General Officer commanding of the 15 Corps. Andrew K.P. Luing joins us, China strategist and analyst from Hong Kong. We've got Kalpit Manikar joining us, a fellow for the China Strategic Studies program at the Observer Research Foundation. Let me go across and get a sense from Vishnu Prakash first on this is a very tense moment for China in general and Xi Jinping in particular, because you've got the big Communist Party meeting where if everything goes just the way it's been planned, Xi Jinping will be appointed president for another 5 years at least. On the other side, you've got this one protest, very rare. It's not India or the United States or Britain where protests are common. Would you think of this as a one-off lone wolf kind of attack? Nothing to be taken very seriously, or do you think it suggests that there is tension in the air in Beijing at this moment?
Rahul, good evening. I think both the comments are correct. There would be tension. There would be a lot of misgivings, but that will be quiet. There's a lot of internal rumbling. For the simple reason that in his 10-year rule, President Xi Jinping has treaded on too many toes. He has eliminated lots of opponents, putative rivals, and certainly they are lying in wait. But also what we saw today was, I think, was a one-off thing. But the very fact that the one-off thing also could happen is also significant, because Beijing is under literally a lockdown. The entry, the exit is being tightly controlled. Beijing or China is a police state. Everybody is under watch. So under such circumstances, for two large banners to be unveiled is something which is noteworthy. But as they say, one swallow does not make summer. I do not see that this will become a trend, because President Xi Jinping is in complete control. And it's his coronation party. I don't think that anybody will be allowed to spoil the party. And it's a choreographed event. It will go according to plan. That is most likely to happen, Rahul.
General Atta Hasnain, your sense on these posters seen on a Beijing bridge, given the fact that security is at a high, given the fact that everyone's being very guarded, this does appear a bit odd, given that this is Beijing and not New Delhi.
Rahul, thank you. Thank you, first of all, for having me on your show. Very important day, yes, for China. We are aware of the fact that for the last couple of weeks, there was a bit of a speculation going around about the future of President Xi himself. We were hearing of reports of coups, etc. It turned out to be mostly rumor mongering. But obviously, there is somewhere an element of truth could have been there, a chance could have been there. Let's compare this to Tiananmen 1989. The difference was, okay, at that time also a lone wolf kind of a action had taken place, strongly opposed by the state. There was no social media, there was no internet at that particular time. Today things are different perhaps. Networks are there, but China has got its own networks. China has got its own controls over them. They are already reputed to be scrubbing everything clean on the internet, although the internet is live at the moment. So I do think that this kind of the controls which China has established are extensive. And therefore, they have safeguarded it from all angles. I can only quote one instance where you've had a case some years ago where a Uyghur terrorist group right from Xinjiang managed to go up to Kunming and carry out a knife attack at the Kunming railway station. Now, that was a very strange thing happening in a country like China. Today, I don't think that is possible. The networks are very much down diluted. And I would go along with Ambassador Vishnu Prakash completely to say that this seems to be a one-off kind of a protest which they've managed to sneak through. I don't think is really going to matter. But as a last point on this, even if the president gets elected for life, there cannot be a guarantee today that his progression subsequently is going to be as smooth as it has been in the past.
Why do you say that? Explain to our viewers, because that's a common thread from what a lot of analysts seem to be writing internationally, that from here on, life for Xi and life for China gets much tougher than it's been so far.
Yes, that's an interesting aspect which is being commented upon differently by different people. The lockdown itself is a major issue. You see, with transparency of the internet, largely the transparency of the internet, there is a lot of information available about how other countries have handled it. For example, India. Why India? I mean, you take Europe or take America today, there are hardly any aspects of lockdown, etc. People are coming out, economies are being allowed to flourish, come back into their own. That's the way out. But the very conservative methods which China has followed, with President Xi has followed, don't seem to be finding much favor within the population. Because if the population has got deeply affected, I mean, after all, China was the first country which got affected by COVID. It is known as the Chinese virus virtually. So I think the comparisons are very strong here. And people are looking to, and obviously the internet itself, the kind of information flows today, democratic principles, people looking for votes, the kind of demands which are going around, they're looking for respect, they're looking for reforms, they're looking not for lockdowns, they're looking to become citizens, proper citizens, by being empowered citizens. These are the kind of trends which are there. No guarantee that all this is going to go viral tomorrow. No, under China's system, it cannot go viral so quickly. But the potential is there.
Okay.
The possibility of seeding networks is there. And that is why I'm saying that this may not be so as smooth as it's been in the past.
Andrew Luing, sitting in Hong Kong, your perspective on what we saw in Beijing, a rather rare protest by China standards, this?
I think that there is a tendency for the West to be fixated on this historical event of Tiananmen Square with the single person standing in front of the tank, as if nothing has changed since then. But the reality remains that today's China under the Communist Party was very, very different from what happened on Tiananmen Square so many years, decades ago. In fact, that under the tutelage of the party, the livelihood of the entire population of the Chinese people have changed miraculously. And a recent study by the Harvard Kennedy School about 6 or 9 months ago showed over the years, the Communist Party government has been known as the government best supported by its people compared with countries around the world, including the United States. In fact, multiple ranks above the United States. The studies show that as much as something like 80 to 90% of the population actually support the rule of the Communist Party, because their lives have been completely changed.
No, but the fact is, one of the reasons why, Andrew, the Communist Party's regime has been as stable as it has is because of the fact that they have been able to deliver to the people of China unprecedented economic growth, unprecedented even in the history of mankind. 3 decades of sustained growth, which now seems to have its wheels coming off. Therein lie the challenge. The fact that this particular protester is protesting against COVID, he says he doesn't want any COVID tests, he wants to eat, no restrictions, he wants freedom. That is also, whether it gets voiced in this fashion as it did in this protest or not, but that is an under the surface kind of sentiment which a lot of people feel across China.
Well, sure. I mean, the pandemics and the downturn, not only in China's economy, but in the world economy, with inflation rising all over the world, has engendered a great deal of dissatisfaction worldwide, not just in China. And of course, the pandemic, with the lockdown in China, there are some people remaining, getting more and more disgruntled. But I think that in the overall scheme of things, there's still a great deal of support for the Communist Party. And of course, in spite of the skepticism and accusations of China's zero COVID policy, but I think that the government has recently gone out to explain that if the rate of death obtaining in the United States, 1% of Americans die because of the pandemic. Now, 1% of China is 4 million people, and mostly the elderly. I think that the party already explained that would be unacceptable for China, even at the cost of a slowdown of the economy. But I think that overall, there is no doubt that Xi will get his third term, because, as explained, he has many levers of control, and then he's generally supported by the hierarchy, not only by the people, but within the Chinese Communist Party. The reason why he wants a third term is to take China to a higher plane. He already highlighted that China is facing unprecedented challenges and opportunities, both internally and externally. Internally, you mentioned some of the problems with demographics, with economy slowing down, and of course the pandemic. Externally, because of the epical confrontation with the United States, and then the world situation is getting worse with the war in Ukraine and so on and so forth. But I think that he has succeeded in rallying most of the people in China. China is now.
How are the next 5 years of Xi Jinping's rule likely to be different from the last 10? I don't think anybody who's a serious observer of Chinese politics will assume that there can be any twist in the tail. This isn't Rajasthan, where Gehlot is scheduled to be Congress president, then he decides he's not going to be president. He'd rather stay on in Jaipur. This is Beijing, where it seems the decks have been cleared for Xi to get another 5 years. What are the next 5 years of Xi likely to mean for the world? How is he likely to be different from now on?
Yeah, thank you, Rahul. Thank you so much. And I think to understand what the future holds for us or holds for the world, I think we need to understand what the past has been and what is the past record of Xi Jinping has been. Now, the past record of Xi Jinping has been to really initiate a sea grab in the South China Sea. Now, that went kind of unchecked, and because it didn't really, I think the world was very slow to realize the ramifications of the militarization of these islands. And now that has really emboldened Xi Jinping to basically eye sizable portions of, of Indian territory, and of course Taiwan, which remains the, that will be probably something that will cement his legacy if he manages to capture it. So I think there is a definite kind of urge to leave the PLA, as it were, off the leash.
Okay, Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, your sense of how Xi, given that he's now facing some kind of a blowback on account of his zero COVID policy, given the fact that the wheels of economic growth are finally beginning to slow, the population is aging? Is she likely to be different in his third term? And if so, in what way, according to you?
You know, Rahul, let us look at the personality of President Xi. He has rolled back whatever little freedoms were there for the people in China. He has cracked down on the real estate developers, on the tech giants. And basically, his mantra is to make the party supreme. He senses threats from anybody who becomes popular. The fate of Jack Ma is very well known. And then he is a very ambitious person. This is very well known. He wants to be at least regarded at the same level as Chairman Mao, if not more. And he has turned everything on his head. Now, China, after Chairman Mao, had a collective leadership. The standing committee of the Politburo, would discuss and debate. They would have serious disagreements, but they would publicly have put up a united front. Today, what we are seeing is a one-man rule, and you're seeing personalized dictatorship of President Xi Jinping. He is going to pack the Politburo and the standing committee with his proteges or cronies, whatever you call it. And if there were any checks on his authority, they would all go, because he has been ruthless in eliminating all opposition. Now, with this kind of situation and the dream that he has sold to the people of China of the great rejuvenation of the great Chinese nation and wiping out the century of humiliation, he is going to go be more and more aggressive because that is what he believes. He believes that the time has come for China. He believes that the US is a fading power. He believes that, and by the way, he has the military muscle, because no Navy has grown at the speed which Chinese Navy has. So taken all these things together, I don't think that one would see any give on his part, because that is not his style.
No, but give, but what can he potentially take? Andrew Quing, the big question, of course, is on India and on Taiwan. We already have the People's Liberation Army amassed right opposite the line of actual control, and in Taiwan, the PLA Navy continuing to make aggressive maneuvers. Do you see the next 5 years as being the window where she moves in on Taiwan, or do you think that's an exciting headline or an exciting international story, but something which is unlikely to really happen?
Sorry, are you asking me?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, thank you. Well, as far as Taiwan is concerned, of course, the presidency has long made it plain that unification is part and parcel of the China dream. And the China dream is that China is destined, according to his mandate, to become an advanced socialist country by the year 2049. The 100th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. And that's the deadline for the unification of Taiwan. However, most of the Taiwanese people don't want unification, but nor do they support independence, because they fear that independence would trigger Armageddon. So most people in Taiwan would like to maintain the status quo. And then the United States, in spite of the lip service to the One China policy, has seemed to be hollowing out the whole concept of One China by fielding more and more senior officials and so on and so forth. So recently, after the Pelosi visit, Beijing has published a white paper on Taiwan, stressing the need for peaceful unification. But how is that possible with most Taiwanese people do not wanting unification? The fact remains that the momentum is there. The momentum is in the sense that Taiwan's economy is heavily dependent on China. A million Taiwanese are working in China with their businesses together with the members of the family. And then, of course, after the Pelosi visit, Beijing has demonstrated its ability to blockade Taiwan if push comes to shove. But then ideally, the outcome would be peaceful unification through negotiations. I'm afraid that the Pelosi visit has handed a godsend to Beijing to accelerate this process to force some kind of a negotiation for eventual peaceful unification, perhaps on more general terms compared to what happened to Hong Kong.
Okay, General Atta Hasnain, from the perspective of the Indian military, how do you see our adversary change? Make no mistake, this is India's #1 national security challenge, way bigger than any threat posed by Pakistan army or by Pakistani terrorists. How do you see the maneuverings of the PLA across the line of actual control change or evolve on the back of Xi getting another term?
Rahul, to specifically answer your question, I'll have to go into a background, but I don't want to do that because that may take time. So let me be very cryptic on this. Firstly, I think that once he's elected, his emphasis is going to change more to internal rather than external. Because I think the challenges are going to be very much largely internal also. And we are seeing the build-up taking place. Midway through the next 5 years, things may change completely. I do also feel that the external dimension for China at the moment, Xi Jinping attempted to perhaps go out and do more than what was required. This whole issue of coming and trying to dent India's confidence and take the fight to India on the borders, etc., hasn't really resulted in anything. It hasn't given him anything.
No, it has. In fact, our entire move towards drone warfare, expediting weapon purchase, making the Indian army feel the fact that there could be a real war with China. Earlier, Pakistan was seen as the bigger adversary. Now realizing that China... So it's led to a lot of change. India actually benefited because you got a wake-up call.
That's a different question, Rahul. You asked me something different.
Yes.
This is a different issue. I mean, how is it affecting... How is the PLA going to do it? Well, what the PLA has done has had all this effect which you have just spoken about. If you had asked me that, I would have told you the same thing. But the point is, what is they going to do in the next 5 years? How is the PLA going to maneuver? This is what you asked me.
Yes.
What I'm trying to tell you is that the PLA is not going to be as aggressive as it has been in the past, because I think this realization should go home very clearly that Taiwan is not winnable at the moment. There's no guarantee of winning. Neither is the LAC any guarantee of a victory. Ukraine has very clearly demonstrated to the world that conventional warfare today too may not be winnable. You see, this notion was attached normally to hybrid and counterinsurgency and things like that, long drawn out wars. But even conventional wars are becoming unwinnable. And this is one issue which the Chinese will be very, very careful about. Because if you don't get victory on a battlefield in which they're attempting to go in, is going to dent their future, the future of 2035, the future of 2049. So I do feel the PLA is going to be a little more conservative in its approach on the line of actual control. But contrary to that, yes, you're absolutely right. They have instigated us, they've triggered us, they've initiated everything as far as India is concerned, which was required for so many years. And there's a transformational effect taking place in the Indian Armed Forces, the appointment of the CDS, the theaterization concept, the Atmanirbharta concept. All this is a revolution in military affairs within India which is taking place. And that's all happened because of what they decided to do.
No, absolutely. These are things that were being spoken of even when General Hasnain was in service and even long before that. But now there's an expedited move to try and actually implement some of those changes, because the Indian army has also seen the real face of the enemy and therefore now preparing for actual combat, if it comes down to that. God forbid that it does, but at least Beijing also knows that they will get a bloody eye. This is where we wrap up the news track. We will cover Xi Jinping's big Congress next week. Lots of special interviews, conversations, roundtables. It's a big moment, not just for China, but has massive consequences for the rest of the world, particularly India. Coming up on the other side of a quick break, Delhi's air quality is set to deteriorate as burning of paddy stubble by farmers in Punjab intensifies. Will there be an air emergency soon? Details coming up on the other side.
Hey, I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion. Funny.
So sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You were in a steam bath.
Steam bath? At home?
Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You're on board the news track. With rains and strong winds gone, Delhi's air quality is set to deteriorate fast. What's worse, stubble burning in Punjab has started increasing. With the AAP government in charge both in Delhi and in Punjab, can a capital air emergency be prevented this time? Or will all of Kejriwal's claims just fall flat?
It's that time of the year again. Farmers in Punjab and Haryana have started burning stubble on their farms. A few weeks from now, unless the state governments get their act together, the national capital will face its annual nightmare, smog. Scientists gathered for a brainstorming session on air quality at IIT Delhi on Thursday. They have warned that the stubble burning that has been delayed by a month due to rains will happen simultaneously and could cause much severe pollution than usual. The Bhagwant Mann government in Punjab, which will face its first litmus test, is formulating a plan.
चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब पहला क्लियर कर चुके हैं ये जो समस्या है ना मुकदमे वगैरह दर्ज करके हल होने वाली नहीं है ये समस्या एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है हमने छोटे किसानों को बोला कि 2-2 3-3 एकड़ वाले को बोला कि जी आप नहीं कर सकते तो हम आपकी वो भी मत कर सकते लेबर
Farmers on the other hand are claiming they are not getting any aid from the government.
इसका जो है ना कणक तो बीजी जाती है बाबूजी ये आलू लगाते हैं जिस जौन से खेत में उसमें फूकने वगैरह हल्ले कोई नहीं हैगा ये या तो फिर गवर्नमेंट इसका इंतजाम दे हमारे कोई हम ना जलाएं इसको कोई जरूर हमको शौक नहीं है जलाने का हमको सिर्फ इसका मजबूरी कारण ये काम करना पड़ता है जलाने वाला
The opposition is targeting the Aam Aadmi Party government over the issue. The Akali Dal has questioned Chief Minister Mann's back-to-back visits to poll-bound Gujarat.
मैं सरकार ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਕਿ ਗੁਜਰਾਤ 'ਚ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਝੂਠ ਬੋਲੋ ਆ ਮੰਡੀਆਂ 'ਚ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਝਾੜ ਨਿਕਲੇ ਇਮੀਡੀਏਟਲੀ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਐਡਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ ਗਿਰਦਾਵਰੀ ਕਰਾ ਕੇ ਤੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਿਮਾਰੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੁਆਵਜ਼ਾ ਦਿਓ ਤਾਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਵਿਚਾਰੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਅਗਲੀ ਫਸਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬੀਜ ਸਕਣਗੇ
The Haryana government claims it is taking strict action against farmers who burn stubble.
इस बार बहुत एक अच्छे रिजल्ट्स हमारे मिले हैं। अभी तक केवल मात्र 81 घटनाएं ही रिपोर्ट हुई हैं, जिनके खिलाफ हमने FIR भी किए, सब किया है। तो लोग उसके लिए बहुत सतर्क हुए हैं। हमने उसमें जो इंसेंटिव्स हैं, 1000 रुपये एकड़म देते हैं, और जो खरीदते हैं इंडस्ट्री के लोग, उनको भी गौशालाओं के लिए जो अलग से खरीदते हैं उनको 500 रुपये टन अलग देते हैं।
The state governments every year claim to be fully prepared, and almost every year the people in North India choke over smog. Will this year be any different? With Kamaljeet Sandhu and Manjeet Sehgal in Punjab and Abhishek Anand in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
The BJP-Aam Aadmi Party showdown over the latter's Gujarat party chief Gopal Italia has exploded. Today, Union Minister Smriti Irani hit out at Arvind Kejriwal, asking him why he'd not sacked Italia yet. Smriti Irani's attack came after a new video emerged of Italia mocking the Prime Minister's 100-year-old mother.
First, it was his comment on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, calling him neech.
आप नीच किस्म के आदमी मुख्य बड़ा प्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी, मैं इस बात की पुष्टि नहीं करता हूँ।
Then came the video in which he could be heard describing temples as places for exploitation.
મારી તમારી માતા બહેનોને પણ રિક્વેસ્ટ કરવી જોઈએ કે હે મારી માવડીઓ, હે મારી બહેનો, હે મારી દીકરીઓ, કથાઓમાં કે મંદિરોમાં તમારું કંઈ વળવાનું છે નહીં, એ શોષણના ઘર છે.
And now a remark terming Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, Hiraben, as dramebaz.
આ નીચ નરેન્દ્ર મોદીની સભાનો ખર્ચો કેમ નથી માંગતા તમે? નીચ કિસ્મનો માણસ, એનો ખર્ચો માંગો. અને હીરાબા આવીને પાછા નાટકો કરે. આપણને બોલતા શરમ આવે એટલી મોટી ઉંમરના વ્યક્તિ વિશે, પણ એ લોકો નથી શરમાતા. 70 વર્ષનો મોદી થવા આવ્યો, હીરાબા પોતે 100એ પહોંચવા આવશે, તોય મારા બેટા બેમાંથી એકે નાટકો બંધ કરતા નથી.
Union Minister Smriti Irani launched a scathing attack on Aam Aadmi Party Supremo, condemning his silence over the series of atrocious and insulting remarks made by Gopal Italia, the party's Gujarat face. She further accused the Delhi Chief Minister of being the brains behind a conspiracy to malign Gujarat's अस्मिता.
आपको भले ही ये शब्द गुजरात के आम आदमी पार्टी के किसी कार्यकर्ता के लगते हों, आदेश लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल का है.
Her attacks did not stop there. The BJP MP from Amethi dared Kejriwal to come on the ground in Gujarat and echo Italia's sentiments.
You do not spare a 100-year-old lady. Her only crime is not that she's in politics, but that she gave birth to Narendra Modi. Your leaders and workers seek to punish her and abuse her. Mr. Kejriwal, the people of Gujarat have now decided to stand in your judgment.
Aam Aadmi Party continues to back Italia. The state unit gave its chief a grand welcome upon his return to Gujarat. Senior Aam Aadmi Party leader and Delhi Minister Gopal Rai, in a bid to turn the tables, accused the BJP of being at the forefront of abusive culture.
पूरे देश में 365 दिन भाजपाई पूरे देश का अपमान कर रहे हैं. जिसकी मर्जी उसकी मां बहन कर लेते हैं. कोई वीडियो जारी नहीं होता है. डर बात वीडियो का नहीं है. प्रश्न ये है कि मोदी जी ने भी सरेंडर कर दिया. अब गोपाल इटालिया का वीडियो के आधार पर अगर चुनाव लड़ने की नौबत आई है. हमें उम्मीद नहीं थी.
From day one, Kejriwal has been stressing that his party will focus on its Delhi model to win Gujarat. But the series of controversial remarks by Gopal Italia tells a different story. Will taking on Prime Minister Modi directly on his home turf hurt or boost Aam Aadmi Party's prospects? Only time will tell. Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. I hope you have a great weekend. I look forward to seeing you Monday evening at 8 p.m. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
Hey, I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion.
Fun.
Justice, liberty, equality, the pillars that built India. A nation where everyone has dignity and opportunities to prosper. But today, over 75 years after independence, Dalits remain a community trapped for centuries by the caste system, languishing in a dismal state. Nearly 20% of India's population is Dalit. Dalits still live in abject poverty, excluded on the margins, facing atrocities, toxic untouchability, and no opportunities for economic upliftment. The father of India's constitution, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, fought all his life for the upliftment of Dalits. In the past, many state and central governments have made big promises, but it has been nothing more than lip service. Basic human rights have still not been delivered. Dalits remain downtrodden and discriminated against. This shocking reality is a national shame. Few have dared to break the cage of caste discrimination until now. Friend to the downtrodden, upholding human rights and dignity, championing Ambedkar's India, KCR is showing India and the world our revolution is sparked in Telangana through his path-breaking scheme, Telangana Dalit Bandhu. Approximately 17,50,000 Dalit families call Telangana home, and now they are calling Telangana the land of opportunity. Thanks to Dalit Bandhu, launched in 2021 by the TRS government, a world-first scheme which will give each Dalit family an astounding financial boost of 10 lakh rupees. There are many more schemes along with this which are under implementation all over the state. But Dalit Bandhu is a specially designed program for the upliftment of the Dalit community. It has an unprecedented objective to uplift 17,50,000 Dalit households with a one-time capital grant of 10 lakh rupees per household, 100% subsidy with zero repayment, delivered via direct-to-beneficiary transfer, with a dedicated Dalit Bandhu scheme help desk and monitoring committee at village, mandal, district and state level, and a 10% reservation for Dalits in profit-generating schemes, government contracts and licenses. In addition to this, Telangana has another visionary program for Dalit students, residential schools and colleges, and Ambedkar Overseas Vidyanidhi, a 20 lakh rupees overseas scholarship, giving them the most powerful tool for success, education. Huzurabad, 2021. The Telangana Dalit Bandhu pilot was launched. Telangana's Dalit Bandhu is a path-breaking scheme that places absolute trust in the beneficiary. Each household has complete freedom and flexibility to decide its business and how to grow their dreams.
నేను వచ్చేసి ఫార్మసీ చదివాను సార్. దాని తర్వాత యాజ్ ఏ ఫార్మసిస్ట్గా చాలా ప్లేస్లో చేశాను సార్. ఎప్పుడైతే మన తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ ఈ దళిత బంధు పెట్టిందో అప్పుడు ఇంకా నాకు ఎప్పటి నుంచో నా ఓన్గా బిజినెస్ పెట్టుకున్నామని నాకు అంతకుముందే ఉండేది సార్. మన టీఆర్ఎస్ గవర్నమెంట్ దళిత బంధు స్కీమ్ ఒకటి పెట్టి నా ఓన్గా నేను సెటిల్ కావడానికి ఒక ఆపర్చునిటీ క్రియేట్ చేసింది సార్.
Households were identified as beneficiaries and the direct benefit transfer of 10 lakh rupees was made. Each family unit was free to decide how they wished to invest this 100% subsidy. It could be a single or multiple businesses. Multiple beneficiaries could pool their resources to build a bigger business. It could be in any sector of their choice. The sky was the limit. In no time, the stories of transformation began rolling in. These are just a small fraction of the 40,000 success stories that Telangana has empowered through the Dalit Bandhu scheme. In just 1 year, it has smashed records for any Dalit upliftment scheme in the country. Till date, the Dalit Bandhu scheme has been implemented in all 119 assembly constituencies in Telangana. Beneficiaries have achieved prosperity for their families. They have also created opportunity for their community by providing employment and revenue. The resounding success of the Dalit Bandhu scheme has energized the TRS government to accelerate its efforts. From 40,000 beneficiaries with an outlay of 4,441.8 crore rupees, now Telangana government has raised the Dalit Bandhu budget to reach about 2 lakh beneficiaries with an outlay of 17,700 crore rupees, making this the world's largest direct benefit scheme.
దళిత బంధు వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఈ 10 లక్షలు అనేది మామూలుగా అందరికీ ఆపర్చునిటీ రాదు. ఇది పూర్తిగా గవర్నమెంట్ వాళ్ళు మాకు 10 లక్షలు ఇచ్చేసి మీ ఇష్టం ఉన్న వ్యాపారాన్ని పెట్టుకో అని చెప్పేసి అనడం వల్ల మాకు ఇంత ఆర్థిక పురోగతి కలిగింది. అదే కాకుండా మేము ఇంతకుముందు ఒక దగ్గర వర్కర్గా పనిచేసిన వాళ్ళం ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా ఉండగలుగుతున్నాం.
Never before has such a revolutionary scheme been designed to end caste discrimination, where Dalits receive 100% opportunity along with 100% dignity.
దళిత బంధు పథకం రాకముందు మేమైతే చాలా స్ట్రగుల్స్ ఫేస్ చేసాము. దళిత బంధు పథకం కింద మేము ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ మిషన్ ఎంచుకొని పెట్టుకున్నాము. నేర్చుకున్న వరకునే నేను ఫుల్ఫిల్ చేయాలనుకొని ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ స్టార్ట్ చేశాను సార్. ఇచ్చినందుకు చాలా చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు కేసీఆర్ గారికి, తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా మేము ఎంతో రుణపడి ఉన్నాము.
ముగ్గురం కలిసి ఒక యూనిట్ పెట్టాము. అంటే 30 lakhs పెట్టి ఒక వెహికల్ను ఇప్పుడు అమెరికన్ టూరిస్ట్ షాప్ పెట్టాము. బాగానే నడుస్తుంది ఇప్పుడైతే. అంటే నేను జాబ్ చేసేవాడిని, ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా అంటే ఒక కంపెనీ ఓనర్గా ఇప్పుడు ఫీల్ అవుతున్నా. చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది.
జీవనోపాధిగా మిషన్ కుట్టుకుంటూ బ్రతికేదాన్ని సార్. మాకు 3 పిల్లలు, వాళ్ళని చదివించుకుంటూ మేము బ్రతకాలంటే చాలా కష్టమైంది సార్. ఇప్పుడు దళిత బంధు ద్వారా కేసీఆర్ గారు ఆదుకున్నారు సార్. వాళ్ళు ఇద్దరం కలిసి పెట్టుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్. కోయంబత్తూరు నుంచి వెళ్ళి తెప్పించుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్ను. నాన్ ఓవెన్ బ్యాగ్స్ సార్. మాకు నెలకు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్. 3 జీతాలు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్.
For Telangana's leadership, it's not about breaking records, but about ensuring financial freedom for all. Each Dalit Bandhu grant of 10 lakh rupees has an inbuilt 10,000 rupees safety net, Dalita Rakshana Nidhi, to ensure that all Dalit families get financial assistance from the fund at times of distress. To further strengthen this, Telangana government contributes additional 10,000 rupees, which is over and above each grant. A great safety net that has no parallel anywhere in the world. For the KCR government, this is more than just a financial benefit. If any beneficiary of Dalit Bandhu meets with fatal disease or accident, the family should not go through additional depression and hard times. They should remain protected. That is the true purpose of the special safety net designed as Dalita Rakshana Nidhi.
కేసీఆర్ సార్ ఇంత పెద్ద స్కీమ్ తీసుకురావడం అనేది చాలా గొప్ప విషయం సార్. మాలాంటి వాళ్ళకి ఓన్గా ఒక కంపెనీ పెట్టి ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ కావాలనుకునే వాళ్ళ కోసం ఇది గోల్డెన్ ఆపర్చునిటీ.
అదే కాకుండా దళితులు అంటే సమాజంలో అందరికీ చిన్న చూపుగానే ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఇది ఇవ్వడం వల్ల
సారు దళిత బంధు ఇచ్చి మమ్మల్ని ఎంతో ఆదుకున్నారు సార్. మాకు మరో అంబేద్కర్ గారు సారు మాకైతే మాటల్లో చెప్పలేము, ఆయనకు మాకు ఎంతో బతుకునిచ్చిండ్రు అసలు.
Under the fearless leadership of KCR, Dalits finally have a government that protects and defends them. Telangana inspires them to overcome oppression and empowers them to be bold so that each Dalit can move up in the world with head held high, creating their own success story, making Telangana shine and, in turn, India.
A shocking revelation has rocked the chess world. An investigation has found that Hans Niemann, the American grandmaster, has cheated more than 100 times. A 72-page report conducted by Chess.com found that he likely received illegal assistance in more than 100 online games, even in games where prize money was at stake. Suspicion rose when 19-year-old Niemann beat the world champion Carlsen while playing with the black pieces at the $500,000 Sinquefield Cup. He ended the world champion Magnus Carlsen's 53-game unbeaten streak in classical over-the-board games. Carlsen first suggested, then outrightly declared that this American was winning through illegitimate means. Niemann's explanation was that he had somehow guessed what opening the opposition would play. Carlsen abruptly withdrew from the tournament as a sign of protest, suspecting that Niemann indeed was cheating. Niemann first denied those allegations of cheating, but later confessed to violating the rules of fair play at least twice in random games on the Chess.com portal. The investigation made no conclusions regarding Niemann's over-the-board games, but flagged contests from 6 of his in-person events. The investigation further revealed that Niemann privately confessed to the allegations. Chess.com used cheat detection tools that analyzed and compared moves to those recommended by chess engines, studied the player's past performance and strength profile. It monitors behavior such as players opening up other browsers while playing. This is how the investigation was carried out. Niemann said, and I quote, "I was confronted and I confessed. And this is the single biggest mistake of my life and I'm completely ashamed. I'm telling the world because I don't want misrepresentation and I don't want rumors. I have never cheated in an over-the-board game, and other than when I was 12 years old, I have never cheated in a tournament with prize money." Following this, he has been subsequently banned for a period of time from Chess.com, the world's most popular chess platform. FIDE, the sports world governing body, has said that it will convene its own 3-person panel to look into these allegations of cheating.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
Steel is not an easy business, right?
Yeah.
From the outside, it looks very easy. You've sort of diversified, built it into a multi-billion empire from what your father started with small buckets, I think, in Hisar.
I grew up watching him working very hard, and when I wanted to set up my first steel plant, I went to my dad and I said that I want to set up the steel plant. He said, "Are you crazy? You know, steel plant is not a joke. You know, you will develop blood pressure, you will have diabetes, and you will lose your sleep, lose your appetite. I don't want you to do that. You must enjoy your life, and we have now enough. Why you want to do all that? If you want to do, it will be your own baby. You will swim or drown with it."
Co-presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram Se. Powered by Ashirwad Shubh Chakki Atta, Raho Char Kadam Aage.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct. Setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
There are people who will be watching this and say, look, you know, the rich in India don't do enough, don't give back enough. Do you think that's a fair criticism?
You know, once my dad was not well, and we were in Breach Candy. So she tells my dad that, you know, we must make a hospital in Bombay like Breach Candy. He told her that, beta, you should do hospitals in villages, in tertiary towns, right?
I think we are doing, but it is not enough. We are doing our best, but still it is not enough.
Co-presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram Se. Powered by Ashirwad Shubh Chakki Atta, Raho Char Kadam Aage. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination news. Newsmakers, talking points. The Himachal Pradesh poll dates have been announced. One of the last battles of 2023 among our newsmakers tonight, Himachal Chief Minister Jairam Thakur. Also our big talking point tonight, electoral bonds. Are they opaque or transparent? Do they distort the electoral process? That's the money power of elections we'll talk about. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. The Election Commission announces the dates for Himachal Pradesh but differs a schedule for Gujarat, sparking of a controversy. 68-seat single-phase election on 12th November, results to be declared on December 8. Opposition asks, why has Gujarat not been announced too? Big day in the Gyanvapi temple mosque row. Court rejects the carbon dating plea on alleged shivling. Hindu side to move Supreme Court. INS Arihant tests a long-range nuclear missile in the Bay of Bengal. Defence Ministry says test validated operational and technological parameters. Former Delhi University Professor Sai Baba acquitted of Maoist links. Bombay High Court orders his immediate release after 7 years in imprisonment. Maharashtra government says it will move the Supreme Court tomorrow against the release. The Supreme Court slams producer Ekta Kapoor in a hearing over the arrest warrant issued against her for producing objectionable content. Top court says Kapoor is polluting the minds of the young. Wholesale inflation falls again in September, hits an 18-month low of 10.7%, sharp dive driven by a drop in price of food items and manufactured products. Another case of alleged racial abuse in Australia. An Indian student stabbed 11 times in Sydney. PhD student critical undergoes surgery. Days before a key Communist Party meeting in China, protest banner says remove dictator, put up against Xi Jinping. Mohammad Shami replaces Jasprit Bumrah in India's T20 World Cup squad. The BCCI also confirms Mohammad Siraj and Shardul Thakur as the backups. But the big story that's breaking this evening, the Supreme Court has decided to hear a plea by the Maharashtra government against the Bombay High Court's order quashing all proceedings. The trial against G.N. Sai Baba, a Delhi University professor who was accused of Maoist links. The court has ordered his immediate release. Now, a special Saturday sitting of the Supreme Court will take place tomorrow with a bench of Justices M.R. Shah and Bela Trivedi to hear the plea of the Maharashtra government, which is challenging Sai Baba's release. So the Supreme Court is now going to step into this matter. Joining me now is Nalini Sharma, who tracks the court for us. Nalini, explain this to us. The Supreme Court thinks it's fit to come in on a Saturday to hear Sai Baba's matter. Why the urgency?
Well, Rajiv, as you know, today when the Nagpur bench of the Bombay High Court ordered the immediate release of Sai Baba, what they essentially said was that the sanctions were not taken correctly from the Home Department before charging Sai Baba under the UAPA and conducting the entire trial against him. So the Bombay High Court effectively nulled the trial. They said that the trial itself is null and void, and that is precisely why they've ordered his immediate release. Now, the Maharashtra government just mere hours after the Bombay High Court order rushed to the Supreme Court in an urgent plea. Even before they filed the petition before the Supreme Court, Solicitor General had mentioned the plea on behalf of Maharashtra government before the Supreme Court, asking it to be heard urgently. The Supreme Court has categorically refused to stay the acquittal because they said that they don't have the papers right now, they've not looked at the case, and most importantly, both the sides are not present before the case. But in a special hearing tomorrow, the Supreme Court has agreed to hear the matter urgently. The court is sitting only to hear this one case. So it's going to be crucial to watch out for exactly why the urgency in the case. Remember, NIA is investigating it, and there are charges of Sai Baba having been linked with the terrorist organizations under the UAPA, specifically the CPIM, which stands for the Communist Party of India, Maoist. So
presumably the emergency hearing is because if Sai Baba is acquitted, the cases that the NIA has filed against several others could also fall. and therefore the NIA would like that protection from the Supreme Court. Remember, Sai Baba, who you see on your screen, is 90% disabled, and many activists have claimed that his jailing was unfair and was clearly outside the purview of the law under the UAPA. But we'll wait and see how the Supreme Court looks at this tomorrow. Two-judge bench of Justice M.R. Shah and Ms. Trivedi will be hearing this tomorrow. Justice G.N. Sai Baba's case becoming a test case for the various cases against alleged Maoist sympathizers who've been arrested under UAPA in the last 7 years. Thanks very much for joining me there, Nalini Sharma, with the very latest. Let's turn from there to our other big story tonight, because the stage is set now for the last round of assembly elections of 2022. The Election Commission today announced dates for the elections in Himachal Pradesh. The hill state will vote for a new government on November 12th. Results will be declared nearly a month later on December 8th, and the Model Code of Conduct will come into effect from October 17th after the notification of the elections is published. Interestingly, the Election Commission did not give the dates for the Gujarat elections that are also due at the end of the year. This has led to criticism by the opposition parties, who say that the Election Commission is allowing the Modi government to make a slew of announcements and schemes before the Model Code of Conduct kicks off in Gujarat. Okay, so Himachal Pradesh set to go to the polls next month. Joining me now, right at the very top, our newsmaker at the moment, the Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur joins us. Mr. Thakur, appreciate your joining us. The fact is, can the BJP beat anti-incumbency in Himachal? The BJP, traditionally every 5 years the government has changed. क्या आपकी सरकार ये रोटेशन साइकिल जो है, can you really beat it?
हम आश्वस्त हैं आपकी बार, जिस प्रकार से माहौल को हम देख रहे हैं कि इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार फिर सत्ता में आएगी, और उसकी वजह यह है कि 5 वर्ष के कार्यकाल में अथाह विकास हिमाचल प्रदेश में हुआ, हर क्षेत्र में हुआ है, और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हिमाचल के विकास में एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है। उन्होंने बहुत बड़ा सहयोग किया है, उसके लिए हम उनका बहुत आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। और ऐसे में मैं ये जरूर कहना चाहूंगा, पहले जो नहीं हुआ है ये नहीं होगा, और नहीं होगा ऐसा नहीं होता है कभी भी, कभी न कभी हो जाता है, और अब की बार ये होगा, निश्चित रूप से होगा, और भाजपा की सरकार बनेगी।
पर जयराम ठाकुर जी, जो पोल सर्वेज आ रहे हैं उसमें एंटी इनकम्बेंसी भी नजर आ रही है कई मुद्दों पर, महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और पेंशन स्कीम पे। कहीं ना कहीं क्या ये इलेक्शन आपके लिए बहुत टफ है इस समय?
देखिए, मैं एक बात जरूर कहना चाह रहा हूं कि ये मुद्दे सदैव सभी चुनाव के मुद्दे होते हैं। महंगाई हर चुनाव का मुद्दा होती है, चाहे छोटा चुनाव है, बड़ा चुनाव है, और उसके साथ साथ में बेरोजगारी हर चुनाव का मुद्दा होती है। तो इसलिए ये मुद्दे निश्चित रूप से हैं। हाँ, जहां तक आप पेंशन वाला ये ओपीएस का विषय उठा रहे हैं, तो इसको कांग्रेस वाले इसको मुद्दा बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन मैं इतना जरूर कहना चाह रहा हूं, ओपीएस लागू किसने की थी? लागू तब हुई थी जब हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, जब वीरभद्र सिंह जी हिमाचल प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री थे। अगर उनको लगता है कर्मचारियों को जो इस तरह की बात कहने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि इतिहास में जाना पड़ेगा उनको। किसको लागू करने वाली कांग्रेस पार्टी थी, कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता उस वक्त हिमाचल प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री थे वीरभद्र सिंह जी, उन्होंने लागू किया। और आज ओपीएस की अगर मांग कर रहे हैं, जिन राज्यों में कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार है, सही मायने में वहां पर लागू कर पाए हैं क्या? अभी कागजी कार्रवाई है, कुछ जमीनी हकीकत में कुछ भी नहीं उसमें हुआ है।
जयराम ठाकुर जी, ये जो पेंशन का मुद्दा है, लेट मी एक्सप्लेन टू आवर व्यूअर्स। देयर इज एन ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम which the Congress wants to bring back, which gives 50% of your last drawn salary to government servant, lots of government servants in Himachal. तो जैसे आपने कहा, कांग्रेस एक तरह से, जयराम ठाकुर जी, इशू पेंशन को बना रही है। टुडे प्रियंका गांधी हिमाचल प्रदेश में थी, उनकी रैली हुई, उन्होंने वहां वादा किया है कांग्रेस पुरानी पेंशन स्कीम लाएगी अगर वो सत्ता में आती है। आपको नहीं लगता इसका कोई असर पड़ेगा? आपके स्टेट्स में बहुत ऐसे लोग हैं सरकारी कर्मचारी।
देखिए, प्रियंका जी हिमाचल प्रदेश में आती रहती हैं। आज उनने कांग्रेस पार्टी की रैली की है। मैं समझता हूं कि अपनी अपनी बात कहने का अधिकार सबको है, उनने अपनी बात कही है, लेकिन कोई असर नहीं होने वाला। और जो कांग्रेस की रैली हुई कोई बहुत प्रभावी रैली नहीं थी वो। जितना जरूर है कि उनने शुरुआत करने की कोशिश की है, लेकिन इसका परिणाम उनके हिसाब से नहीं हो पाएगा। हमारी पार्टी के नेतृत्व हिमाचल प्रदेश में एक बार नहीं अनेक बार पहले भी आ चुके, आने वाले समय में फिर से आएंगे। और मैं ये जरूर कहना चाहूंगा कि आज आप इस बात को देखेंगे, पिछले कल ही प्रधानमंत्री जी हमारे ऊना जिला में आए थे, चंबा में आए थे, और उससे पहले आदरणीय मोदी जी बिलासपुर आए थे, कुल्लू आए थे, और कल अमित शाह जी हमारे सिरमौर जिला में आने वाले हैं। तो इसलिए हमें किसी प्रकार की कोई चिंता नहीं है। हमारा नेतृत्व हिमाचल प्रदेश में आकर के हमें बहुत बड़ी ताकत है।
जयराम ठाकुर जी, आपकी बात सुनते लगता है कि आप बिल्कुल आश्वस्त है कि आप जीतने वाले हैं, लेकिन अगर आप इतने सर्टन है कि आप जीतने वाले हैं तो इतने सारे नेता जो कांग्रेस से रिजाइन कर रहे हैं वो आप बीजेपी में उनको क्यों ले रहे हैं? व्हाई आर यू टेकिंग सो मेनी कांग्रेस लीडर्स इन बीजेपी?
लेकिन देखिए, अब लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था है, किसी कांग्रेस के नेता को जो हमको उचित लगता है कि भाई इनको शामिल किया जा सकता है, वो अगर वो आग्रह के साथ हमारे साथ आ रहे हैं, हमारे साथ काम करना चाह रहे हैं, कांग्रेस पार्टी में उनको लग रहा है उनका भविष्य समाप्त हो गया, उनका भविष्य कुछ बचा नहीं हुआ, तो ऐसे में निश्चित रूप से उनका स्वागत हुआ है। लेकिन हम सभी को नहीं ले पा रहे हैं जैसे वो चाह रहे हैं, लेकिन कुछ लोग जो हमारी पार्टी में आ रहे हैं उनका स्वागत करते हैं। अभी देखिए, अभी हाल ही में कांग्रेस पार्टी के 2 वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट थे, वो दोनों वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट कांग्रेस छोड़ के भाजपा में शामिल हुए।
जनाब ठाकुर जी, अगर दिसंबर 8 को बीजेपी की जीत होती है, आर यू श्योर यू विल बी द नेक्स्ट चीफ मिनिस्टर? क्योंकि आपके पार्टी के अंदर के एक सेक्शन है जो मुख्यमंत्री बदलना चाहते हैं, कई दावेदार हैं। आर यू कॉन्फिडेंट? क्या आपको पूरा विश्वास है आप ही मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे अगर बीजेपी की जीत होती है?
देखिए, ये निर्णय मेरी पार्टी करती है, मेरे पार्टी का नेतृत्व करता है। मेरे जिम्मे काम है हिमाचल में पार्टी को सत्ता में लाने के लिए काम करना, मैं वो काम कर रहा हूं।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल जयराम ठाकुर जी, अगर बीजेपी चुनाव आपके नाम पर लड़ रही है या प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नाम पर लड़ रही है? इसी इंटरव्यू में यू हैव यूज्ड मिस्टर मोदीज नेम 3-4 टाइम्स ऑलरेडी। हमने सुना है कि कल जब मोदी जी की रैली हुई थी और वो वहां पहुंचे थे तो ये नारे लग रहे थे, शेर आया, शेर आया। तो पूरा आपका भरोसा एक तरह से लगता है मोदी जी पर है ज्यादा और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट पर कम।
देखिए, नरेंद्र मोदी जी हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं, मजबूत नेता हैं, शेर की तरह चलते हैं, शेर की तरह काम करते हैं। और नौजवानों ने ये संज्ञा दी तो स्वाभाविक रूप से वो उनके काम के साथ से उनके जो सारी बॉडी लैंग्वेज के हिसाब से जो है वो मेल खाती, और निश्चित रूप से उनका अभिनंदन हुआ, स्वागत हुआ है। और स्वागत में इस तरह का नारा लगना, मुझे लगता है कोई भी इसमें किसी को कोई आपत्ति नहीं होनी चाहिए। और दूसरी बात, जहां तक आप कह रहे हैं कि हम सामूहिक हो करके सब काम करते हैं, नरेंद्र मोदी जी हमारे नेता हैं और उनका नेतृत्व देश के लिए जिस प्रकार से मिला और हिमाचल के साथ जिस प्रकार का उनका एक भावनात्मक एक रिश्ता है, ये तमाम सारी बातें जुड़ेंगी जिससे भाजपा का रास्ता सरल होगा, सहज होगा।
चलिए जयराम ठाकुर जी, वी विश यू वेल। वी विल वेट एंड सी व्हाट हैपेंस इन हिमाचल प्रदेश। पर आप शो पर आए, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर जॉइनिंग मी ऑन द डे व्हेन हिमाचल्स election schedule has been announced. Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh at 9 p.m. We try and get you the newsmaker every night. Let's turn from there. Since elections are in the air, guess what? Electoral bonds are back. The Supreme Court finally started hearing the petitions challenging electoral bonds. Electoral bonds, remember, are the way in which political parties can finance their election campaign. I'll explain that later in the show. But today, the Modi government strongly defended these bonds, saying they have made the funding of political parties transparent. The petitioners, however, are claiming that the entire electoral bond system is being used by the Modi government to garner maximum resources and turn the election in their favor. The court will next hear the case in December. But what happened today? Here's a report.
Nearly 5 years after petitions were filed challenging electoral bonds, the Supreme Court resumed hearing them on Friday. The bonds pitched as a substitute to cash donations made to political parties was to bring transparency, but is ironically facing criticism for being opaque. However, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, representing the central government in the court, backed the electoral bonds, calling them completely transparent. Senior lawyers Prashant Bhushan and Kapil Sibal, representing the petitioners, which include the Association for Democratic Reforms and CPM, argued there is anonymity involved in the electoral bond scheme. Taking a jibe at the government, Bhushan said, government issues bonds before every assembly elections. The Narendra Modi government and opposition have locked horns over electoral bonds ever since it was launched in 2017.
Government is moving in the right direction that electoral bonds are a good instrument to check and establish audit trail on how political parties collect funds and how corporate sector finances the political parties.
The Association for Democratic Reforms also claims the bonds are anything but transparent.
I am afraid to say that the statement of the Solicitor General is not correct. The bonds are nowhere near transparent. The Finance Minister himself said the same day that he introduced the bonds that bonds will be anonymous in character.
Electoral bonds sold 4 times a year allow political parties to accept money from donors whose identities are kept anonymous. These can be sold in multiples of 1,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees, 1 lakh, 10 lakh and 1 crore rupees.
Petitions challenging the validity of the electoral bond system have been pending for over 7 years now in the Supreme Court. Once again today, it was pointed out that the opaque electoral bond system as well as the amendments to the FCRA which allow contributions from foreign companies are a danger to Indian democracy. The Supreme Court has for now said that it will hear the matter on December 6th.
Bureau Report, India Today.
So before we go into our debate, let me explain electoral bonds as simply as possible for our viewers. The State Bank of India, under the scheme, issues bonds valued up to rupees 1 crore each. Donors buy these bonds from the State Bank of India. The donors then give these bonds to political parties. The parties encash the bonds. Significantly, only the government, the State Bank of India and the Ministry of Finance will know which donor is giving the bonds to whom. You and I have no idea about who's getting it. Even the opposition parties don't know about it, which is why I want to raise the questions. Electoral bonds, are they opaque or transparent? Is the electoral bond system shrouded in secrecy? Why should the donor details be hidden? Do electoral bonds hugely favor the ruling party in the country? Joining me now, Syed Zafar Islam, the BJP spokesperson, Trilochan Shastri, Chairman, Association for Democratic Reforms, that's taken this matter to the Supreme Court. Anshul Abjit is Congress spokesperson, and Sanjay Hegde, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court. Let me come to you first, Trilochan Shastri, because Professor Shastri, the Association of Democratic Reforms for the longest time has been saying we need to make our election system, particularly funding, more transparent. When the electoral bond system first came in, I didn't see the same objections then as I see today. Is the system flawed? Did we get it wrong? Why is it that today there is this outcry that these electoral bonds are completely opaque and are in a way preventing a level playing field politically?
Very good question, Rajdeep, and thanks for raising this issue. Actually, the public, the voting public, should know who is funding the political parties. And the electoral bonds do not allow that. Therefore, they are completely opaque, and no other democratic country in the world has this kind of a system. So, we are not claiming legally that this favors one party or the other. What we are saying is voters have a right to know who is funding whom, and the electoral bond system does not allow that at all. Earlier, when the political parties were forced by the Central Information Commission
they had to declare who is funding them, and that information was available in the public domain. Now, under the electoral bonds, it's no longer available. It's as simple as that. I mean, I think we are making it too complicated. It's very, very simple.
No, so
The
are you saying, Professor Shastri, correct me if I'm wrong, are you saying that you have no problems with the electoral bond system as long as whoever is actually buying those bonds and which party they are given to is made public in some form? It's more about making those payments public?
We want transparency on both sides. From whom are the parties receiving money, how much are they receiving, and who is funding them. So once this is made public, whether it is through the bonds or directly online through the banks, we have no objection. It is the opaqueness and the secrecy which is a serious problem.
Sanjay Hegde?
And I mean, I just want to take a minute.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Please finish, Professor.
1 minute I'll take. See, the public and the voters need to understand that if we do not know who is funding the political parties, then big money interests shall fund political parties, and then the government policies and various other schemes will be tailored to help those who are funding them rather than the public. So this is a vitiation of democracy, and this is not allowed in any other country. There are limits, and this foreign funding of political parties is another big problem, because the very independence and that we've struggled so hard. Today we are on the 75th anniversary of independence. If we are going to have foreign funding through some clever legal means, that is completely against the spirit of freedom that we are celebrating today.
Let me take that to you, Sanjay Hegde, because it's interesting. The Supreme Court has sat on this matter for the last, 4 years, 3 years now. Now, finally,
No,
5 years? 5 years. They've sat on it for 5 years. So after 5 years, the matter has come up. Do you believe that the court should have dealt with this much earlier? Several elections have passed in the last 5 years, and the bond system, which is now being heavily criticized, continues. Should the court have acted much earlier, Mr. Hegde?
Well, the court ought to have acted much earlier, but the court has its own constraints as well. Very often in these technical matters, it takes time to understand. The second thing is that 5 years? Corona over 2
sorry,
years.
Mr. Hegde. It doesn't take 5 years for the court to understand, surely?
No, it doesn't take 5 years for an institution to understand, but you must appreciate that the Supreme Court has a high turnover of judges. For a Chief Justice to tie down a bench and finish this matter, maybe the Chief Justice of the day of the past Chief Justices had different priorities. Yes, now the matters are listed. They are now to be heard on the 6th of December. And hopefully, once the process starts of a hearing, it goes to completion. So we have some kind of finality. I do agree with the professor as to the question of opacity. They are opaque insofar as the public are concerned. But there are also ways where the government of the day might even know who the donors are. Supposing somebody buys bonds from the State Bank of India and then gives it to party X, which is opposed to the government. If you tally the numbers of the bonds, who has that information? Is it opaque enough to prevent government vendetta? We do not really know. This is an additional problem to the problems that the professor has indicated to you.
So in a way, the government has access in a way to the list of donors in a way that the opposition will never have. The other point, and this is Syed Zafar Islam, the fact on the ground, funds via electoral bonds 2019-20, and I'll put that chart again. BJP got 2,555 crores, Congress next 318, TMC 100, DMK 45 crores, Shiv Sena 41, NCP 29, AAP 18. Just imagine, one party is getting 2,555 crores, the next is 318. I mean, how do you have a free and fair election?
Rajdeep, can I request you to put another chart?
Yes.
And I think it is important for the viewer to know how many elected representatives BJP has and how many these parties have. So it is important for people to know that BJP has the maximum number of MPs, both in Rajya Sabha as well as in Lok Sabha. They have maximum number of MLAs. And many of the corporates who are donor, actually on the basis of the number of electoral representative the party has, they have the certain formula. For instance, I'll give you an example. Tata Group is somebody, everybody knows that Tata Group functions based on principle, but they have certain formula they follow for certain formula. And the formula is that the party which has the maximum representative will get the maximum donation.
One minute. Zafar Saab, you are a banker yourself. Here is a party getting 85% of the electoral bonds. The BJP doesn't have 85% of the MLAs and MPs in this country, but you're getting 85% of the monies through electoral bonds. How can you have a free and fair election?
No, but BJP is a pan-India party. Well, all the other parties is a pan-India party. Can you also, those donors are donating to the party from different parts of the country. But these parties does not exist in those states. Secondly, it only brings transparency. How do I
get transparency? I don't know which corporate is donating to which party. Where is the transparency?
Rajdip, what system we had earlier? The cash system, and Congress party and many other parties want that system go back to that old system of where they are receiving cash. Part of the cash will go to their leaders and part of the cash will go to their to the party. This was clearly black money was playing during the election. Now everything is being accounted for. It comes through a particular account, a designated account of that donor, which is maintained with certain banks, SBI Bank, and bank issues a bond which can be in cash in the designated branches. So everything is transparent.
Okay, you're claiming, sir, if you're saying, let me push you one more time before I go to the Congress spokesperson. You're saying it's transparent.
Please go ahead.
If I want to know, which are the corporates that have donated to the BJP and which have donated to Congress, Trinamool Congress, how do I find out? How do I know? What is the quid pro quo that has been stuck between? Only there are a few trusts like Tata's which may go public with it, but most don't. So how do I know? How can you say this system is transparent?
No, Rajdeep, when they were accepting cash, how much cash they were receiving?
No, that was terrible. No. But why? How is this better?
So there is an improvement in the system. What we had.
Okay,
now we have a transparent system.
You're not still telling me how do I know how much money has been given, which corporate gives how much money, but I want to Anshul Abjit. According to Syed Zafar Islam, the earlier system of which the Congress was the beneficiary was cash and carry. Then you were in power and the belief was maximum money went to the Congress and it was in cash. Now at least it's coming through the bonds to State Bank of India and therefore he believes it's an improvement on the past. Your response?
Let me use very harsh words, Rajdeep. It's a legalized scam. There is nothing else what it is. And Mr. Zafar Islam has made a shocking connection between an enormous amount of funds and winnability in an election, which he seems to suggest is a self-perpetuating system. So you keep winning and the more money you get. That's exactly what the level playing field is not about. You need a level playing field, and this program is all about creating that level playing field. Transparency, yeah, sure, it's very, very transparent, but it's transparent only for the party in power, for the BJP. And, we've been saying all along, they know who's going to vote, who's funded them, they know who hasn't, and they perfected the art of vendetta politics. So there is a fakeness on one side.
But what is the better system, Anshul? What is the better system, given the fact that the earlier system was seen to be heavily loaded in favor of cash collection, and that your party was seen to be a beneficiary? Give me a better system. What's the better system then?
You can't replace it by another skewed system. You've also institutionalized bribery here. For the first time in our electoral process, corruption has become a statutory part. There is extortion here. There are all kinds of allegations. And the second point is, there were severe objections to the passing of the electoral bond scheme by the members of the team, by the members of the finance ministry. It was hastily done. We all know the expose that came out. It was hastily done in 3 days. The RBI had severe objections to the particular scheme. It said that it's going to lead to a lot of black money, cross-border counterfeiting of notes. And, there were a number number of objections that were raised. But regardless of that, we know that the BJP is not some paragon of virtue. But the shameless way in which it is pressed through this bill, I mean, it's astonishing. And that is the bigger problem. The overreach of the executive and the shameless manner in which it goes through bill after bill, whether it's environmental bills, it's IT bills, whether it's farm laws, whether it's citizenship, anything else. The executive power of this government is overreaching and it's alarming. And this is the larger question.
Respond.
Yeah, no, I want you to respond, Zafar Islam, because you were in the Rajya Sabha and the belief is this was passed as a money bill, right? It was passed as a money bill because you were afraid of whether you would have the numbers at the time and, you might have been defeated in the Rajya Sabha. Let's be honest. I asked you a question that you've not answered. How do I, as a citizen of this country, know which corporate is giving how much of money to which political party? Should I not have the right to know as I have in the United States?
I'm really surprised, Rajdeep. You are not appreciating the efforts of the government to bring transparency. Having said that, let me ask
what is the transparency? Sorry, Mr. Zafar Islam. No, you're not. No. Please tell me, how is it transparent? I am a tax-paying citizen in this country and you get 2,500 crores and the other parties get a fraction of that. You're calling it transparent when you don't tell me who's paying. Who is that corporate who's giving you all the money?
That system is so transparent that you know today that how much BJP is getting, how much the other party is getting. Secondly, in earlier system, you never had that transparency. How much cash being collected by Congress party? Can you give me a figure, please?
Good point.
How much a party leader was taking out of that cash to their home? Do you have the numbers? Today, there is a transparent process there. A corporate, whoever is the corporate, and not on the basis of quid pro. It is basis of they feel that they need to contribute to a certain political party. They are contributing.
No, given what you are saying, Tarlochan Shastri, there's a point in what Zafar Islam says to the extent that the earlier system was based on pure cash or large amounts of cash at election time. Is there a better answer between electoral bonds that are seen as opaque because I don't know who is paying how much of money to which party, and the earlier cash system? Is there a better system?
You see, I think there is a lot of confusion which is being created deliberately. The earlier system, in the electoral trust case, the Central Information Commission had given a clear ruling that the audited accounts of the political party shall be made transparent and public. ADR had fought and won that. And after that, every corporate that was funding the political parties was publicly known. So it is not that it was not known earlier. Now, on this cash business which they are raising, I have no idea about the cash. These political parties probably know it better. If there was cash which was being given earlier, there is nothing which prevents cash from being given now. Just by saying that cash shall not be given because there is electoral bonds is very naive. I can say, based on our work in the villages of South India, that huge amounts of cash are used in the elections very freely, and even after the electoral bond. So the cash is a red herring. Let's just for cash pehle bhi hota tha, abhi bhi hai. It is not that cash has disappeared because of electoral bonds. But the earlier system of corporate funding is much more transparent. It was much more transparent because there are so many electoral trusts from various corporates and everybody knew who is funding whom. It was public knowledge. So,
could the solution, Tarlochan Shastri, be to bring electoral bonds under RTI? That if
I have a question to Tarlochan Shastri ji.
Yeah, absolutely, it should be brought under.
You're saying it should be brought under RTI. Zafar Islam, why don't you bring it under RTI? Then doodh ka doodh, pani ka pani. Then you have every right to come and say we have built a transparent system. If I, as a voter, want to know which corporate has given how much money to which political party, it should come under RTI. Why is it not? Why am I not being given that information?
They will never do it. They only want transparency for the BJP.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me ask Mr. Shastri that today you are saying that cash can be accepted by the political party. Earlier there was no limit. Today only there is 2,000 rupees maximum you can contribute to a political party as cash. So that restriction was never there. Today that restriction is there, and you will have to give your name, 2,000 rupees, maximum you can contribute. Earlier, Congress party was billions and billions of rupees they were accepting as cash.
Sir, you're not answering my question.
What about your let me come. I'm coming to that also. I'm coming to that.
Anshul, please let him complete. Yes.
No. Secondly, that income tax returns, when you file, you have to give that declaration how much you have contributed to for political funding, or which party you have funded.
Why don't you bring it under the right to information? Why don't you bring it under the right to information?
No, you don't have to. You don't have to.
Second, Rajdeep, system is improving. Transparency.
This is grossly incorrect.
Being introduced by our government. Being introduced by our government.
Okay,
it is not by earlier government. They never advocated for transparency.
Okay, you're using the word transparency very loosely, but Professor Shastri, very quickly, you're saying that if I don't have to declare in my income tax returns how much money I've given under the bonds, is that what you're saying?
No, you have to declare, a political party has to declare, I gave 500 crores in electoral bonds.
Yes.
But it need not declare to which party it gave. Earlier, they had to declare through the electoral trust scheme. They had to declare which party they gave.
Okay, you were smiling. You were smiling through this, Sanjay Hegde. What has amused you?
No, there's a very easy answer. There is one source where all electoral bonds come out. That's the SBI. Let the SBI declare that who are the people who bought electoral bonds and what the numbers were. Let the parties declare the numbers of electoral bonds that they accepted. So we know. Then there is total transparency. You have a mechanism for channelizing the money, you have a mechanism for distributing it, and you have a mechanism for informing the public. That is exactly what the political parties do not want, especially the party in power, which has an unfair advantage under this. The unfair advantage is that it knows who is paying, who is not paying. It knows whether to take corrective action in whatever manner it can. And if somebody is funding the opposition, what to do about it.
Anshul, Avjit, at the end of the day, we've seen in the past, corporates go in the direction of whoever they believe is going to win an election. That's the nature. Money goes in the direction of the big winner. Tomorrow, if the Congress was looking like a winning proposition, who knows? Some of these same companies that are giving electoral bonds to the BJP will turn to the Congress.
Come on, this is too trite. I mean, how many times has this been proven wrong? I mean, in 2004, so many times it's been proven wrong. This is the entire argument that we are against. You cannot create a level playing field till you presume this kind of an outcome. So what we are saying is there should be full disclosure of what has happened. This is completely an opaque scheme. We've been saying it all along. This encourages extortion. There is bribery. There is corruption in this particular scheme, and and this kind of encapsulate everything that the government is doing. It's crookedness, it's duplicity, it's deceitfulness. This is what the government is about, and it is encapsulated in this particular scheme. Everything that the government does, only the government does it for its own benefit or the benefit of the BJPs. The other important point of this scheme, which I want to touch upon, is the fact that people who have not voted, who have actually been detractors of this government, who are not funding this government, a record of them is kept. So there is a loyalty and a disloyalty test which is simultaneously going on, just like in colonialism it was. So it completely mimics the colonial state in that sense. So there's an archive of people who have not funded the state, and that is kept. And that is another problem. So it can go after those people. So therefore, it's a malicious program as well, apart from it being not transparent at all.
Let me therefore final word, Zafar Islam, because, I think any viewer who's watching this program will ask this question. Yes, you moved for electoral bonds to move away from the earlier cash system, but you've created more problems and more credibility questions with this electoral bond scheme by keeping it opaque. Just open it up, give it under RTI. Just resolve the problem, Zafar Islam. What stops the BJP from saying we will put it under RTI?
Rajdeep, I was surprised when Anshul, Congress spokesperson, is trying to preach a convert. We are already a convert. They need to convert first themselves, because they have followed a system where complete opaqueness was there. They were accepting cash. They were accepting
Sir, forget
bribes.
their system. I am talking about today. Every time I ask you the question, you tell me about the Congress. I'm asking about you.
What the Congress was doing.
They were the true sinner.
No, forget about them.
You're
in power for 8 years. Please comment on the electoral bond scheme and what it has done to our polity. Has it created a level playing field? Is the answer.
We are the one who has taken initiative to
bring it under RTI. I will keep saying that, and I find that the spokesperson will not give me a straight answer. Okay, I'm going to leave it there because I keep asking this. Bring the electoral bond scheme under RTI, and maybe that's one of the proposals before the Supreme Court. Will that happen? Will the court ensure transparency? We'll wait and see. Don't expect it from our political parties. Courts more likely to do it. I appreciate my guests joining us. We are entering another election season, therefore important to ensure that at least there is some kind of a level playing field. Let's turn from there to our ground report tonight, because across the country at the moment, unexpected rainfall means several parts of the country are reeling under rain. We are in October, but the monsoon hasn't gone away. Many villages, for example, in UP's Gonda district remain completely submerged in flood waters. Residents say the administration has not been able to reach all the maroon people yet. The DM of Ambedkar Nagar district has sparked off a controversy, saying the government is not Zomato to give doorstep delivery of relief. Take a look at tonight's ground report.
Floods in Uttar Pradesh have impacted thousands. A large number of people are waiting for help, especially food. So when a district magistrate sarcastically says government is not running Zomato to reach food at the doorstep, it angered many.
बाढ़ चौकी क्या पर्पस है? आप लोग घर पे रहेंगे, हम लोग घर पे पहुंचवाएंगे खाना. जोमेटो सर्विस थोड़ी चला रहे हम लोग. सर कैसे जोमेटो थोड़ी चला रहा है सरकार.
When confronted by India Today, the Ambedkar Nagar district magistrate evaded questions and later issued a clarification.
बाढ़ चौकी में लोगों को आने के लिए लोगों को प्रेरित किया जा रहा है. बाढ़ चौकी में सिर्फ खाने की व्यवस्था नहीं है, वहां पर रहने के लिए व्यवस्था, प्रॉपर लाइटिंग की व्यवस्था, शौचालय की व्यवस्था, पीने के लिए गर्म पानी की व्यवस्था और मेडिकल सुविधा भी उपलब्ध है.
While it is impossible to provide food to all at home, reaching relief shelters is also easier said than done. India Today on Friday went deeper into flood-affected areas of multiple badly impacted districts. 50,000 people in 500 villages of Gonda district are struggling to cope with the floods. Sushila is one among them. Water entered her small house. She says her family is worried about water level continuing to rise, though it hasn't rained much today. Sushila claims no one from the administration has reached out in several weeks now.
तब कर सब पानी लाग रहा पाकुल पर इतना पानी रहा पाकुल पर थोड़ा पानी रहा बहुत पानी रहा हम सब बहुत परेशानी में तो हम ही सब जानी थे ना दूसरा क्यों कहा जाना है कमाने यार दूर से पूरी चाटू पूरी तनका पर सब्जी हुए लाओ उसमें गदान का दे जाता और कब दिया था और कौन चीज बांट देनी खाना पानी सोचे नहीं मिलता.
Ram Riti is drying wheat as the sun is finally out. Children in the area, she says, are missing their studies. The school remains underwater.
खाना पानी सोझे नहीं मिलता है और भैंस गोरू हो वो भी परेशान है और जो है हर एक चीज का परेशानी है.
कुछ मदद पहुंची आप तक?
कुछ नहीं.
The district administration says all efforts are being made to provide help to the needy.
गोंडा में इस समय 142 गांव प्रभावित हैं और हमारी जो घाघरा है वो उसका जल स्तर घट रहा है. हमारा पूरी उनका लंच पैकेट की तैयारी है, बट रहे हैं, आपने देखा भी होगा बनाए जा रहे हैं.
Such visuals, not just houses but also the farmlands of farmers have been severely affected, and that's the scenario from ground zero what we are reporting, and that's a adverse situation in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Though CM Yogi Adityanath has ordered administration to go in full mode and help them, but it's hard to identify how much people are getting help in such scenario. With cameraman Neeraj Kumar, Samarth Srivastava for India Today.
Zomato in flood-hit Gonda. Really? Time for a break. On the other side, our good news today's story. It comes from Jalpaiguri in West Bengal. We'll tell you more. You're watching the news today. News without the noise.
I noticed something new. You've started using a new body lotion. Funny.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath.
Steam bath? At home?
Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath.
Steam bath? At home?
Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Welcome back. A mosque was allegedly vandalized and attacked by unknown people in Gurugram earlier this week. Now the incident has once again heightened tensions in an area where local politicians and elders are struggling to bring the peace. What really happened in Gurugram? Take a look.
Broken chairs and locks. This is the mosque in Bhora Kala village in Gurugram that was allegedly vandalized on Wednesday evening. The Muslim community claims a group of people entered the mosque while they were offering namaz and manhandled many of them.
जब हम नमाज पढ़ रहे थे तो बाहर से कुछ लोग आवाज़ें करते हुए आ रहे थे कि मस्जिद को जला दो, बाहर निकालो इन्हें, यहाँ कोई नमाज नहीं होगी, कोई मस्जिद नहीं है, बाहर निकलो, अल्लाह अकबर होगी तुम्हारी नमाज। ऐसे करते करते अंदर आ गए और उन्होंने देखा कि यहाँ पे लोग हम नमाज पढ़ रहे हैं, तो हम लोगों के उन्होंने हाथ पकड़े नमाज पढ़ते पढ़ते और हमको बाहर निकालने के लिए फेंक के मारा।
The FIR states the attackers threatened to kill the victims if they don't leave the locality.
इंफॉर्मेशन इकट्ठी की जा रही है और जो भी इसमें शामिल होंगे उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाएगी। अभी ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरुआती दौर में है और उसमें सारी चीज़ें जब इन आदमियों के बारे में इनसे पूछताछ हो जाएगी जब भी सारे फैक्ट्स पता चलेंगे कि क्या असल वजह क्या रही है।
The vandalism sparked protest in the area. A few Hindus in the area alleged that the targeted building was not a mosque but a private property which the Muslims had started using for namaz.
एक ही तो मोटरसाइकिल
मस्जिद है कहाँ? मस्जिद तो ही नहीं, मस्जिद तो कभी नहीं है। आज ये वो तो फर्श बिछा मस्जिद होगी वो? मेरे कमरे में चलो, मैं दिखाता हूँ कालीन बिछाया कि नहीं, वो मस्जिद है क्या? वो मेरा पर्सनल कमरा है। ये तो झूठ बोलते।
The complaint of vandalism was withdrawn on Thursday after the local councillor and village heads worked out a compromise.
विवाद कुछ नहीं है, ना कोई विवाद का, कुछ शरारती तत्व होते हैं माहौल खराब करने के लिए, जो कि चाहते हैं कि हमारा गांव में जो इतना प्यार मोहब्बत बन रहा है, इसको कैसे ही खराब कैसे करें।
हम गांव के साथ प्यार मोहब्बत से रहते हैं, आज तक भी हमारे साथ कोई ऐसी बात नहीं हुई।
यही वजह है कि आप यही वजह है कि आपने फिर कंप्लेन वापस ले ली?
हाँ, मैंने वापस ले, भाई गाँव से मेरे सारे भाई मेरे साथ है, तो फिर मेरे को क्या लेना है।
Gurugram had seen communal tensions earlier too when Hindu groups stopped Muslims from offering namaz in public spaces. The latest face-off indicates the ties between the two communities remain fragile. With Himanshu Gupta in Gurugram, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now look, in a country like ours, all is not depressing. That story should depress us because it reveals polarization taking place on the ground. But at a time when Hindu-Muslim disputes keep making headlines, there are a group of people in West Bengal who earlier this week rose above such divides to actually save lives. When flash floods hit the Durga Puja celebrations in Jalpaiguri last week, a few people risked their own lives and jumped into the raging water and saved many. These unsung heroes included people from all faiths. I leave you tonight with a good news story, with a story of hope, in the belief that at the end of the day, Indians will celebrate inclusivity and tolerance above all else. Think about it. You stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubhratri, Jai Hind, Namaskar. Watch our Good News Today report. Bye for now.
The Durga Puja celebrations in Jalpaiguri in West Bengal took a tragic turn on October 8 as flash floods swept the procession. 8 people drowned during the immersion of goddess Durga's idols. An even bigger tragedy was averted by these alert citizens who rose above religious divides to place humanity above all. While devotees were crying for help, Manik Muhammad, Faridul Islam, Tafidul Islam, Sachin Nayak, David Oran, Pintu Sheikh and Raj Oran jumped into the dangerous flood waters to save lives, risking their own.
বাকি যে কয়েকজন ভাসি গেছে যদি আর কেউ নামতো তাহলে বাকি লোকগুলো বাঁচত। আর মানুষের প্রাণ বাঁচা সবচেয়ে মহত্বের কাজ এবং খুব ভালো কাজ।
India Today spoke to one of the families that survived the tragedy.
चारों तरफ पानी फैल गया, जितना कोशिश है सख्त से कोशिश करो पकड़ने के लिए जहाँ ना गिरे, लेकिन क्या करें पानी जब और बार गया सर के ऊपर से चलने लगा तो पैर का मिट्टी खिसल गया, तो अब हम लोग चारों जन से हाथ से खुल गया, भीतर होके चारों जन चारों तरफ चला गया।
As survivors recounted the horror, it was clear they had cheated death by inches.
Suddenly, means first flood is coming, hitting such a way that our hand cannot be control each other. Means we miss our hand, and after missing the hand, I see myself. I was in the water, underwater. So that was a very horrible situation happening with me.
They were there to celebrate the spirit of harmony. When disaster struck, these unsung heroes did not look away.
मैं एक्चुअली विसर्जन है ना, विसर्जन करने के लिए गया था, तो विसर्जन करने का टाइम में देख रहा पानी थोड़ा स्लो था पहले, जब अचानक से पानी बढ़ गया, पानी बढ़ने के कारण से बहुत सारे लोग बह गए, मगर कोई नीचे जाके बचाने के लिए नहीं जा रहे। फिलहाल पब्लिक को जाना चाहिए, पब्लिक को भी जाने के लिए नहीं दे रहे। हम लोग लगभग बोले तो 50-60 आदमी निकाले नीचे से जाकर।
It is acts like these which reaffirm our faith in humanity. Bureau Report, India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Remember them? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have both been busy with their lives ever since the defamation trial. And everything seems to be going quite well for Johnny. He's returning to movies with the role of King Louis XV in Jeanne du Barry. Has found love in his former lawyer, Joel Rich, and recently made 20 times the profit for his Queensland mansion. This isn't just any house, but it is the place where the infamous incident of Depp losing his finger took place. Amongst the many fights that were mentioned in court of the former couple, this incident was one to stick out quite a bit. He sold this mansion in Australia for $40 million. The house had 10 rooms with 10 bathrooms and a wine cellar with a capacity of 2,000 bottles along with a go-karting ground within that premises. To get into the details of this infamous incident, Heard had been throwing bottles at the actor, 2 bottles in fact, the second one resulting in a cut finger. Amber Heard did not agree to this version and said that Johnny Depp had instead been throwing those bottles due to anger, and that's how he cut his own finger. The incident has taken place in 2015 and has been brought up in trial multiple times. Now, as the dust settles on the defamation trial, Johnny Depp has been seen doing quite a lot of concerts with his close friend Jeff Beck. And Amber Heard, on the other hand, is peacefully living her life in Spain. She will be seen next in Aquaman 2.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Listening to music puts you in a good mood, but have you ever heard of music that gets you high? In a never-ending quest to get high or feel better, people are listening to binaural beats to mellow their minds. A study shows that many have been trying binaural beats as a form of therapy or even an intoxicant. The term binaural means 2 sounds, and binaural recording without the beats refers to a kind of stereo recording wherein the listener feels totally surrounded by the musicians. Everyday sounds range from 250 to about 6,000 Hz. Binaural beats are usually below 1,000 Hz, which is in the low range of average human hearing. Hector Orozco Perez, an author of a recent study on the mysterious beats, puts it this way. What happens is when you listen to 2 pure tones separated into each other, the tiny difference causes a frequency mismatch as the sound travels to the auditory part of your brainstem. Simply put, if your right ear is hearing 260 Hz and your left ear is hearing 250 Hz, then your binaural beat comes in around 10 Hz. What makes binaural beats interesting is the ability to synchronize or entrain your brain's electrical response to adhere to a certain rhythm, and rhythmic stimuli can help people concentrate. There are several types of beats. Delta is the lowest frequency, just 0.5 to 4 Hz. Next is theta, between 4 and 7 Hz. Alpha beats range from 7 to 13 Hz and beta is from 13 to 30 Hz. Finally, gamma includes sounds from 30 to 50 Hz apart. Delta binaural beats may help people sleep more deeply, while beta beats may help people stay more alert. The Global Drug Survey, an independent research company based in London, conducted a survey of voluntary participants. It found that 5.3% of respondents, over 1,600 people who completed the survey, reported using binaural beats either alone or in combination with other drugs or treatments. Respondents most commonly used binaural beats to relax or fall asleep, that's 72.2%, and to change their mood, about 34.7%, while 11.7% reported trying to get a similar effect to that of other drugs. The effect of music on people has been studied for long. For instance, it's said if babies are made to listen to classical music, they'll turn out to be smarter. Studies showed that those who listened to Mozart and Strauss had markedly low systolic and diastolic blood pressure, as well as lower heart rates. ABBA's tunes, on the other hand, didn't produce the same effects. There's also Mozart's music that can increase your general intelligence. What are your views about this?
In association with Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Rare anti-Xi Jinping protests in China. One man against all-powerful Xi Jinping. Lone protester seeks the removal of dictator Xi. Demands food, not COVID tests. But is this China's new Tiananmen moment? That's our top focus on India First.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India First. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Remember that iconic image of that lone man standing in front of the Chinese army tanks at the Tiananmen Square in 1989. That video of that lone unarmed man taking on the might of the Chinese army and forcing the tanks to change the direction went viral. 33 years later, another picture has gone viral in Beijing. A lone man wearing an orange jacket and a yellow hard hat, burning tires, chanting slogans on a loud hailer. He also had two posters and banners calling for the removal of dictator Xi Jinping in Beijing. The timing of these images ahead of the Chinese Communist Party Congress giving Xi Jinping an unprecedented third term, perhaps making him president for life, is extremely curious. We bring you this report.
Images that have stunned the world. Rare protest in Beijing ahead of Chinese Communist Party Congress for the re-election of President Xi Jinping for an unprecedented third term that could well make him president of China for life. The protest banner roars. We want food, not PCR test. We want freedom, not lockdown. We want reforms, not cultural revolution. We want respect, not lies. We want to vote, not a leader. We want to be citizens, not slaves. The lone protester wearing an orange jacket and a yellow hard hat was photographed on the Sitong Bridge in Beijing. He's reported to have set some tires on fire and chanted slogans on a loud hailer.
Xi Jinping is certainly a polarizing individual. People who dislike his policies suggest that the problems with the policies are a result of the leadership model, that it's because he has demonstrated these strongman tendencies that policy effectiveness has decreased.
The lone protester is being hailed as a hero in China. His calling for civil disobedience and smashing of COVID testing centers and the prevention of Xi Jinping from becoming a dictator were being discussed extensively in China before Chinese authorities launched a massive exercise to scrub the internet clean. All searches with the words Bridge, Sitong, Beijing, protest are reported to have been scrubbed clean. But online, the lone protester is being compared to the lone protester at the Tiananmen Square in 1989, whose heroic actions stole the advance of Chinese army tanks in Beijing.
And he's established himself as the sole penultimate leader of China. He's not beholden to the leaders around him. He is the core. He's not part of it. And as a result, we've seen some policy excesses. We've seen some challenges in China's economy. We've seen the COVID, including censorship, policing, to further control and enhance the party's control over the everyday lives of Chinese citizens.
Chinese President Xi Jinping's zero COVID policy has led to widespread protests across China, showing hundreds protesting a lockdown and shortages of food, medicines, and other essential supplies. Images of tanks outside banks with people unable to withdraw money, to a virtual collapse of the real estate sector, and people refusing to pay installment for homes have also gone viral. But analysts argue there is almost no major threat to the Chinese president, as the Communist Party is set to give him an unprecedented third term. This will make Xi Jinping the most powerful man in China after Chairman Mao Zedong. President Xi has also consolidated his control over not just the army but also the paramilitary forces, and is believed to have jailed potential opponents in what the Chinese government claims is an anti-corruption purge. There is little real threat to Xi Jinping as he prepares to remain President of China for life. Bureau Report, India Today.
So you saw the poster and the banner saying we want food, not COVID PCR test. We want freedom, not lockdown. We want respect, not lies. We want to be citizens, not slaves. Joining me on India First is Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha, former Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Indian Navy's Western Naval Command. N.R. Tanjan is advisor at the Tahe Institute. He joins us live from Beijing. And Dan Perry is a senior journalist and a keen China watcher. Welcome, gentlemen, on the show. Admiral Sinha, I want to begin by asking you, what do you make of this protest and the timing just ahead of President Xi Jinping's re-election?
Thank you, Gaurav, for getting me on your program, and namaskar to all our viewers. You know, the point is that, of course, there is a resentment. There are people who are not happy that Xi Jinping is going to have a third tenure. He has had a very massive crackdown on corruption. He has purged very large number of people. So therefore, he also has opposition, resistance, or so-called enemies. But as far as threat to Xi Jinping is concerned, my own reading is that he's very firmly in the chair and he will get elected, or he will get nominated, or whatever it's called, for the third term. And, you know, the positives which have happened under his sort of watch are far too many for the average citizen of China to ignore it. For example, the GDP growth, you know, more than 600 billion people lifted out of poverty, the industrial sort of, you know, mobilization, its stature in the world. Good reason or bad reason, but look at the stature. Americans are sort of, you know, having a really tough time to contain China. Russians have tied up with them, and they're obviously the stature, the international stature of China has gone up. So I think this is possibly an outburst of a lot of opposition people who are not
so
very
you
happy,
think
and therefore
it's an outburst? He remains extremely powerful. Dan Perry, is that also your assessment? What signal does this protest send out? What does it intend to send out?
It's obvious not everyone in China is so pleased with the prospect of a third term for Xi Jinping. It's impossible to say how far it will go and how widely it will spread. A lot of it clearly has to do with the zero COVID policy, which is causing some economic distress. But also, I have to think that the repression in China is so great that the true level of discord probably goes well beyond what we see in the protests. The question is how far the Chinese Communist Party will be willing to go to suppress this discontent if it goes much further.
Okay. Inar Tanjan, you are in Beijing. What is your understanding of this protest? A lone wolf? Or is it intended to send out some kind of a bigger message to Xi Jinping? Are at least some people who are opposed to him ganging up on him?
Well, I don't think Xi Jinping is in any danger at this point. I mean, the collective government is absolutely certain about one thing. There can be different feelings about Xi Jinping in this third term, but there is really a very strong feeling that continuity is absolutely important. I mean, the kind of talk points that my colleague has just put out that, oh, you don't know what's happening, it's a repressive government, that type of thing. These kind of constant negatives are actually bolstering Xi Jinping and the government because, this is a country where, even last year, 90% of the people approved of the job that the government was doing. It's probably less now with COVID and things like that. There's a lot of frustration. People look overseas and they say, well, why can't we be like them? Okay. But the fact is, long COVID is real. 3% of the people who get COVID 1 year afterwards are, not able to fully operate. So you're moving people who were once productive to the unproductive side. They're going to be a drain on society, not something that can help. Those are big, big numbers when you start talking about 3% of the number of people who would get COVID in China. And the government is trying to be very, very careful of that. So you have different narratives. China believes it's doing the right thing. Okay. There's always going to be some protests out there. If there wasn't a protest, that would be astounding. So one man, a bullhorn, who lit a fire and put a banner up does not make a movement.
But Admiral Sinha, isn't Xi Jinping all-powerful in China? Does he not enjoy total control, not just of the party, but also the army and now the People's Armed Police?
You're right, Gaurav. There have been a little bit of murmur that he is all-powerful, the head of the China's military commission, the party general secretary, the president of the country, and now, as you said, of the police force. He has already purged all his opponents from most of these organizations, and he remains a sole leader. I remember that, sometime few years ago, I had traveled to Shanghai, and the Shanghai gang was a little bit concerned that if we give all power to Xi Jinping, then will China turn into something more autocratic, or will there be development? So that was 3-4 years ago. And now that the fact is that he has come this far, I think that, those concerns within the China, except for some small minority, is not there probably. Or maybe they want to see that how does he run with the new team. He will have a new team of a standing committee of Politburo, and possibly in the Politburo of 25 people, he would induct his own people who have probably been doing well in the provinces. So I think that he may get a chance one more chance to see how he does the recovery of economy. In all probability, they will have a new prime minister, and there are two names which are being taken. So I think people will like to, rather than rocking the sort of apple cart, they would like to see that how does he ride this apple cart in getting China out of this, both the
but will that be riding this apple cart? Will that be riding this apple cart just for another 5 years, or will he remain president for life? Dan Perry, the assessment is Xi Jinping is all powerful. He's consolidated his hold over the army, the paramilitary force, the party. Is this now a foregone conclusion? He'll be president not just for a third term, perhaps for life?
I mean, clearly the Chinese Communist Party does not allow formal opposition. It's a one-party dictatorship. He's about to get, we believe, a third 5-year term that would make him the longest-serving leader of China since Mao Zedong. longer than Jiang Zemin. He'll pass that threshold in about 3 years, I think. Will it go on and on? Very hard to say. I mean, it's so